Welcome to the Kaizoran experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So, like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizoran, and join the Kaizoran Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath this waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary, born to be a bluebird in the sky. Flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like born black, sweet like a berry. Flying high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know
it makes zero sense because dhaqan celis is a Somali concept where
So dhaqan celis, right? Somalis have it, but it's not just Somalis. Anyone, immigrants, right, who live in America, Europe, and Oceania, Australia, etc. They have a similar concept. What they tend to do is they want you to re-establish yourself as part of the community or culture that you come from. So obviously, this is a Somali man talking about it from his own cultural context. But everybody has it, right? In the UK or US, parents send their kids back home when they feel that they're no longer cultured. Let's say, they've become criminals or they've engaged in things that the parents are fearful that this behavior, if it's left without control, is going to lead them down the wrong path, maybe death or prison, right? In the UK, we have a lot of knife culture, gang culture, right? Whereby, of course, young black people, right, in specific areas in London are involved in knife crime, right? And knife crime, has different, of course, reasons why it exists, right? Some of it is because of drugs. Some of it is because of other crime-related things, and knife is utilized as a weapon for protection or attacking others who they want to steal from, etc. Sometimes it actually is just there to cause violence or establish control or even revenge. So knife crime is it's a type of crime that heavily affects black communities, specifically London area. So of course, when parents see that your behavior is going bad, you got what they think is bad friends, they decide to send you back home so that you're no longer in the company of people that are going to persuade you to continue your life in crime. The issue is sometimes parents don't realize that their kids are the bad kids, right? But I think that that doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what this man says about this thing. Personally speaking, I think it's insane. Sending your kid back home to a third world nation is never good. I mean, this is a country that you spend all your life trying to escape, and you're sending your kids because you trust your family members who are going to see your kid as some kind of meal ticket. They're going to basically use you. They're going to use them. They're going to abuse them. You're sending them to a culture they've never experienced. I mean, this doesn't really make that much sense to me, right? You can't just go around removing responsibility of parenting by sending them away to a bunch of strangers in a different country that you run away from, right? You found that the country wasn't safe for you, but now you think it makes sense sending them back there. I've never understood the logic over there. As Julia says, it's good. Send them back to Somalia, Jamaica, and Lagos. The issue is, Julia, they'll just get worse there, right? They'll get involved in drugs there, even worse. Those are the three highest black prison population in terms of foreign nationals.
Somali parents, they don't have a good grip on their children, and maybe the children are rebelling. They're rebelling from they're just rebelling. And Somali parents, they just don't understand coming
shout out, shout out to you, Four Blacks. Good morning, Matifi. What's good? Yeah, it's lagging a little bit. Let me see if I can fix it. Yeah, let me fix it. Yeah, sorry guys about that. My cats were playing around and they mess around with the internet connection. Hopefully, it makes um, it's much more clear now and it's not lagging. But yeah, let's go. Let's continue the show. What's good? For
Children. Dhaqan Alice literally makes zero sense because Dhaqan Alice is a Somali concept where because Somali parents they don't have a good grip on their children, and maybe the children are rebelling. They're rebelling from they're just rebelling, and Somali parents, they just don't understand how to survive in a Western country. They're coming from Somalia, like they they don't want to learn the language. The parents don't want to learn the language. They don't want to do anything. All they care about is religion, which is not even true. They don't give a fuck about religion. They just use it as a crutch. But so when the child is doing things that the parent disapproves of, what Somali parents do is they basically, it's called like some kind of attitude adjustment. They
yeah, shout out, shout out. Is 5G illegal in your country? Shout out to you, Matifi. Nah, the cats were playing with it. I am actually using 5G. I will literally show you my screenshot. Yeah, on my whatever internet connection. It is 5G. The cats were just playing with it, so they messed it up a little bit. I think it should be working. But yeah, but shout out to you, Matifi. Thanks for sponsoring the show with your €5 super chat. Mad appreciations. We respect what you're doing for us over here. Somalians in Finland doing good as long as the ones that you've met. Okay, okay. Shout out to you. Yeah. So here's the issue, right? As I was saying about because this is a conversation about culture. African culture is communalist. People believe in relegating responsibility to the community. That's why we have concepts here. For example, we have a whole case in Kenya, Uganda, and a lot of these countries, ex-British countries. You send your kids to boarding school. Now, boarding school was something that the Victorians used to do to their kids, the ones that could afford education in the UK. So you send them off. Teachers and other people basically take care of your kids for you. In Africa, this is a lot of stuff that's going on in a lot of these countries. Either they take them to boarding school, so they're relegating responsibility, or the community helps take care of your kid. If your kid's caught doing things that is against cultural customs, like smoking, drinking, whatever it is, some lady down the street will come back, some auntie or uncle will come back and then tell you, and then that your kids will get ostracized in the community. So you'll have to obviously get them to stop that. In the UK or America or Europe, it's not the same, right? The people down the street are not from your community necessarily, and no one is really going to start coming into your life telling you how to raise your kids, right? Because people are more individualistic. So when these Somali parents or African parents in general go to these other Western countries, the kids start misbehaving because they don't know how to parent. They simply don't understand what the concept of parenting is, because they come from a culture where everybody raises a child. So what happens is these kids start getting involved in crimes. They start doing things that they don't like, and they think the solution is to send them back to the war-torn country that has high levels of corruption, terrorism, and they think that's going to make their kids better. No, unfortunately, a lot of times what happens is the kid gets abused by these family members over there. They get in trouble even more with the law, and in Africa, that is a really bad thing. It's not the same as the UK or America. So really, they end up sometimes ruining their kid's life because they are failures as parents, and then they kind of project that onto the kid. Why would you, right? You run away from the country, literally. You thought it's unsafe. You claimed asylum. You even got asylum, right? The government of the UK, America, Canada, Sweden declared that, you know what, this person is at risk at living in that country. It's not safe for whatever reason. But you think it's okay to send your kids there just because you think they're badly behaved? This is the issue that I have with this sending your kids back home stuff. You need to parent your own kids, or don't have them if you're not ready to take the responsibility.
they have some type of attitude adjustment, and they send their child to Somalia. They send their child to fucking Somalia, back to Somalia, the country that they fucking ran away from and came to the West for. bear in mind, our parents are they're failures. The first generation of Somalis are failures, absolute failures. They couldn't build up the country of Somalia. They failed as a parent. They failed as a countryman. They failed at everything. And then they came over to the West so that they could seek a better life. And they failed at that too. And they failed at being a parent. So once they fail at being a parent, of course your child's gonna be wilding out and doing everything because you're not a good parent. You didn't teach him the right things to do. You didn't teach him anything. You just you think that parenting means dhaqan. You think that sending your child back to Somalia, a fucking war-torn country that has no prospects, nothing.
Now, to be honest, bro does sound like a victim of dhaqan Ellis, right? But that doesn't matter. I'm not gonna get into that whole straw man of, well, you only hate it because they probably did it to you. At the end of the day, I think when it comes to diasporans, Africans in general, we tend to not do that well, right? Compared to the Chinese and the Indians and the other groups of immigrants, we actually tend to do the worst out of all of them. And I believe the reason for this is because we are not people that maintain culture, and we project certain things into these cultures that we go into instead of learning how things should be done the right way. That unfortunately is the main issue that I have with African parents. They keep just, again, like the brother mentioned, some of them don't even learn the language. They don't integrate into the UK culture. You go to another country, you project that things should be the same, and of course when it isn't, you don't know how to deal with it. And you and your backwards ways, literally backwards in this case, sending your kids back to a war-torn country doesn't make sense.
Nothing, zilch, nada. One of the worst countries on the planet, and you send that your child back to Somalia, and you know that your child is not going to be successful in Somalia. You just know that. You're hoping and praying that he gets an attitude adjustment, but that's not going to happen. In reality, when parents send their child to Somalia, what they're actually thinking, this is expectation. They expect that the child is magically going to become reformed and magically somehow become this perfect.
Yeah, there's a couple things, right? They want them to go back to kind of see the poverty. They want to make them kind of see, oh, you know what, you're blessed. All your issues in the UK or America, these are not real issues. Look at all these people struggling. Also, they want them to reconnect back to their culture, respect and all of that African cultural BS, right? Which, to be honest, I don't agree with because it doesn't work. Like I've said this before, UK kids will shout at their parents, right? They will cuss them out. They will be like, using the worst language, but they grow up being well-adjusted humans in culture, whereby they actually are not corrupt. They're decent people. They don't commit that much crime. So what's the point of raising your kids in a militaristic manner, all in the name of culture and respect of parents, when these kids are not well-adjusted adults, right? A lot of them end up being corrupt. They end up being people that don't add value to the community. So I'm really kind of confused here, right? I don't like just doing things because of culture. Culture doesn't mean nothing to me, or it doesn't mean nothing. Double negative, right? Culture doesn't mean much to me because, I'm sorry, unless it's practical, it works. As I mentioned, right? You will see a bunch of European kids, specifically UK kids, shouting, cussing out their parents, right? Calling them all sorts of manners of abominations. But these kids, when they grow up, they are well-adjusted members of society that add value to the greater comfort and growth of that community. Meanwhile, you see African kids pretending that they're respectful to their parents. These end up being criminals. They end up being corrupted leaders in their nations, and they're not well-adjusted human beings. So to me, this is one part of African culture that I just don't understand because it doesn't work. Shout out to Matifi. He says, Westernized child are spoiled. If you send them back to appreciate what they have, then I can understand. Well, Matifi, and shout out to you. Even if they're spoiled, bro, people back home are worse. That's what people don't tend to realize, right? You send them back to a corrupt nation, filled with danger, and whereby you're trusting your family members who are also corrupt to look after them, right? Some of these kids, you know what happened to them? They force them into marriages, the girls. The boys, they end up just getting into a worse gang because guess what? Drugs and alcohol is cheaper in these countries. So actually, with a little allowance that their parents are giving them or whatever, or their friends or online, whatever they're getting the money from, they can actually go out and live a way more risky, dangerous lifestyle than they could in the West. At the end of the day, why do you care about the kids, right? At the end of the day, right? Sure, you don't want to be ruled by a tyrant in your own home, right? I'm not going to let my kids rule over me. That doesn't make sense, right? If they disrespectful, they don't get allowance, or they don't get to eat or whatever it is. It's going to be punishment. However, at the same time, this obsession with respect, or rather a specific type of respect that comes from abiding cultural norms, is irrelevant, right? You have African kids who, in their parents' eyes, they won't be having monkey double backflips, they won't be having girlfriends, they won't be having drugs or alcohol in their face, right? But when they go out with their friends, they do these things in excess, leading to dangerous situation, unplanned teenage pregnancies, right? But if they actually were parents were more mature, right, progressive, they realize, hang on, what do I really hate? Is it the respect in my face, or is it having a well-adjusted adult that we can resolve things with? That's the issue I have with African culture in general. To me, it doesn't make that much sense.
Perfect person, they send them to this boarding school, which is not really a boarding school. It's more of a prison. So in Somalia, it's so backwards that
Yep, African boarding schools are prisons, right? You're out there fighting for water, right? Every day just to wash your clothes. You're not given enough food. You're not given enough nutritious food, right? It's not well balanced meals, right? They just give you a bunch of starch and sometimes a little bit, couple pieces of protein or something, right? It's a prison. They don't teach you about critical thinking, right? Generally speaking, let's just say this, right? The Western education system is superior. Western cultural norms and morality is superior because it takes into account more than just in your face level sort of respect. It takes into account transtemporal respect. At the end of the day, the point of schools, the point of parents is to create well adjusted adults who would be able to add value to the community and society at large. And if you compare the productivity of African countries, which have so called respect, right? Really, it's just a prison system, that whole boarding school cultural norm, they are less well adjusted than unruly kids who grew up in the UK calling their moms and dads the F words. Let's just be realistic here.
your parents can just send you to jail just because they want you in jail. Like there's no law, there's no like law preventing them. There's no even they didn't even break any laws. The parent just wants them in jail. So you have no freedom in Somalia. Somalia is one of the worst countries on the planet. It's backwards as hell. So you're just gonna get sent to jail just because your parents want you there. So once you go to boarding school, which is really a prison, it's just a euphemism for prison.
Yeah, shut up, shut up. Let me come for Ike. Kaizo and his stupid parenting commentary, boarding school. Well, look. For some people, I think it would work, obviously, right? But it doesn't really. I mean, let's be realistic, right? Individually, anything can work, right? If I waterboarded my child, not shut up, anything can work, and we know this, right? It depends on whatever it is that you're doing, but it's about what works for culture and community. What ends up doing is boarding school just turns your kid into a corrupt individual that lies, cheats, steals, because that's what you're doing. You're lying, you're stealing other people's water, other people's food. You're basically learning how to be a criminal. Now, for some people, that's fine because then they'll integrate themselves and then they kind of learn how to control it, in power wise. But most of them just learn to be criminals. They learn how to hide the criminality behavior. They're not. It's not a good system, and it doesn't work. Clearly, the unruly British white kids out there cussing out their parents, taking their moms to prisons and shit. These are the kids who create the life that we want. So yeah, but it doesn't work. Again, culturally speaking, right? Trans objectivism, it don't work. That's the point. Yeah, an individual here and there, it might work for them, right? But we're talking about society and culture. It doesn't work because I think Africa is still kind of dealing with things at a very primal level, right? They don't even have concepts of high levelness when it comes to parenting. They're just there, just they're not even parents, right? Africans are just out there, relegating responsibility anywhere that they can, any way that they can, and the kids end up being, either life teaches them, or they end up being criminals.
They say boarding school. Your parents tell you, oh, boarding school, but it's really a prison, to be honest. They send you to this prison and they think that you're going to change. They think that you're going to get better. I've heard people tell me experiences where they went to this dhaqan place and they came out on the other side full of shit. They came out on the other side worse than they came in. So even if your child is a drug dealer, addict,
Yeah. So, well, okay. Let's be realistic here. If your child it likes drugs, right? Go and figure out how to stop them doing drugs. Sending them to a third world country where they can get the drugs much cheaper, laced with all sorts of shit, to increase, profit, is not a good idea. Sending them back with family members who don't know anything about you, they think your child is spoiled, will abuse your child one or another. It just doesn't make sense at all. Sending your kids back home. There's a thousand ways to instill discipline. And also, I keep saying, right, I'm not gonna let my kids rule over my life. And I mentioned this before, right? That's stupid, right? I'm not gonna let a woman or my kids rule over me. It doesn't make sense. However, right? This obsession with a specific type of respect Africans have, I will never understand it. Doesn't seem to do anything for the culture. If you compare African culture with Japanese culture, there's some similarities, but Japan is way, way, way better. In Japan, it's not just that the kids don't act respectful in their parents' vision, right? In their visual, it's not that. The kids are respectful across all sectors of society, right? Everybody bows, not just to their parents, right? But everywhere else. FE, or that kind of respect culture, is everywhere. That's why Japan is doing well. Africans, with the whole boarding school, they basically breed children who are criminal when no one is looking. That is my issue. It just doesn't work. If you're going to have that, again, respect heavy society, do it the Japanese way, right? Where they actually instill it at every level, right? Japanese boarding schools or doesn't go around creating criminals, right? They don't give them small water rations and then making them fight and steal from each other. They don't go around, preventing them from having protein in their diet, right? So that means, anyway, there's many factors here, but the point is, Japanese respect culture works. African respect culture is only procedural, right? It's for show. Shout out to JA. Boarding schools, especially religious founded ones, are pretty much indoctrination, and the kids who attend such a, yeah, exactly. Perfect example, right? Now, for the Ike, let's say Ike was taken to a boarding school. He came out better. Maybe he was a little bit unruly. Maybe he needed to learn a little bit of discipline. That's fine. But Ike is a self-independent, critical person. Anyways, he would take on and learn whatever it needed, regardless of the environment that he was in. That's now the difference. He would have been able to learn how to manage any kind of situations, but the typical African kid is not going to learn critical thinking. They're just going to be there, being indoctrinated and basically learning whatever is around them. So yeah, great point, Jay. Shout out to that point.
alcoholic, they tend to send their children there. If they're alcoholics, drug dealers, addicts, or if they're not religious, they don't believe in religion, they send them over there for a attitude cultural adjustment, which doesn't even make sense. Like, why would you send your child to Somalia just for an attitude adjustment? Because you failed as a parent and now you want to go to plan B, which is send them back to Somalia. What's that going to do? The only thing that's going to do is make them resent you and hate you because you failed. And
now, of course, right, the feelers are going to say, well, no, this guy is butthurt, right? He went to Somalia, he got abused, and that's why he's making this video, right? You already down the chat, Zulia says that dude looks dirty. I knew someone was gonna. Dude needs sheep. Oh my god, you're funny. You're funny. Yeah, but guys, make sure you like the video and share it and all that good stuff. Personally, I do agree with what he's saying. Dude looks like a migrant in Calais. Oh my god.
Now you want to get rid of your parental duties to raise your child. You didn't raise your child properly. You fucked up. And that's why your child is fucked up because of you. The parents failed. It's the parents' fault. They fucked up. They just aren't good at parenting. Somali parents are probably one of the worst parents on the planet. Literally one of the worst parents on the planet. They don't set you up for success. They don't try to help you reach new levels in your education. They don't care about any of that.
Look, personally speaking, I think the issue with African parents is that they're not actually parents. African parents are just people that had kids in a culture that does the parenting for them. As I mentioned earlier, in Africa, everybody parents you, right? The lady down the street, your pastor, everyone in the environment feels it's part of their responsibility um, to, take care of the kids. There's no such thing as African parents, right? It's African people that decided to have kids in a culture that does the parenting for them. So I think that's what he's trying to get at, right? He just doesn't have the right words. Meanwhile, in Europe, people that have kids there generally are parents, right? They chose to have kids. It's not just part of the culture to have kids automatically. It's much harder to find a mate, a suitable mate in these other countries. You're kind of the way you grow up, the level of development as well, emotionally, mentally, kind of leads you, some people at least, to question certain things and then make at least a more conscious decision to have kids. Therefore, some people out there trying out different methods and all that stuff. Meanwhile, in Africa, no, there's no such thing as African parents. African uh, parents are really just people that had kids, right? So I'm just trying to let the brother. Uh,
Oh, this world is temporary. Who cares about education? Who cares about getting a good job? And who cares about this? Who cares about the only thing they care about?
oh, now he's talking about specific in our Somali parents, right? Because they are obviously Muslims, right? They think the deen is more important than the child's other developmental particulars, for example, education in this case. Now, that's a very, very specific one. Other African parents are overzealous on education because that's the thing that allowed them to kind of leave poverty behind. If you come to Kenya, the parents who either were educated, the generation, like 2 generations back, right? The ones who had access to education are the ones who are upper middle class. So in other countries like Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, education now is now the thing that the parents push, not religion, but education. Again, I still think it's that overzealous attitude. So your child has, different skills that they're showing. Your parents will just try to stifle that dream. Again, they don't like using words like dream, right? But they will stifle that development in the name of education. So it's still the same thing. Somalia is religion, right? In other African countries, education is now the thing that they keep pushing. Like says Kaizo, would you trust this ninja? No, of course not. But you see what I mean? Like that's what's coming for you and Zulia, right? Him as a person, obviously, I wouldn't trust him, right? The guy doesn't look okay, right? But what he's saying is also correct, right? The two things can be right. I'm not gonna trust him with anything, not with my kids, not with business, but everything he's saying is also correct, which is why I didn't want to go down that route. Oh, he's a victim of dhaqan Ellis, and then now he hates everyone. All of those things are there, but yeah, I wouldn't trust him. Obviously not, right? The guy doesn't look okay.
The only thing they care about is benefits and working as an Uber driver or whatever the fuck.
And and he's right here. But for example, if you look at the Kenyan community in America, you look at the Nigerian and Ghanaian communities, right? Even the Ethiopian community to some extent. These communities have developed, they've gone up. They're in all sorts of areas, especially the men, right? You have a lot of Kenyan men involved in business, I'm talking about big businesses, right? Grossing in 50 million a year, etc. Nigerians as well, even in tech sectors, scientists. You won't see Somali men in any of these fields at any kind of number. They don't exist, right? They just don't exist because their culture is to get them to become Uber drivers, right? And go to the mosque and pray every day instead of actually building something that will help them. Now, I do know that this is not just an issue because of here. I do believe that the pastoralist culture that they have also kind of leads to more of a business mentality in general. Even in Kenya, they don't necessarily go to higher education. They tend to be businessmen. So there is that kind of quick return of investment, which I'm not against necessarily, but they kind of overlook the whole diversifying the sort of interest. They're all doing some kind of business, right? Whether it's Uber driving or whatever it is that they do. He was a famine baby, lol.
And it shows in the country of Somalia. That's why the country of Somalia is so run down and shitty and garbage, because the people are garbage, because the government is garbage.
I agree with him in that one, right? Africans like to say, "Oh, leaders are corrupt." No, everybody in Africa is garbage, right? I agree with what the Somali brother is saying. It's the Africans who are garbage, not the leaders.
Somalia is so run down and shitty and garbage, because the people are garbage, because the government is garbage.
But you know what? Like, shout out to Ike. You can clearly see that there's vitriol in this brother's face, his eyes, the way he speaks. Hey, this guy really hates Somalis, man. Hey, you can literally you can smell that vitriol from, like, if you're a shark, like from 5 miles away. Like, you can smell that vitriol. You can look at it from his teeth, his mustache, his eyes, and his forehead, right? Uh, Everything is screaming, "I hate Somalis." It's kind of interesting. When I say stuff about Africa, I don't hate Africans, right? Um, my mother's an African, right? So I can't hate Africans, right? But this guy really, really, really hates Somalis, man. Like, just look at the vitriol again, Dasis. And also, shout out, if you want to support the show, do what Matifi is doing. Send a fat super chat to help this malnourished African make money. But let's see what he says about the garbage Somalis.
And it shows in the country of Somalia. That's why the country of Somalia is so run down and shitty and garbage, because the people are garbage, because the government is garbage.
You can't make this shit up, man. This guy really. You know what? You've accused me of self hate many times, but I think this is actually self hate, right? He actually hates. I don't hate anything or anyone, but this nigga actually really, really does hate the garbage Somalis. But he's not wrong. As I said, everything he's saying is I 100% agree with. I just don't trust him. I just don't trust him, right? But he's not saying anything wrong. Shout out to Ike. Says, "I like his hatred, but I hate him seeming lack of agency." Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say the victimization part of the issue. Yeah. The guy is obviously a product of, victim of dhaqan Ellis. His parents sent him there. He had to deal with some low IQ Muslims in that country. He hated every second of his experience in Somalia, and that's why he hates his parents. He hates Somalis in general. I get it, right? So Ike is like, yeah, it doesn't mean it doesn't mind his hatred, but it's the victim mindset is the issue here that I have with this guy. That's why I wouldn't trust him. Jazz says, off topic. I wonder why Bantu speaking Kenyans think all ethnic Somali Kenyans are. I don't think it's Bantu speaking Kenyans. It's just non-Somali Kenyans, right? Non-Somali Kenyans does not make them Bantu. Don't they teach civics? And that's a good question, Ja, and I'll answer that question. Great question, actually, right? So first off, start by saying it's not Bantu speaking Kenyans who think all ethnic Somalis are from Somalia. Any non-Somali thinks Somalis are from Somalia. All of them think that, right? I'm talking about all the tribes that isn't closely related or living in the same areas as where the Somali communities live. Think that. Now, the next thing, the more important part of your question is, why do they think this? They do teach it in civic schools. The issue is, right, Kenyans, like any group of people, are majorly ignorant, right? Every community is ignorant. And try to keep up with what I'm saying. I know I'm going to start going off in circles here, but in the UK, when people are trying to be racist to me, they were like, "Yeah, man, Kaizo, go back to Jamaica." And I'm like, I'm not Jamaican. First of all, I'm African. Or go back to Africa. I'm like, okay, fine, but I'm Kenyan. Right? They were like, majority of these communities in all countries are ignorant, even about people in their own country. So in Kenya, for example, there's a term that they use to refer to Cushitic looking people, right? They call them warrior. And warrior in Somali just means you, right? But they call anyone who looks like a Somali warrior. They then also think that a Muslim is a tribe. They think you have to look like a Cushite or some kind of Arab to be a Muslim, even though their next door neighbor doesn't look like that. It's a mindset. So what I'm trying to say is, it's a mixture between the fact that all communities around the world are ignorant, right? Even UK people, they think a Muslim is a type of people, Arabic looking people, and some now I guess black people because of all the black Muslims in the UK. Every community in the world, people are just ignorant, right? That's just the natural state of it. However, in Kenya, I think it's even worse because um, these people are not only ignorant, right? The majority of humans are ignorant. Kenyans are not just only ignorant, but they don't care, right? And Africans run off on autopilot. They're running off heuristics. There's no critical thinking. Even, bro, I've tried to correct people before, right? I remember I went to an Ethiopian coffee shop, right? And I went there with a friend, and she kept saying things like, these guys are Muslims. I'm like, no, these are Habesha. These are Christians. In fact, the first Christians in Africa. Bro, she couldn't believe what I'm saying, right? She kept saying Muslim, Muslim. And I'm like, what the? Oh, they look Muslim. I was like, fine. But I kept telling the Christians, I even had to ask those people what their religion is before she could accept it. And even then, she couldn't update it to a programming and be like, oh, okay, Muslim is a religion. Anyone can be. These people are just dumb, right? When it comes to nationalism, the concept of nation, these people, bro, nothing special about Kenyans. It's a human thing. However, in Africa, because of the lack of critical thinking and the fact that these are just robots running off programming that they got given as children, it makes it look worse. But yeah, shout out to you, Snake Man. What's your thoughts on the conversation? Come in wherever you want.
First of all, Kaiser, there's a reason why I came up with this picture right here. This is my profile picture. To prove to hammer in a specific point once again, and he looks like
the hammerhead.
No, because of the
He
forehead.
looks like that. Even looks like this other guy. Like, oh my god, it might even be the same guy. Just
No, it's not. They look different, but it's the hairlines that starts at the ears. But what I wanted to say first of all, he looks like the average Somali in Germany.
right.
Straight up, even with a beard.
Oh man,
First generation Somali look like them. I'm not even joking.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, nah, that's crazy. Like, what's going on in Germany, man?
Nothing. The Germans don't have a culture that is focused on them, so they can be as they want to be.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this guy, like, the guy looks crazy. It looks like
It doesn't look crazy. It just looks like an East Africa to let his beard and hair grow out. That's all.
Yeah, but look, okay. Even people who like have afros, right? There's a way that you can comb it or like let it. Even like when you develop like what do you call it, like rastas. There's a way that it just looks still normal. This guy, his hair is moving in directions that looks like he had to purposely make it go in that direction.
No, it just let it grow out. It's a different. That is why I say I'm so happy that I grew up in the Germanosphere, because I actually see what I see. What I see, right. And then I listen to you Anglos and I think to myself, man, the tea and crumpets to Eden must be a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Now think about it, Kaiser. How the women looks like in Germany. Let that thing in. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Man, no, but in Sweden, the women look good, right? The ones in Sweden. Why is it the Swedish one looks good, but the German ones, the women at least? I don't know about the men.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's the different programming in the different European countries. I don't know.
Bro, man, you guys are bad, man. Like you, Zulia, Ike, all of you guys, like, bro, this guy looks like a homeless man that.
No, I didn't say he looks like a homeless man. He said he looks like an average Somali from Germany. A homeless Somali would look dirty.
Interesting. Matifi says Swedish looks old nowadays. Yeah, Matifi, you're a Finnish guy, right? That means you probably have some Asiatic genes in you, anyways. You're not already a real white man. The Honorable Aiko He's not really white. This guy's got some Asiatic genes in him. Like, do
Like the
people really even consider?
Bulgarians, like the
Yeah,
Bulgarians.
yeah, yeah. Bulgarians, Finnish. These people are like, I think like 30% Asiatic, and there's some people that are fully Asiatic. They're not even really white. They just claim they're white because they're in Europe. But yeah. Oh, his mom is Swedish. Okay, what's your dad? The Honorable Iko Gamyan slayed the most dusty of serpents. He claimed the crown place. It's okay. The most high king of Somaliland. He'd enjoy 50 years. No, that's true. If Ike was the president of Somaliland, bro,
Oof.
that place would be a very different situation. Actually, if any of the high IQ people on these platforms, even you, Snake Man, right?
You
If
wouldn't
any
like
of
it.
you were, I might not like it, right? But the country would actually move forward. Oh, so he's actually Sona. His dad is indigenous. It makes sense. That's why.
I mean,
That's why he's looking kind of Asiatic.
you can now argue which group came in first, the Asiatic people or the more Caucasian-looking people. But there's a discussion the Europeans can have because I don't really care.
No, that's true. But I believe the Caucasians were there earlier than the indigenous people. It's just indigenous people maintain their culture. Think of it that way. Like if you come to Kenya, you might care about this since you're black. But in Kenya, the indigenous tribes would be like, let's say, the Somalis, the Maasai, those kinds of dusty tribes that still, don't wear clothes and all that kind of stuff. Those are the indigenous Kenyans.
Somali people were close. Stop the cap.
Islam forced them to wear clothes, right? But let me show you what the Somali tribe
What the
before
fuck?
Islam, right? Yeah, bro, that's because of the Arabs, man. Let me
Okay.
show you indigenous Somali people in Kenya, and they don't wear clothes. Let me show you. Shout out to YouTube. This is fair. Whatever. I'm not here showing pornography. This is indigenous African culture for us to learn and engage with whatever African shit.
Now, but when it comes to
Let me show you Somali thing.
okay. Now, but when it comes to the children, I always use the phrase Nigerian baptism when I talk about raising. When I talk about people who are antisocial or have a very destructive mind, and that is the reason because
We'll come back to that.
against.
I'll come back to that in a second. Yeah, this is Somalis in Kenya.
What do you mean?
Don't
They
wear
were close. What do you mean? They were close.
No.
They were close.
Did you look at this? You see clothes there? That's just a shangle, right? Right. It's just a shangle.
Also, I can see the red ropes. What you talking about? They weren't close. Not all the time, but they have clothes.
No, the clothes are new. That's the point, right? Because of Catholicism and Islam forcing them to wear it. But they don't actually. If you go, okay, let me show you, right? Because
now, can you say not all of tribal people wear the clothes? No, I bet they're expensive. But I can still see the ropes, Kaiser. They're not naked.
No, they're naked. They're naked. But
Zulus are naked.
Come on, man. These people are naked. But anyways, it's just you remember this is Google, right? There's some safe whatever option there. You get the point. I don't want to remove the safe. You get it. You type it yourself. Like type this in.
Okay, guys. I just wanted to say. I just wanted to say it's not that I don't believe you, but very often you don't go into the details. Like let's say like that.
Okay, you know what? Let me bring up someone who actually has seen them. Then she will clarify, right? And she's got no allegiances to me.
I believe you, Kaiser, but I don't believe that.
Remember that time when I told you that women build houses in some communities? You made me go find evidence under every single home.
Yeah, when we found out it was the dusty of the dusty, it was not even the entire ethnicity. It was just a subgroup that get kicked out of their own land.
Sure. Sure, sure. But anyways, anyway, we're talking about something more interesting here. So talk about parenting, right? You mentioned some, is it evangelical or something in
No, no,
Nigeria?
no, 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 even Jago. I just call it Nigerian baptism. It's just the Nigerian culture
Okay.
itself. It doesn't matter if it's Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, because but I could tell it to everyone. It's not black, white, Asian thing. It's just if you are a very antisocial person, you know, like an incel or something, like, oh, I live in a society kind of guy, or
Okay.
you are very destructive, like some of the feminist women who think it can be as stupid and retarded as possible as long as the state supports me. Um, I always say, hey, you need a Nigerian baptism. What I mean is that is must live in a society where there are consequences for your stupid action. Or sometimes you must live in a society that forces you to touch grass by definition.
Okay. Interesting. So mentioned once that because we've had this discussion before, but Ike mentioned that actually look, because my argument is this: African overzealous behavior on showing parents and elders respect doesn't really work because it ends up breeding the worst humans who are corrupt and ruin the countries. Meanwhile, UK and all these American cultures where kids are swearing at their parents, doing all sorts of craziness. When they grow up, they become well adjusted. Now, had a rebuttal. He said that Africa is in a different developmental stage. If Africa wasn't so militaristic against its citizens, its youth, things will be even worse. So he's saying, yes, it doesn't work in comparison to the West, but that's just because we're in a different developmental stage. Meaning, if we didn't have this militaristic sort of attitude towards discipline and everything, Africa will be 1,000 times worse. What do you think?
It depends on the culture, but yes, also big tribes. Shout out to all the big tribes around Africa. If they
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have this structure, it would be a lot, right? Like it would be like I can give an example that is the beauty of Africa. Central African Republic. More I must
Yeah,
not say.
Central African. Oh, yeah, I know Central African Republic. Okay.
Right? No, you also a place that is in a constant civil war because it cannot come together on anything. Doesn't matter
Mhm.
if it is the same tribe or not. It's like it's like a narco community over there.
Which is why I always find these libertarians and these people making these weird arguments about anarcho communism and anarcho sort of libertarianism, and I'm like,
You
bro,
can say like narco capitalism, but it's Nelson Anderson feudalism if you break it down.
yeah, and I was like, bro, these things don't work in societies, right? At the end of the day, people can't be allowed to just come together and resolve their own whatever. You need
I
strong
think
people.
I think
Mhm.
when Western people talk about a narco anything, what they mean is not literally anarchy. Like that would be savagery and barbarism and other things. What they mean is a safe environment where they can do positive things without rules blocking them. But the
Yeah,
problem
but
is what they don't
that's
understand is the rules are blocking the stupid and
yeah.
evil people who try to destroy them. They don't
Yeah,
understand.
which is the issue I have with them. They're kind of stupid because those rules are what creates that safe environment. I think what they don't get is this, right? Snake man. They think just because they are able to think at that level and come to that, let's say, decision to build that society, that somehow that is a natural thing that happens. And I'm like, bro, no. First, you need religion to control the masses. Then you need to create identity. It's a whole. People have to be socialized
Now,
into.
there is actually in Mexico, I think Americans try. There's a documentary movie about it. They had built an anarcho community in Mexico, what is already a red flag. And one thing you realize is that anarcho communities are all elites, straight up. All rich people come from multi generational wealth. Like I thought to myself, is it not funny that the anarcho community is literally tourist level of servitude because all the native Mexicans are serving them, but somehow they're anarcho.
Yeah,
Like
it
when
doesn't really.
when I looked at that, I thought, man, it looks like this dystopian movies about the future where corporation takes over everything.
100%, 100%. So I think that's what you call brain rot, right? These kinds of people that come up with these ideas that to them sound great, but you start thinking about it being practical. You were here yesterday, right? When I was speaking to that Black American, is it trending something? Trend? No, no. What's his
I
name
mean,
again?
true speaker.
Truth. Okay, look. Here's the thing, right? I do think the guy is actually intellectually disabled, right? Um, Based on the whole conversation,
Kaizo, no, don't
right?
do it. He listened another word. When you listen to his question, find out,
Oh,
because he wanted to find out, okay, because I didn't want to stop him because it could have learned it. He wanted to find out, he wanted validation. Hey, our dollar can buy a lot of things in those African countries. And when we talked to him, said no, because African countries don't have manufacturing. That means all the products that actually are high quality have the same price
higher
because
price.
they come from the same source. And when I
It's actually
told him
higher
that,
price.
yeah, I know. When I told him that in a normal, it's not even a big city, it's a normal Nigerian city, $4,000 for 1 square meter, 1 square meter. He
Uh,
realized that no, the American dollar when it comes to actually building something of long term thinking or long term man, English is hard, of long to build something for long term.
yeah, yeah, long sustainable. Yeah,
Thank you, long sustainability. He realized no, you have to spend a lot of money. And the second thing that is an American thing, because I asked him the question, okay, does the collective over there in America actually has a system to do what you think, like when we talked about this 1 trillion, because the spending power of Black Americans is 1 trillion, but do they have the institution to, let us say okay, this time was a collective cohesion to say this time, instead of spending 1 trillion in America, we spend 1 trillion like in Cuba or in other countries. That was my question. Is the infrastructure over there actually there, or is it in your head? And most of the time they don't care about that. That is the problem. They talk about collective things, but when you ask them, is there a collective infrastructure? It's like a sword choke. It's like they cannot comprehend the idea of it.
yeah. But think about what do you call that? That's what I call intellectually. This is not just a cultural problem. The guy is just intellectually disabled. Meaning, even if it was about Black American issues, something that he at least has, cultural advantage of knowing. You would know more about making actual practical solutions for like the Black American problem of low income and single parent household than he could. You get what I'm saying? Everything you said is true, but that just goes to show that the guy is just intellectually disabled. Like he
I
just
mean, I
can't
mean,
think.
I mean, it's things simple. Like I'm a very simple person. I always do it in simple ways. And he says, "Hey, but sometimes you must understand, like the idea of taking money from one country and giving it to another country is positive for the country who gets the money. That's a simple idea that everyone knows. It's not really a solution when everyone already doing it
Hmm.
in some way, shape, or form. So it's
Yeah.
good that he brought up the idea, but, but it's like saying, hey, do you know if you drink water, you stop being thirsty? It's like, yeah, I mean that's a solution to thirst, drinking water, but it's not like it's new. It's not like the idea is IQ. But but that's a cultural thing. It's the same thing when we talk to Andre, and he said, "Oh, but Somalis have nilotic in their genes." And we talking about art mixture. That most Somalis are still African. It means they try very hard to be an Arab. When he brings up
Oh yeah.
Nilotic people, it's retarded, or is that Somalis are special because they speak a language? Like,
No, no, no. But you see, with Andre is a young guy, right? You see, that's the truth is a fully grown man. Andre is just a child. He's probably like 60. Okay, he's probably 18, right? He's 18. He's just been watching too many TikTok videos, and you get the point, right? Andre is not an idiot, right? Andre is just young, and
what do you
he
mean? What do you mean? Not an idiot? He's talking. He's talking. Truth teller,
no, look, look.
truth speaker. At least, like I said, he's simple, but at least it is true. It's simple, but it's true.
No, no, no. Snake Man.
100 talks about things.
No, no. Andre is actually high IQ. He's just what's that word? He doesn't
What?
know how to express himself. The guy is on the spectrum, right? Andre, if you recognize
I
him,
mean, if
he's
you
not.
think being Swedish is on the spectrums, then I agree with you.
No, no, look. If you compare Andre, yes, Andre was saying the stupid Somali arguments, right? Oh, we have a culture. It's like it's a thing they just regurgitate, right? But Andre doesn't actually think he's saying anything important there. You get what I mean, Snake Man? I promise you, Andre, in the next 6 years, you can kind of see someone who's more clear-minded, clear-headed. This other guy, okay, Snake Man. Here's the thing with this other guy, right? The guy
Yeah,
would.
he's grown. I get it. He's old. He's grown. I think he's 30, around
He's
30.
old, right? The guy's an old guy. Is at least at least my age, right? Coming here saying crazy shit. Okay, first of all, he starts off by saying, okay, and also that conversation, I was just saying back, right? But the guy thinks he's better than Africans, right? That's a fact. Solly noticed that and he got offended, right? But the guy literally came here thinking, oh, Africans need my help. He kept repeating, oh, you don't want my solution, bro. Nobody cares about anything you have to
Yeah,
say
but
here,
no
right?
one disagrees. The funny thing, no one really disagreed with it. We just asked him the question, how exactly do you want to do it? And he
Right,
already
but
broke down.
thing, man, the how is always the hard part, right? Because
Yeah.
anyone can come and say anything. Oh, Africa just has to end corruption. It's like, okay, how? He kept saying stupid things like that, Snake Man. It's like, okay, great, fine, but how? Right? The issue is he actually thinks we're so stupid that we don't know what our problem is, Snake Man. That's the issue. He didn't come with any solutions. He came telling us that,
I
oh, you
mean,
need money.
I
Okay,
mean, more money is always a solution. Like how we get money is also it's actually the hard part. The idea of getting more money is a solution, guys. Oh no, I'm
it's
not
not.
putting that because they're Americans. I'm just very
No,
kind.
no. It's not a solution. That's an observation. You see, that's the difference, right? Anyone can observe. Oh shit, yeah, Africa, we have poverty. Oh, right, money probably would help us with our poverty situation, right?
Um,
That is not a solution. That
it's
is just saying,
I
oh yeah,
think the problem is that he's one of those guys. I think it came as a passport, a pro movement, and there's a reason why the passport bros don't go to Africa, because Africa is like the hard level. Like if you are not intelligent, you don't have your money up, and you go to Africa, you getting destroyed automatically.
yeah,
That's why
that's true.
most of the time they go to basically Western countries of America, because they think very easy. They think that the American dollar has more worth in other country. What is true,
Yeah,
but
like in
now we must understand geopolitics.
poor European
Philippines,
countries.
yeah,
Yeah, and
not even that.
also
When you go to the Philippines or Thailand
no, no,
or,
Malaysia, Thailand,
South
yeah,
Korea or Japan or Dominican, these are all, in a sense, Western countries of America. So they literally have deals of deals of deals, so that when an American citizen come over there, that he's secure, can do what the fuck he wants, but as long as he
I
doesn't
think
break the rule.
China, yeah, China will be the best one because electronics will be 10 times cheaper.
Yeah, but
Uh,
but did you ever notice that none of those passport bros go to China, because China has a lot of rules
too
how
many
to
rules.
behave.
Yeah, too many
It's
rules.
not about the spending. It's not really about the money. It's how do you behave. Now, it's the what
So Thailand will be a better alternative. Yeah, true.
yeah,
Yeah,
behave,
that's
and
a good
that
point.
only and it takes that mentality of, oh, Africa is poor. That means he in Africa it should be the same way as in the vessel countries of America. Africa is not a vessel country of America. It even if it was a vessel country, it is still dysfunctional to function. That's why when
Mhm.
he found out that the dollar does not really stretch so much, if you try to build something
Yeah,
meaningful,
you're right, Snake. You're right.
he basically gave up.
No, but here's the thing, right? Look, you and you and the Chuku are kind of saying, "Oh, his mind is captured by ADOS." No. That is part of it, but that's not why he's stupid, right? Tariq's mind is whatever, whether it's self-captured or whatever. It doesn't matter if he's holding his own brain hostage. It doesn't matter. He's captured by ADOS ideology, right? At FBA. However, he's not an idiot. No one's gonna say Tariq Nasheed is an idiot. The guy is clearly able to think. He plays games. He's not an idiot, even though he says stupid things. But this guy is actually just intellectually disabled.
I don't think
Bro,
so. I don't think so. I just think he
Snake
has
Man,
a
Snake Man,
perspective and he tries his best.
Snake Man. If I ask you, right, what are you gonna do right now if you're hungry? What's the solution
Eat,
for your hunger right now? Just imagine you're
eating
hungry
food,
right now in your house.
eating food.
What is,
eating food.
exactly. Do you, if I asked him that question, do you think he will tell me that, or just oh you stop, bro? You ask him a simple question. Where are you gonna get the money from? He starts talking about like, oh, you guys don't want to listen to me. The guy's an idiot, Snake Man. You gotta be able to read people and just be like, yeah, this is an idiot. This one is not an idiot. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's,
You want
once
your simple
again,
solution. You'll eat some food.
I
That's it.
mean,
That's the solution.
I think that is the reason why they kicked you out of the Menosphere and I'm still in there. I understand where they
Because
come
you
from.
understand idiots. Yes, you are correct. Completely correct.
Okay, guys. Like I said, like I said, his ideas are not really wrong. It's just the execution of it.
Snake Man. He didn't have an idea. Like I keep saying, he has an observation. You get what I'm point? I observe that Africa is poor. Of course, that means
This
they
is,
need money. But where are you gonna get the money?
I
That's
mean,
the
it's a
idea.
funny thing. He even when he asked the question, okay, who gonna save Africa? And I said, by the statistics, it would be the Chinese, just because they built the most infrastructure and did basically it's a built the most infrastructure in Africa. And later on, he pointed out that the Chinese are the ones who built the most infrastructure. When we had an outside argument, that's what I would find funny. So he indirectly validated me because that's just a fact.
Low, man. Jazz says lies. African women, for the most part, are easier to bag when you have some change in Western passport. Okay, when it comes to women, yeah, but now the rent, okay, in Africa, okay, unless you have knowledge,
Okay,
right?
but
And let,
at least he admits that most of the passport bros. That's why I say there must be a differentiate. 90% of the passport bros are just hoe fucking. 10%
yeah,
are truly trying to stay in those countries and build something else and being
yes,
assimilated into culture, but 90% are just hoe fucking. Because we
yeah,
not
these are
once
passport holes.
mentioned, yeah, we not one mentioned, we not one mentioned women. We just mentioned building infrastructure and companies. And now someone comes in and say, but what about the hoes? So what about the hoes? That is the same thing when I was in the manosphere and we had the patriarch debate. You should have been there. I should be there too. We're talking about patriarchy. Do you know what the first American guy asked me after I explained how exactly patriarchy in West Africa works, depending on the culture? But what about the hoes? When we go into the part where I fucks the hoes, so and there I knew, okay, this people are lost, straight up lost, like straight up. I like it. How you gonna champion patriarchy and the only thing you're thinking about is fucking hoes?
Yep. Exactly. But you know what? I do think generally though, Black American culture is filled with people so worried about the common lowest denominator, and that's the issue. Think about it, this Snake Man, right? In Kenya, I've never had someone say that being talking ghetto or being stupid is a culture is a cultural norm in Kenya. Niggas is trying to be smart, rich, successful. That's a cultural norm. In Black America, somehow the idiots won out, right? The lowest common denominator. Now, to be a Black American, you have to speak like an idiot. You have to have low ambitions. You have to basically be part of a
This is
culture that
another
doesn't make
that is another discussion. That is another discussion. It's like
yeah, but how did they get co-opted by the lowest common denominator? Nobody in Nigeria is like area boy. We must
you
we must
must you
save the
must
area boys
if you
along with
really want to ask, you
yeah.
must ask the American government. It has to do with two things. A, everyone who had influence and was smart got killed, straight up killed. And B is support of the lowest denominator. Like nothing personally, so always try to say that is the best thing or that is one of the most influential. Rap, for example, rap. I think rap did a lot of damage by because let us keep it straight. The small heads supported rap because it is popular and it is good, and that gave the rest of the black community's idea
Wait,
if you
let's
are
not
like
call them
the
small hats. Let's call them baklava from now on, right? Even that is a suspect.
baklava, okay, let's call it
Yeah,
baklava. That's the baklava people reported
yeah,
that thing,
the baklava is
and the rest of the black community basically just went with the flow because you must understand if every time you get a smart leader and he's on the FBI watch list and gets smoked eventually, or you can be like a rapper if
you're
you're
right.
smart enough, if you're lucky enough, you will survive till you're 60. Like what
You know what?
what would you choose?
Yeah,
Guaranteed
you
death or 60 years old?
you have some good points there. But you know what? Even when you said about the, you know, one of the things that this brother yesterday mentioned, or the other day, about who's going to save Africa. Even that question is sus, because Black Americans are always looking for a savior character,
Yeah, and I
right?
entered into the
That
question. China. China. Yeah, right now it's China.
yeah, they're looking at one figure or something. It's like, bro, no, Africans will have to integrate. Some niggas out there doing tech, some other niggas out there in politics. Everything integrates by a bunch of random people doing things, and then some people are smart enough to see it, and then they integrate it. Right? There's no single force that's going to save us. Yes, if you're going to say the one that's going to have the most impact, you could say. But yeah, even is questioning who's going to save Africa. That's a crazy question. Right? No
I
one's
mean,
going to
I
save Africa.
mean, I mean, you must understand that is the same. It's propaganda. Like he has American propaganda in his heart. That's why he sees the world through an American eye. Like for example, I brought up, for example, because one I think it was Big Black brought up the tech sector. Why there's not many in the tech sector, and I brought up we Nigerians, when it comes to the tech sector, have a gigantic beef internationally with the Indians. Like straight up, we Indians and Nigerians, when it comes to the tech sector, even the Indians are winning or are still winning. We have a huge beef. Like we are straight up enemies when we don't do business in the tech sector. Do you ever see the black Americans as they cry about immigrants talking about man those dirty foot Indians come from India from the rivers Ganges there's a shit in that stealing all our good jobs? Did you ever hear them that telling them that?
No.
Did you, why is it not complaining about? But you hear them complaining about the poor disheveled Mexicans that comes in working on fucking plantations. So the Indian in the tech sector said dunking on you for I don't know 20 years straight, 20 years straight, and hates you more than the Latin Americans because if you ask Indians, they don't like them. He is
Yeah,
good,
yeah, that.
but but he is good, but the dirty foot Latin who works in the plantation for white master, he is the evil one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, no. Okay, so the Black Americans, right? There is also that whole slave master relationship that they have with the white man, right? They're not really do for self. They have all these DEI programs that diversity, equity, and inclusion. They just, bro, the relationship there is reminds me of like when you're young, a bunch of boys, you make a game, you make it exclusive, then some girls just want to come in and join that game, right? Black Americans remind me of that, right? The white man is building shit, and instead of him thinking, oh, let me do for self, they just want to be involved in whatever the white man is building, right? That's it. You
But
don't really
not
hear Nigerians.
really, not really so, not really so. Maybe in that weird relationship to describe, but not in as a whole, because when I was on the game sector, when we talked about game works and game works on whims, that I don't even say that it doesn't work. It says, but you know that most of the leaders that makes all in America that makes the laws that fuck up the black community, all of them are money spending sims. All of them. None of them ever know what game is, and still they rule America. So game is not as important for leadership as you think, because they always try to make game is important for leadership. And I always must point out and why are all those decrepit white people and waffle eaters on the top that straight up have no game, still ruining America if game is so important. And they don't
Look,
understand it, what I mean. They don't get it.
saying man, generally I have issues with all these like manosphere things. Okay, let me give you an example. I have issues with game. I have issues with what's the other one? Red pill, because they never actually embody the spirit of what these things are. Game is based on game theory. The red pill is based on actually being red pilled about life, but they just limit it to pussy. That's my issue with these people, right? The white man has game when it comes to life. They focus all their life, right, on game on pussy. That's the issue I have with them. The white man does have game, just game about life. He knows game theory
Yeah.
about life. That's how he gains power. They
I
know
mean, it's the
game on
same thing. It's the
how to
same thing with rap. I admit rap is very influential, but you never see
yeah.
someone. You never see the prime minister of Germany or some of the old and the new money coming in with Chase, sagging pants, a snapback, and chains around the neck into the parliament. What do you see? Most of the people who wear basically simulate black culture in the open are poor people, low class people. And do you
That's
know
true.
how often I see the German version of rednecks
Wait,
going
hang on,
into
hang on. You
the
mentioned something interesting. You said the ones who assimilate that rap culture are poor people. I agree. However, the ones who emulate or simulate that culture are rich upper class boys who pretend to be good to make money, and then the poor people are the ones who are buying it, right?
no, no,
They're
the
not.
rich people
They're not.
buy it. The rich people buy it. What I'm talking about is showing it in the public. Like
Right.
literally when the rich people buy it. And yes, don't forget, rich white people always have a very, very funny sense of of clothing culture. Like sometimes I think most Europeans who makes clothes straight up take crack and then just draw shit. But
Mm.
when it comes to literally emulating it into public, most of them are poor or lower middle class.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I don't see into upper class clubs where I go sometimes because I have connections. They
Hmm.
don't wear that. They don't wear that things. They don't. They don't wear chains. They don't wear Jordans or something. They don't wear that. They wear the rich elite shit, like some kind of brand. And then it's a normal T-shirt and normal jeans or some designer jacket or something like that.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
and
no,
that's what I mean. I mean, like I said, once again, when it comes to the numbers, most people are poor on the world. So yes, it is very influential, but it's not influential enough that actually the people who actually do the decisions in a country are affected by it.
yeah, but I mean, you're right. I mean, generally, it is the okay. Let's use class, right? Poor is an imprecise term, right? Class, I think, is better. It's usually the lower class that engage in this stuff because with class, it allows you, even if they gain some money through I don't know accident or whatever job, they still have the similar class, which won't go away just immediately. Yeah, so yeah, let's use class. I think it's more yeah, it's a more accurate term
Yeah,
for these
because
things.
because because straight up, if an American comes over there, says the probability is that an Arab or a Turkish people, that is not Germany, so an Arab or a Turkish people has a crispy hairline, snapback, and chains, and is a CEO, is higher than Hans from the Bratwurst factory. Like
Right, right.
it's the Slavic people and the immigrants. They can be in high positions. They look like they come straight out of the German ghetto. They're representative, but the native population you see that very, very raw, like straight up. It does not exist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What do you think of Zulia? Zulia saying like that hip hop culture is seeping into Afro beats, and now obviously it's seeping into the music videos. Obviously, whatever they're
I
promoting.
cannot really say anything about this because even Nigeria has Afro beats. Most of my Nigerian relatives are old, or
Mhm.
they're like me and they're now concentrating on studying and also shit. So we just listen to old Nigerian music, and Afrobeats is not really a thing in Germany. Like straight up, that's the
Uh,
Anglo thing. That's
mhm.
the Anglo thing. Afrobeats is not something that we do in Germany. It's not popular, not at all.
I see. I think actually it's kind of interesting, right? You guys are more tasteless, I guess, when it comes to art. You
No,
guys are
no,
more
we
professional
are more white.
artisans.
We are more
That's what I
white.
mean. Yeah, yeah. You're
Yeah, you can
tasteless,
say
exactly.
tasteless.
That that's
We are
exactly
more
you.
Aryan. We are more
You guys are
Aryan.
the reason. No, no. Aryan is actually Iranians. You guys are not Aryan. You guys are just tasteless.
I know. This is
Aryans
Germanic.
have good Persian food, but anyways, you guys are. You know what? It's kind
Spiceless.
of funny to
Yes,
think, man.
spiceless.
The ultimate Hotep was actually Hitler, right? Because you know what he did? He literally co-opted a whole group of people, claimed a culture that's nothing to do with him, ostracized the actual Romani people, which are actually Aryans. The guy was insane, but he's a Hotep, man. The guy literally
Hey, don't go too
so
deep into this. That is the Central European rabbit hole. Don't go too deep into this. Like stay in the Anglosphere. That's why I always tell you it would be funny if you have more French and German Africans here, because my God, the stupidity and the arguments we have over here.
It's not even as bad.
No, but because we have in every discussion we have, there's a hint of we was space Vikings, we was Hyperborea shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. So, anyways, like you guys are tasteless, bro. Like, I think the UK got its tasteless stuff from Germans, man, because like you guys
What do you
just
mean?
tasteless,
It's not tasteless. It's just cold and boring.
bro.
What's
The French at least got
why?
good food. They like good music. Look
French
at
don't
Afrobeat, right?
count.
That shit is fire in France. The French understand culture. You guys
French
are
don't
uncultured.
count. French don't count. First of all, they're a Mediterranean culture. Half of their countries are Mediterranean culture, so they have spice in their blood. And the second half is they're full of African immigrants, be it North African or yeah,
True.
mostly North African. So by definition, they have more souls than the rest of the white
No,
people.
they got millions of subhuman. I mean, sub-Saharan Africans also in their
Yeah.
country from the ex-French colonies. Yeah, it got a lot of black people, several million people there who are black.
I bet
We
you
have
North
more.
African outnumbers than 10-1.
So like, let me see our black population. If they don't keep census anymore, no.
No, they
But
don't do that no more.
yeah, they stopped keeping census, so you won't
Yes.
find a good number there.
No, because they want to make North. I think they want to make Algeria a French province. Straight up, I didn't want
Okay,
to do
that
that.
that would be smart. That would be smart.
Yes, but
Okay,
by
they
that
estimate it's
definition, I'm
about.
right, Kaiser. Once again, I said not all immigrants are North African. I said most of them are.
Yeah, it's about 3 to 5 million blacks. So that's way more than the UK, for example. So French,
How many
yeah,
North
yeah.
Africans are in France?
I don't know. Let me see. North African. Let's just say Arab population. Arab
Yeah,
to
yeah,
include all population in France. It's around say 6 million. So it's I guess it's similar.
Double. Okay, so I thought it was 3 times, but it's double. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, there's obviously more Arabs than North Africans. But 3 million blacks is still a lot of black people there. I think UK only has like
Uh, yeah, I mean it, but it's the same like the argument. What is 3 million in Nigeria? What is 3 million in Tunisia? It's not the same.
yeah, UK is like 2 million so-called black people. If you include the mixed, I think it reaches like 3%. I mean, three.
I'm fully black, but once again, not a lot of black people from the Germanosphere here. And no, I don't. Andre don't count. Swedish people don't count by definition. Only Danish people count. Not even Norwegian count.
Yeah, bro. Snake Man, this guy did make a good point. Chuku said, right, Black Americans have fallen into a shared group identity based on grievance and entitlement, and insist. This is why I could never kind of
Yeah,
get
it's
with
an
them.
identity, but it's only
It's
identity on paper. Because that's why I asked him the question: do you think black people are collective? And he said only if we are attacked, basically, when you break it down. So
right,
they're not
right, right.
actively when they're left alone. They're not a collective. Straight up.
Yeah,
And that was the answer of most black Americans I asked: are black people a collective? And most of them said no. So they're only a
yep, yep.
collective on paper, an identity on paper.
Yeah, yeah. That's true. That's what's good, Ryan Muiz. Hopefully you're doing well out there. My eating mud pigs over there. Let Black Americans delineate. I freaking love it. It's about God time. Okay, okay.
No, they can delineate, but once again, I have nothing against it. I just wanted to understand the delineation because it makes no sense. It makes no sense. That is my personal guy. It's like me. Oh, all French-speaking Africans are outsiders, but all like let us say Italian-speaking Africans are no longer outsiders. Like it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like all of the outsiders who are not from your group are outsiders, or nana. That's why I asked the question, okay, what does lineage actually mean for you? How pure is the inside group?
Wait. Someone says there's more white people living in Africa than Africans in Europe. South Africa doesn't count, right? That's inter. You can't go around creating arguments like that, bro. No, South Africa doesn't count in that number. These are settlers who settled way, 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 way before, right? And even then, no, this is stupid.
Yeah,
Echo,
to
right?
give it
So that
straight,
means
Boers culturally
ah,
is there you can say they're European, but there's a distinct culture. Like a normal European over time, like let's say 1 week can spot a Boer immediately. Like for some reason, I don't know why, white South Africans behave in such ways that everyone that is white in Europe can spot them instantly. Like straight up. Like you are not from Europe, you're from Africa.
yeah, but oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But saying what you see, this is an example of someone I'll call an idiot, and you try to make excuses, right? Just listen to everything he says, and I'll tell you where everything is wrong. There is more white people live in Africa than Africans in Europe. Okay, first of all, what is a white? You've generalized white people, and then you've used Africans. Do you mean black people? I can tell you, there's way, way, way more black people in the Western Hemisphere than there is white people. Even white people in the world. That's obviously exaggeration. Like, go to Brazil, black population is there is at least 20% black population.
It
Go to
depends. When
America.
they hold on, when they want to get something, it's 70%. If they don't want to get something, it's
Right, right. That's
20.
why I'm saying the ones which I can. You can. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I'm using the real blacks, right? It's at
Yeah.
least 20% Brazil. You go, go to America, 40 million. You're trying. There isn't even 40 million white people in Africa. This guy is insane. Oh my god!
I mean, he
People like
said
this.
Europe. He said Europe. So
Okay, then there's more. Okay, there's more white people live in Africa than Africans in Europe. There's more Asians in Africa than well, Asians in Africa probably. I agree with that one probably
yeah,
than
but
Africans.
then is the big question: is it all of Asia or there's only Indians and Chinese? Right? I think it's only Indians and Chinese. It's not it's not Thailand, it's not Philippines, it's not Indonesia, it's not Japan, it's not North and South Korea, it's not Mongolia, it's not Kazakhstan. It's India because of the British Empire and China because they want to expand. That's it.
Yep, yep.
It's two group of people.
Yeah, and again, Ekofo, what you said is stupid, right? There's only 4.5 million South African whites. Even if you include Kenya, Namibia, all these countries, it's not going to be more than 8 million total whites in those countries. There's way more Africans in Europe. There's 3 million in the UK. There's about 4
Hey,
million
don't
in.
forget South
No.
African are a very small minority. But I think some outsiders of South Africa. I don't want to say Negropeans or Western blacks, saying that why South African whites are a huge population. No, they're not. They're not. What is it? 50%?
Yep. Yep.
So the white South African has the same percentage as Black Americans in America. So yeah.
Yep.
The difference
Exactly.
is the only difference is they own nearly 80% of the industry. So that's the difference. But by contract, that is something because can you remember when we had the argument about South Africa why they just don't take shit over?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
The South African in his infinite wisdom traded the end of apartheid to make the contract, the end of apartheid. So they get houses, they get housing for free for all eternity. But for exchange of for that free housing, the white man can keep all his keep all his industry. So that was a contract. So if you ask the South African, why do you not take over the industry? They make a contract with a white man so he can keep it. Hey, South African are more honorable than my people. We would have fucked them over at least 5 years after the contract. Straight up. Like straight
Yep.
up. Shout out to the honorable South African.
Lol, on TV says, what about albinos? Albinos are Africans, lol. If they're in Africa. Ja, there are more whites in Africa. What do you mean if you include North Africans? Do you mean the whites who live in
North
North
Africa is a desert. North Africa is a desert.
Yeah.
My guy. Okay. Nigeria alone has a bigger population as Russia.
Yeah.
I repeat, Nigeria alone has a bigger population as Russia.
Echo for. There's a lot of, again, there's a lot of things wrong. You didn't specify whether the Africans were black or North African. A North African who is not white, aka recent European migrant, is still an African. They're still native indigenous Africans. You didn't specify black. Second of all, we've just gone over the table. It shows France has 3 million blacks and then around 5 to 6 million North Africans and Arabs. You just give it up. You're not making sense. The numbers you're providing, just no. Right? Think, I want you to be able to be like this, right? When you know something, you know it. That guy from the other day is an idiot. Just say it with your chest. He's an idiot. That's it. I just want you to be able to say that, Snake Man. Say it with your chest. He was an idiot. His intellectual reasoning is subpar. Say that with your chest, Snake Man.
I would say it was not complete. Like I said, it was subpar. I cannot say it was wrong 100%. Like when, that's why I brought up Andre. Andre is literally speaking 100% fault. He's wrong 100%.
Someone who says wrong things is more smarter than the person who can't even say anything. Like Andre was wrong with everything he's saying. This guy didn't say anything. That's the difference. Andre said wrong things, right? But the other guy, you ask him a question, how? He gets angry at you. It's as simple as that. You don't remember the conversation? You asked people asking, how will you get that money in America to send it there? He starts getting angry. Bro, Snake Man, the guy thought that 1 trillion Zimbabwean dollars, right? If you convert that, that's like $5. He actually thinks it is $1 trillion worth of money in Zimbabwe. That was his primary argument. That's why he wasn't able to answer, because he thought he could send 1 trillion million naira, which is only a couple $1 million. That was his whole plan. I hope you get what I'm saying.
I understand what you want to say. He basically thought that he could give us $100, and with $100 we could build an entire city.
Yes,
this is too expensive. It's too I'm sorry, but that's why I explained to them. Once again, if you want to living in African countries is very cheap, because most Africans are dirt poor, like straight up dirt poor. Under the I don't know, no, they are poor. So living like a dusty in a mud hut is very cheap. Once you want to upgrade to the middle class or to the elite class, we have to spend the same amount of money, when even not more, like you would do in the West. I am sorry. I'm sorry. Everything that is beyond the mud hut costs nearly the same.
Yeah, but you see, the guy could not. Here's the thing. That's why. Okay, I don't think Andre is an idiot, because if you correct someone like Andre, they'll leave it alone and they'll update their profile. This brother came in with the idea. He will. He's young. He will.
Okay.
With this other idiot, right? He came in with the idea. Let's say Matifi, right? 1,000 euros gives you $1 million. I don't know. You're a millionaire in naira. He thinks he can give you $1,000, and that he's done $1 million. He even called it Nigerian dollar, right? These people literally think it's a 1-to-1. 1 million naira is the same as $1 million worth, and he could not update that, no matter how much we told him, right? So that's what his solution. His solution was, we give Africa a couple $1 million. That means we've given them $1 trillion, and that means $1 trillion you can buy and do all the things that we can do with $1 trillion in America. That really was his argument, and he couldn't update it. He couldn't even recognize that.
But that comes from, like I said, that is a new argument that comes from the passport pro movement, because the passport pros are the ones who say, hey, in other countries the dollar stretches. And once again, when it's an American vessel, I use vessel very specific. Yes, it makes sense, because America makes it so. Once you're in the open, like Africa is like the Wild West. When you want same standards as in the West, you must pay the same price.
Yeah. True. You're right. And you keep saying stupid shit. The richest Africans are Nigerians. No, Nigerians are not the poorest Africans. We literally have countries where the
Somalis I think Somalia.
This guy's an idiot, bro. There's literally 4 countries like Somalia, Burundi, South Sudan. These are
You know,
Nigerians are the richest African,
the
but they're
countries who
not
are
the poorest
permanent
African.
state of war, the countries who are in a permanent
These guys
state of
are
war.
insane. Snake man, I want you to be able to say idiots are idiots with your chest. I don't want you reading this and start thinking this guy is just wrong because he was indoctrinated with Pan Africanism and other bullshit. No, the guy is just an idiot. He says idiot things that have no backing and don't make sense. There's literally a whole country of everybody's poor. Somalia, Burundi, South Sudan,
Yeah.
Sudan. These are literally shitholes, and everybody is a shithole, right? Nigeria has very rich people. It also has very poor people, but it does not have both the poorest and the richest. It has the richest Africans, and it has a middle class African large
If you
population.
exclude when he says richest African, exclude everyone who is black, because the richest African are Egyptians, straight up.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. 100%, 100%. Uh, yeah, I think Chukwu is still trying to, pretend that he's a Nigerian. These black FBAs, because they don't have culture sometimes, they tether African tribes. So Chukwu is an example of an FBA who wants to use his DNA to reclaim the Igbo tribe. But you will speak to him,
Nah,
he doesn't speak Igbo.
but
The
Chuku,
guy is a black
Chuku,
American. He's a
yeah, but
self-hating black
Chuku,
American.
nah. I think we talking about Chuku, not the
Yeah,
someone else. No. Now I
yeah,
think
he's just
Chuku,
more educated. He's just high IQ. Go ahead.
yeah, I would say Chuku. I would say he once again. When he talks, I don't hear niggerish. I don't hear
Exactly.
European
That's why
stuff.
he's a self hater. He's so refined that he just thought, nah, screw these people. I don't want to associate myself with blacks. Let me become an Igbo man.
I mean, but okay, then it makes sense because I see it from the African perspective, because he actually talks things that are actually true and actually make sense. Like once again, for the echo for people, for the guy,
Yep.
most of the Africans you see in the, oh, we need to support and give some money in the commercials. They are from East Africa. Like straight up, I don't. Once again, that's why I say Anglo propaganda. In Germany, everyone knows that the poorest region where more shit goes down is in the east, around the Horn. I do not know what is wrong with you Anglos. Where does that shit come from?
Hmm. You know, okay, I think Anglos have okay. Anglos obviously have more uh
Even French
they're a little
people
bit
knows that. Even French people knows that the poorest region are in the east.
hmm, East always poor. No on TV. What about in Italy, right? The south is actually the poorer side. The north is the richer side.
Yeah, but the south side is more east.
Okay. That's true. That's true. Okay, funny. The eastern province in Kenya is a poor side.
Now in us it would be the northern provinces. That is the only time where South North X equivalent doesn't work. Nigeria is the South who are rich and the North who are poor. Like straight up, if we go off not IQ, I wouldn't say IQ, but let us say reading and writing. The South nearly has 100%, nearly like 89 for 95 and 89 and 98, 95% reading compatibility, reading and writing. If you go to the north, the shit is so bad that it will drag down the south so much that we are under that we are around 50%. Just let that sink in. How how much I cannot read and write.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. This Snake Man is real dusty. Exactly, all right. Snake Man is very dusty. And he's a
What
hater
does
as well.
what does dusty mean in East African? What does that mean actually? In West African, it means
Ah,
just idiotic and stupid. But I see always East African calling someone like I don't know Ike Dusty, and I don't get it. What
look,
does
who
Dusty
knows?
mean in East Africa? Does that mean just asshole,
Yeah,
arrogant?
I think it means everything that you can think of. He doesn't have yeah, a specific framework. Man, hopefully Chuku didn't get offended by my trolling and he ran away.
Nah,
You know, I need to respect him. He's not a bitch ass nigga. True.
no, but once again, like I said, the Americans, they have American propaganda. They have American
No, no,
propaganda.
Matiti, Dusty is not knowing how to spell in English. Dusty is leaving below norms. It's living, living, not leaving below norms. Otherwise, passport
L,
goes
L,
leaving
L,
below
L,
norms.
L. Even Kaiser, you keep 100 L. Even Kaiser, your East African dusty brother, must admit sometimes that your takes are absolute stupid. Not wrong, just stupid.
Yeah, something can just be stupid but not wrong. It's low IQ. America has more low IQ people than Nigeria, but American system is what? I even speak English. Is low IQ America has more low IQ?
No, no, that's
No,
wrong.
you see what I
No,
mean? Thank you, man.
not even
You've learned.
close.
Some people are
Not
just
even
idiots,
close.
Snake man. You get what I'm saying now. You don't
I
have to
think
think that hard.
I think it comes from a specific perspective. Just because most of the young black men in America, young black boys, cannot read, does that mean that all Americans are now low IQ? No.
I can
Does it
promise you,
mean that
there's no made billionaire that has an IQ of 40, right? No
yes,
billionaire that did something to make the money has an IQ of 40.
Americans are not low IQ. They are ignorant, meaning they have a lot of knowledge that doesn't help them when they go outside of America, but they're not low IQ.
Look, Snake Man, how do you deal with someone like this where everything they say is wrong, right? The average American IQ is 100. The average Nigerian IQ is 70. That already tells you a lot.
Yeah, if we exclude the north, we would be at top of them. That-
Bro, half of Nigeria's got a literacy rate of 50%. Forget even IQ, just knowledge. 50% literacy. That means every other Nigerian can't even spell their
yeah,
own name,
in
right?
the south part, there's really a literacy rate of 100% in the north part. You can imagine what must you subtract to get from 100 to 50?
Yeah, I think the South is like 80% literacy rate. The North is like 25,
Yeah.
30%. That's the yeah. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie there. That yeah, the Northerners. Islam, I think, in modern times doesn't do anything for any
Has nothing to
community.
do with Islam. I say it's nothing to do with Islam. It's a Hausa culture. I don't know why. I don't know why the
Uh-huh.
Northerners suppress the population of the North because they are scared of them. They literally have to keep them dumb. I
Okay.
do not know why exactly. Maybe someone from the North can explain who
I
from
think
the
it's easier to
elite.
control dumb
Yeah,
people.
but it's not good. It's not
Yeah,
good.
you're right. You're right. You're right. But it is much easier to control dumb people than it is
Because it has
smart
nothing
people.
to do with Islam, because there are many Islamic countries which are focusing on learning knowledge. Like it has nothing to do with Islam. It's a local culture.
Okay, so I will say you're wrong when you say it has nothing to do with Islam, but I
Ah,
will say Islam might not be the largest contributing factor. But there are trends. If you come to Kenya, who do you think are the least educated people in Kenya? Muslims or Christians?
it has more to do with the Somali culture than with Islam.
Sure. But generally, Muslims here are less educated than the Christians. The Christians, why? Simple. If you really look at Africa, the Christians came with education. They specifically set out to educate us. The Muslims, what they're just teaching you how to read and write Arabic, but not even speak or understand it. So, just culturally speaking, Christianity came with education. Islam came with nothing. Like they didn't offer Africans anything that was tradable. There were no missionary Islamic schools that teach you how to speak Arabic. No, they just you read bullshit, you recite bullshit, and that's it. So I don't think Islam is internally against education, but it's just the way Muslims colonize us was different than the
Okay,
Europeans. At least
Ekofo, Kaiser, do you want to bring up a map about literacy rate in the Middle East? Because I think Ekofo is making some
Uh,
mistakes.
okay, Kaiser, let me say something. You see, many of these uneducated people, they are not they are not useless at all. Some of them are petty traders. Some of them are traders who are in control of millions of naira or sometimes thousands of dollars. You understand me? Yes, they might not know how to read, but they can do maths with their local language and calculate things, so they know how to trade with using local dialect. So some of them, many, not many, some of them, many of them are not useless. Even when you go to market in Nigeria, you see women who cannot write their name on paper, but you see them dealing, doing business, selling things, and they are making profit without losing anything. So when you go to Nigeria, you see all kinds of things. You will be surprised for what you're going to see.
Look, I'm not saying that they're useless, right? But they could be far more useful if they were literate. That's the difference.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
You can't set
I
up a
agree.
tech company without people that can at least understand the common
Uh,
language, or something like that. But 1 second before you come through, Ekofo, this guy, everything he says wrong. Now he's saying crazy things. Middle Eastern countries, apart from Israel, have the lowest IQ but the richest. What? No. Do you know what the literacy rate is in UAE? It's 98% adult literacy rate. That the UAE is the rich Arab countries. The other ones are the no. This guy is insane.
He. I wouldn't be surprised
Everything he says is wrong.
if he is half half black, half waffle eater from America.
Yeah, bro. UAE
Because
is literally
that doesn't sound like a European. That doesn't sound like an European. That sounds really more like an American.
yes, exactly. The rich Arab countries are not stupid. They actually educate their population. They have a high literacy rate. The stupid countries are like Yemen, where the literacy rate is 54%, and they're poor countries. It goes hand in
But
hand.
once again, Yemen is in a civil war for a very long time. So yeah,
Exactly, right? But people claim that the low IQ is what made the war last for such a long time. In Kenya, we never had a civil war because the low IQ was what made the war last for such a long time.
Kaiser, you are no longer talking. I think your internet crashed or your VPN stopped working.
Snake Man, how are you? Been a while.
I'm fine. It's the weekend. I'm relaxing right now and studying. It's studying is not very fun. Straight up, not fun. Like I've never expected something from education to be fun, but studying is like it's like I don't know, kicking yourself into nuts every time. Like it's
Yeah. Well, it seems like you were away for a while, like you
yeah,
traveled.
because I was focusing on studying because
Okay.
make my engineering.
Oh,
I
cool.
don't know what bachelor means. Bachelor means in English. I get my engineering degree and maybe I make a master afterwards. But
I thought you were visiting Nigeria.
no, 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 no. I don't have the time to. My father goes down every year. I only go down every 3 years or something like that.
Okay.
I try to
That's
make it higher when I go back to work because when I went to work, I was every year in Nigeria because we have to do businesses, expand the businesses, look after the relatives, what is going on there. A lot of stupid shit.
okay. It's like you said you are into hospitality business. That's what you said way back, right?
Me?
Yeah. Like your parents, like your dad is into
Yeah,
hospitality.
he has hotels and he has a plantation, but
Oh, okay.
it's more the plantation who makes some money than the hotels. The
Yeah.
hotels are more trying to establish connections with
Oh,
other wealthy
no,
people.
but if you have at least If you want to make real money, if you can build a 4-star hotel, fine, then you make money. But those 2-star, 3-star, or at least 2-star doesn't. They are like it's very difficult. But at least from three
Yeah,
star to 4-star, yes, that's when you
yeah.
start making
One
money.
of our hotels is in a really bad place. It was actually not a house. He just renovated it. It was a house of my great uncle who didn't have children because they died, and he
Okay.
inherited and he made that hotel out of it because the neighbors, the two neighbors, are literally my relatives, like straight up. The next houses who looked like my relatives. That is I think the only hotel who makes minus, straight up minus, because it's a
Oh,
really bad place.
okay, that means the location is bad.
Yeah, because but it was an inheritance. So
Okay, okay, okay.
because my father tries to build his hotels near the airports.
That yeah, I think that's a good location. That's a good one. Yeah. All those airport hotels is very profitable. You have hotel close to the airport, very profitable. You
Yeah.
always have it. Yes, you always have it booked all year.
So the problem is not that not a lot of money comes in. The problem is the maintenance because
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
one second,
because of
guys.
the rain and it's the foundation. My God, the foundation and the roads.
Yeah, you see, for example, right, that idiot. Thank you very much for giving the the data. The idiot before was like talking about, oh, the Arab countries are stupid and low. Like, bro, Saudi Arabia is part of UAE, is 95% literacy rate, right? The whole UAE is 98%. Indonesia, again, a reasonable Muslim country.
94.
Well, 94. Malaysia, again, very, it's half Muslim, I guess. It's 94. Iran is actually high IQ. They have a nuclear weapon, right? 90%. Jordan, I don't even
John,
think it's Muslim. They're like a mixed Muslim Christian population. The UAE is high, bro. It's like, look at the poor countries in the Middle East. They are low literacy rate.
Yep.
yeah. Once again, all the countries where America's stepped his foot in, I'm not surprised that's a low IQ. Like straight up, if you are in an endless war for 20 years, that's why I say it sounds like he's American. Because if you think the only countries in
Wait,
the
wait, hang
Middle
on a
East
second,
as the
man.
ones,
How was America involved in Somalia civil? Because I've noticed you're a black booty clapper. I've noticed recently. You low key. Oh, you
and
make logical
Somalia don't
argument.
count. And once again, for me, Somalia is not part of the Arab world. They try to lab as a part of the Arab world, but they're not. I'm very sure
Okay,
they are Muslims. They are Muslim, but they're not part of the Arab world. Like straight up, like it's the same for me. Like in Sudan, like
okay, okay. But okay, fine. I will say yes. A lot of Middle Eastern countries are in war because of America. I agree with you on that one. And of course, that's going to stifle development. But what about Africa? Why are we in perpetual wars? Is it because of our IQ? Like we just don't have the IQ?
I mean, you asked the wrong one, like because the
Okay, the
Anglosphere.
reason
Hold on,
why.
hold on, hold on, hold on. The Anglosphere countries are not really in war. It's more the French speaking, the former Italian ones.
Okay, so I think we both. I think we said it in one of our past show. See, i- let's use black. I'm not going to generalize the whole Africa. When it comes to, let's use West Africa for example. The reason why there's a lot of problem within West and Sahel Africa is because in this region we don't solve problems. We allow problems to linger for too long, and sometimes they mutate into other new problems. We don't solve problem. We try to, when there's problem, our leaders are so useless. They try to, sweep it under the rug and try to manage it instead of them to just solve the problem. Even
I
if
have a
it
question.
even
Do
if it
you
will
do
make
you
you
do you, do you
even
count
if you
Senegal? Do you count Senegal as a Sahelian country?
even if you cost if you even if it costs you politically, but at least solve the problem. So that's the thing. We don't solve problem in this part of the world. We don't. If you, for instance, look at Nigeria, there are a lot of problems that have been in existence in the country for 10, 2, 3, 4 decades unsolved. We refuse. Okay, for instance, look at the energy sector, electricity. We have refused to just solve the problem. It can be solved, but the leaders are afraid to, let's say, offend or
No, I
disrupt
think
the market and hurt some people. You
they're
understand me?
afraid of losing power.
Thank you. But it's crazy. You just these things need to be done. So
Yeah,
many of the issues can be solved. We are not. We don't have leaders who are willing to risk their political power. So that's the problem.
yeah. I mean, the Saudi Arabian one, I wouldn't be this loud. Once again,
Snake man, for instance, when you look at Nigeria, for example, the North should be using solar by now because that's part of Nigeria is very hot, almost all year, very very
all of
hot.
Africa is hot. I'm
Thank
telling
you.
you. Yeah,
So
but solar
I
panel
don't.
is something different. Let's focus on getting energy. Let's stay and
Because where
focus on
you
getting
can get
energy
that,
first.
we up our energy rating, like for instance Nigeria here, it will expand the economy drastically. It
Yeah,
will
but
the
the problem
manufacturer
is,
sector will grow and ease of doing business
yeah,
will,
you must understand that is the German part's infrastructure. I love infrastructure and supply. Having one, let us say, how do you call it in English, nuclear power plant, if it possible,
yeah, yeah.
would be better than solar. Not because nuclear power. I mean, technically, it's better. Technically, when we go into the technicalities, but because solar needs a lot of space, needs a lot of maintenance. It takes a long time to build, to
You're
feed the
right.
entire population. And I don't. Not that Nigeria could not go solar. I think we need something that is a little bit quicker and more centralized.
I agree. Yeah, yeah. Nuclear power plant I think will be the better option for Nigeria. I
Yeah.
think I don't know why we are not pushing for that. I don't know.
And
But
nothing,
okay, what is it the
nothing
cost?
personally. Nothing
Is it
personally.
the
The only
cost?
thing we must do is go to the Chinese and ask them. Right now,
Uh,
it is just asking them.
it's Keizo.
Hmm?
Keizo. Like, how much
Yes.
does it cost you know, to construct or build the nuclear power plant? Is it? I think is extremely expensive.
To do
Is
to
it going?
power plant as in electricity one.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, for energy. Yes, for energy.
Yeah. So it's okay. Depends on the size and the power that you're looking for. For example, let's say
Mm,
something that you want 6,000 kilowatts, right, of
yeah.
power. That's going to
Mm-hmm.
cost you around $7 billion.
Ah,
Sorry, no. That's wrong. That's wrong. $7 billion times that 6,000 per every 1,000. Yeah, yeah.
ah?
No. I'm confusing my math. For 6,000 kilowatts, it's going to cost you $7 billion. Let's leave it at that.
Seven
Oh,
billion.
oh. It's not that
And
bad.
now let's see how much Kenya. Let me just see how much Kenya needs. Right? How much kilowatts does Kenya use? So I'm just using Kenya as a case study. Per year we use uh, about, let's say, okay, consumption, import. Okay, altogether consumption is around 152 kilowatt per hour. That's per hour. Overall is 8.24 billion kilowatts per year. So let me see if I can do the math to figure out how much I'll need. I'll get back to you guys in like a couple of minutes. Then I'll know like what kind of size would need.
Now, but at least we are high IQ enough to understand it's not pennies you must spend. It's into billion. Easy.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's at least 7 billion just to have a standard one.
Yeah.
We don't have that money.
No, man, what you discussed before, yeah, about once again, guys, I'm not booty clapping for the Americans, but I just understand where they come from.
Yeah, no, Snake Man, you booty clap for you booty clap. Okay, for example, Nigeria, UFC booty claps for those low IQ Northerners all the time because he hates when the Southerners keep blaming everything on him. So he's always booty clapping for them. You booty clap for Africans and blacks, uh, too much as well. None of you just want to say, you know what, Northern
I
Nigerians are
mean,
not.
by this
No, no,
logic,
no, 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 no,
by this logic,
no,
I'm
no.
booty clapping for
Kenzo,
class too.
Kenzo, yes, I agree that they are part of the problem of the country. I'm not going to deny that. Sure, they are, and it's because of their leader, and also they are too gullible. Just same thing as our own people from the south. We have population who are too gullible. They rather focus on drama and other useless activity instead of them to pay attention to the real issues going on in the country. So that's it. And also,
Okay, that makes sense.
uh, people always throw away common sense. You understand me? They rather blame every. Okay, for instance, there's a celebrity recently, I think a few days ago, that passed away on a boat mishap in the south eastern Nigeria. I saw a video he posted earlier. This guy wasn't wearing a life jacket, and the boat was in a very high speed. How can a celebrity you say you want to go and shoot a movie, and you are traveling to another island and you won't wear life jacket and you don't know how to swim?
Do you know, Matafi, what was wrong with Chernobyl? The Soviet Union literally were too cheap to implement the right safety measures. They didn't build in the safety measures because they wanted to
Of
conserve
course,
money.
yeah.
They wanted to
Uh,
conserve money. So Chernobyl is
people,
not an argument. Chernobyl is basically okay. What happens when Nigerian
Yeah,
corruption?
organization is a issue was
Igwe,
organization.
Nigeria can actually
That's why
secure
I say hey, I would rather the
nuclear
Chinese
energy.
build it. I would rather the Chinese build it with Nigerian help. Because at least then I know someone less corrupt is looking after the building process.
Snake Man,
Yes.
Snake
Hmm?
Man, did you notice how Nigeria was able to manage COVID? See, when it comes to issues that will cause death, I promise you, Nigeria know how to manage and control those things. If we have nuclear weapon, I mean nuclear energy, I promise you, Nigeria will manage it properly because they know the
It's
effect.
not about managing. It's not about managing. It's a building process because once you fact because you must build it in. You cannot
Hmm.
build it afterwards to activate the nuclear power plant because that costs a lot of money. After they build the nuclear power plant and everything's after regulation. And
Mm.
that's not saying Chinese must run it. I just said they have to build it. That is all. Because I do
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah,
trust. Because Chernobyl is the perfect example. Chernobyl was some Russian wanted to save a lot of money for himself. That's why
yeah, I
Chernobyl
agree.
exploded.
Corruption.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Kejo, what is this amount for? Is it okay?
This is
Wait,
a cost. This is cost
cost.
of electricity, depending on the type. Although I don't like
Okay,
this table, it's not complete. Let me find a different table.
okay,
It's
okay.
missing some numbers. Uh, Maybe I'll go to the images section.
Energy is not cheap.
Yeah. So, where is it? Yeah, this one is a okay. So
Hydro,
coal.
solar, wind, coal, gas.
Yeah.
Uh,
So nuclear. The main issue with nuclear is the high upfront cost of investment. Along
oh yeah,
across
yeah.
time, it will be cheaper, but
I never
a
talk
coal
down to
station.
Nigerians. Hold on, we must fix it. That's why I hate old Nigerians. When I mention corruption, for some reason, all the old Nigerians, what's corruption? What's that? I don't know what the word is. when I mention when I mention the taxation problem, what is taxes? Tax problem? What is that? What is that? I don't know the word. But when I leave, all those retarded old Nigerians, where Alice included, they can talk 3 hours about, man, tax system doesn't work, blah 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 blah, corruption is too high. But when I say it, these old Nigerians, because they are in their feelings, they're in their feelings because they're more concerned how I talk than what I talk. So they will never admit it. That is something I agree with True Speaker. Just True Speakers. This feeling thing has to stop. Okay, you can continue, Kaiser.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. Also, this whole talk of energy, I don't think it matters what energy you take. At the end of the day, that's the easy conversation. The main one is making sure that the energy is not corrupt. We're organized. We just build. Main issue for us is really building sustainable systems. It won't even matter which ones we do, but we can't afford nuclear. It's too much upfront cost. Coal and diesel, these are much cheaper to invest initially in. The issue is with the whole carbon tax and stuff like that. We're going to have to deal with that problem in the next 20 years. The more we burn, the more taxes we pay. That's the only issue that I have. What's good, Al, over there? Did you come
Yeah, yeah,
to,
I'm
to
good, Kaiser, and BSC and Snake Man, all good over here. Really nice and sunny in the UK today. Lovely weather out here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, welcome.
Yes, yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, basically, I'm Snake Man. I'm not picking at you because that's one of the reasons why I came on because I don't want to seem like I'm picking on you. I know you're a very smart guy and you articulate your points, most of the time. But it's a trend that I just basically notice online a lot about not all Southeasterners, but some Southeasterners. They tend to slam down Nigerian a lot, and especially those in North. And but when you look at it, you are one of the people that benefit from Northerners more than a Nigeria, more than any group, because you tend to expand your business. And in the north, if you go to northern Nigeria, you find more Igbos in northern Nigeria than you find any other tribe from the south. And also, if you go to Gambia, to Sierra Leone, to the Senegambia and Guinea Coast, you find a lot of your people setting up business and they live freely and without being interrupted, without being targeted and stuff like that. But if you were to go to your region in Southeast, you probably find less of our people in your region, basically doing the same thing. So it is a very interesting trend I noticed that make me feel like, are you actually on a mission here that we don't know about? Because if you're slamming the people that you benefit from all the time and the system, and at the same time you're benefiting from them, you know, it's the same thing that black people tend to do in in Europe, because when we want, or America, when we want things from the white, we always tend to slam them down and say, "Oh, you're racist. You're white people. You're doing this, you're doing that." But at the same time, we're still living in their country. We're still gaining from their industrialization and stuff like that. That's my point I was trying to make. Not you personally, but what do you think of some of your Southeasterners brothers, how they behave online? What do you think about that? What is your take on that, Snake Man?
But hold on. I don't like see. Let's not make this tribal. You understand me? Because when we make everything about
Al,
tribalism,
Al is a tribal man who loves the white man above his African
we don't need to
brothers.
No, but
tribalize
no,
everything.
I do not. Kaiser, I do not take that back. The reason why okay, I said this to you before. The reason why I came online, you know, and actually basically countering somebody's narrative that coming up from the southeast with the loudspeakers online is because of the southeasterners. Before that, I never had issues, or I don't even want to talk about stuff online. But it came to a point where I feel like, you know what, I need to actually start countering some of the narrative that they're putting on the internet against my people, because I don't know what tribe you belong to, Kaiser, but if you anytime you turn on the internet and you see people from one set of group bashing your people and saying a lot of stuff that's wrong and giving misinformation about your people, you must be a weak man not to want to take action and do the little you can to protect your people from false information. Because false information can be used as a warfare. It's a very dangerous thing. And I think people are is a coward way of dealing with things, actually. And if you look, as I said, if you go to Gambia, it's the heart of Fulani land, Senegambia in general, Senegal. You go to Sierra Leone, yeah, you go to a lot of these West Senegambian and Guinea Coast, you find Igbo people set up businesses over there, living freely. If you go to northern Nigeria, it's the same thing. Yeah. Nobody ever said to them, listen, mate, you don't belong to here, you don't belong to us, but we hear the stuff that you're saying online about our people, we don't want you to go. We don't do that. But what I notice is you find a trend of this sort of group, yeah, that doing the same thing and saying, Lord, it's basically shameless, really. It's like someone that's helping you out, but at the same time, you're actually going around saying bad things about them. It's like if your employer is actually paying the wages, giving you a wage rise, helping you put food on the table for your family, but then, and treating you right and giving you the equal rights, as every employee in the company, but then you're going around and actually sabotaging that company, reputation. That's is a really damaging thing, right, Kaiser?
Kaiser, are you there?
Or you're gonna defend your Bantu brothers now?
No, Kaiser.
Okay, I'm back.
Hold on. We were discussing issue about electricity.
No, but no. I just wanted. I know. I wanted to just counter that narrative.
Finish our land.
Snake man, that's all. I wanted.
What narrative? What narrative?
Okay, I don't know if you listen to it. I will say it one more time. What I find one people from one set of region in Nigeria, in the southeast, right? The narrative that they always put online, Southerners or Fulani are bad people. They cling on power. They're not nice people, and they're very, illiterate. And there's not one good thing I heard from a person from the southeast that ever came online said about Fulani or Northerners, right? And in fact, what I see online is propaganda. You spend a lot of money and effort online spreading propaganda against Fulani and the Northerners, right? But what I notice is also there is more of Igbo people that live in northern Nigeria, and also a lot of Igbo people living in Senegambia and Guinea Coast, making money, living freely, right? And getting all the opportunities.
That's
just
not
like
an argument.
So it's not an
Nigerians live everywhere.
No, I'm talking about your people.
Live everywhere.
No. Okay, I'm not talking about the whole Nigeria. I'm talking about your people. Do not.
Yeah, Igbo people live everywhere. That's not an argument. We like to go.
Yeah. Everywhere. Okay. So if you tend to live, okay. How many Northerners live in Igbo territory? How many other Africans come to your territory to live?
Yes, because we are neighbors. That's natural. That's
no. If you do the statistic now, you find there's less Northerners that live in your territory.
Do the statistic now. We literally, every time we talk, me and Kaiser, we pull up, or Kaiser pulls up statistics because he's in charge.
But you don't get
no. We never talk anything. No, we don't do that. Tell me one time I was talking about something without statistics.
No, I'm not. Okay, not you personally. But I said people like you, and example in Nnamdi Kanu, yeah. And if you go to some of the platform in Nigeria, who desperately, cowardly, listen to me, who desperately, cowardly, yeah, spreading false information about Fulani and Northerners, right?
Once again,
these are the same people. You are the same people that will go to countries where Fulani actually originates from.
Hold on,
not you personally, not you personally.
Why are you using that argument? What is the point?
The point is, I find out there is either there's something like a hidden agenda going on, or they just happen to be a very coward people. They just happen to be a very coward and shameless people.
But it's not here.
They have no self-pride, in actually accepting people that help them out. It's like
It's not
instead of
here.
appreciating help that they're getting from us,
It's
they
not
use
here.
that. They use the help that we're giving them and helping them
It's
put food on
not
the table
here.
for their family to abuse us and actually,
It's not here.
spreading fake news.
Yeah, that's good, but it's not here, L. It's not
No, no,
here.
no, it's not on you. I'm not saying you. I'm not listening to man. I'm not saying you. I said that from the beginning. I say you're a very smart guy. Come here and do things, you articulate things rightly. I said, but what I know is that a trend, you know, where where people come from in the southeast, there is a certain trend I learned over the years that made me came on the internet actually defending these things, right? For example, in Namdekano, he was for years he spent time, yeah, spreading hate against Fulani and Northerners, right? But if you look at his people, yeah, they live in the northern territory, yeah, and if you look at his people, they live in the Senegambia and Guinea Coast, setting up businesses, yeah, and live there freely and earn enough money to send back to Nigeria to even have, corporations, business, right? And why are you doing this to people that helping you out? Why can't you just be humble and take the gift that you've been given by the average
Why
house
asking
and the
you
Fulani
me?
man
Why
and take it as
asking
a
me?
blessing, not a curse?
Once again, you're talking niggerish right now. It's not here. It's not on Kaiser's channel. You can go to Kifaru's channel. Kifaru.
Okay, well, if you okay,
Full of
I agree.
full of old
I agree. I
Nigerians.
agree. It's not
Hold on,
on this
L, L,
channel.
L,
I
L,
agree. It's
L,
not on this channel, but you cannot
L.
disagree. It is
Full
on
of
a lot of channels,
no,
right?
no, no, no. I will help you. I
In
will help you.
Nigeria.
Go to the Kifaru's channel. Full of old Nigerians that actually talk. Guess why I never go over there? Because they talk a lot of bullshit that is not true.
Okay.
Go to Kifaru's channel, full of old Nigerians. Talk to them. They are the one are pointing the way. This here has nothing to do with it. So stop talking niggerish and be on point.
No, you see now you're using all kind of cheap language. But anyway, I'm just gonna you couldn't answer the question because you feel like you're not saying this. You are not part of the problem, and you think you're
Yeah,
part of the
I admit
solution.
it. It happens. It happens. Kifaru's
Yeah.
channel is
Okay.
one of
Thank you.
them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
but
I
L,
respect
it's
that.
Kifaru's channel. Why are you cowardly? Go to the Nigerians to actually do it.
I
Go
do
to
not listen to
Kifaru.
me. I don't even know Kifaru got a channel. Not alone to go on his channel. So that's why I'm
No,
actually I'm not
I'm sorry.
responding.
I mean Tunaja. For me, Kafaru and Tunaja is the same person. Tunaja's channel.
United channel. That's Dr. Damages. Rudolph. Yes, yes, yes. But okay. So listen to me. I had Tunited. Tunited is hated by a lot of people in the southeast because he does counter those narratives. Because I listened to it. I've been on that channel and I heard this guy's, spewing so many nonsense on the channel. And Tunisia gets a lot of stick from people in the southeast because he don't agree with their views and he thinks they're actually quite silly. But the problem is, you cannot change, a village mentality and bigger. You can't change it. That's what I noticed. And until those people from your side, those people that on that channel stop spreading hate, I don't think your country will advance because you have a section of the society that do not want your country to move forward because they want to gain their own independence. That's not going to benefit them. So they want to have their cake and eat it. You have to make one. If you make your bed and lay in it, there's a lot of saying for this kind of stuff. And people like that are what we call a very low IQ and self-destructive people. And I'm afraid I do not think is actually helping the southeasterners in the long run. This is the reason why they will struggle in making friends in lot of aspect. Like people don't trust them because they really carry themselves. It's quite cheap to be honest. But that's all I got to say. But moving on, moving on to bring to the topic of the day is I think as Africans, if you have a child in Europe as African, we can see the example of it, right? You need to bring those kids back to the motherland where you came from. Bring them up there every so often. Make sure they're used to their culture. You know where they came from. Teach them, your tradition, your ways. Because a child, especially from the younger age before they become 8 years old, whatever you actually fed them, that's what they will grow up to be. So those ages are very important. Most of I am the only person in my family that live in Europe. the UK. All my other family, my brothers, I'm part of 15. I got, one of 15, right? My dad had loads of kids, and I'm the only one in Europe. All the others, during the war in Sierra Leone, we all went to America. Some of them were already born in America anyway. But basically, even those that were born in America, they used to bring their kids to Africa. All my mom did in Africa was raising kids who are born in Europe. I'm sorry, in America, because they bring them to Africa and get brought up over there. There's only one of them that had never been to Africa and got brought up there, and he happened to be the most destructive. Right? He does carjacking. He does all kind of wrong things. He bring all the drama to the family. So I think it's very important, us brothers that come to the West when we have children, we make sure those children, are sent back to their ancestral home, they before they become 10 years old, and then basically, um, have their culture, have their ways, and just before they come back to the US or to Europe to be brought up, so they're actually well prepared for this world that they're living in, right? That's my point. Yeah, see.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
No,
Oh,
that's my point. If you have kids in the West, before they become 8 years old, make sure they actually are brought up in Africa before they become 8. When they become 8, then you send them back to the West. Because when a child is born, before they become 8, their brain is like a sponge from young to 8 years old. Whatever they're exposed to, that's what they will grow up to become. That's the research that have been recently done.
I agree. Okay. See, some most times me and you we do agree and also disagree on certain issue, but people would think I'm always capping for the North. I don't, because when it comes to the North, the issue of security, the way they handle the whole thing over there, I didn't like it at all. I think both of us are we have argue and disagree on this before. But apart from that, when it comes to the country, the lack of development in the country is big. This cut across all tribes. Because for you to start from that, don't look at the poor masses. Pay attention to the elites because they control everything. Across board, all of them are corrupt. And one thing that most Nigerian masses don't see is that in the elite structure, they are well, uh, there's unity and peace within them. They don't fight themselves. They cooperate with each other. They don't care who becomes the president. They will
Yep. That's why I always say we must get rid of
afterward,
them. All
after
of
the
them.
after the first 6 months, they will realign with each other. But it is always the poor masses that fight themselves and don't want to unite and actually, you know, because see, let's be honest. If all of us from our individual state decide to pay attention and hold our local and regional leaders account, I promise you, none of us here will care about who is the president of Nigeria. Because if I live in Edo State here, many of my demands, many of the things I need are done by the governor, the state rep, the the councillor, and the local government chairman. They are in control of my state. So when things go wrong here, most times these are the people I'm supposed to call upon, and hold accountable. But when it comes to Nigeria, for example, everyone is just looking at the center. and the center is far away from you. The president don't even know if you exist.
Very true.
It doesn't. So when we abandon the people we need to hold responsible and focus on the center, it is just we are just wasting our time. So that is the issue I have with most of our people, whereby it's like we are blaming the wrong person, and we have been doing it since 1990 date. That's why when you look and if you pay attention, if you observe Nigeria presidency, all the five presidents that have ruled Nigeria since 1999, Nigerians have been insulting these people that they are the problem, they are the cause of their problem since 1999. Don't you think we should look at ourselves, look in the mirror, and say, I don't think it is the president who. That means all the
You are so
five presidents we have
UFC.
elected are all bad.
UFC, you are so right, because I remember, yeah, um, when Tinubu got elected, 1 month after he got elected, because he's a Yoruba man, he got like on that platform where to Niger, because I listened to it, right? They people was just coming in there bashing him. It's like the man just got elected not long ago, right? All you're doing is actually congregating against him and bashing him and say, oh, he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. Give the man a chance. Normally, when someone got elected in the West, right, or any country, civilized country in the world, you give them their full term, right? And you say, right, okay, we might not actually voted for this guy, but he won the election. Time is early. Let's work together and actually just support the guy. Let him, achieve his promises first. If he cannot achieve those promises, then he can come back again because you have nothing to do and go
Oh,
online and bash it.
let me
Yeah.
tell you why I say regional leader is very, very important. If you pay attention, if you see what this guy, Alex Otis, is doing in Abia, you see the response from the people. What does that tell you? Most of the people in that state now, they don't care who is in Abuja. They are focusing on the governor because they are seeing all the work he's doing. I have been seeing praise from from his own people what he's doing. There are evidence to back it up. Project is so they are not complaining. So when we have such leaders across the country like that, doing their work, actually implementing their mandate, there will be no issue. No one will care about Abuja. If okay, for instance, some of you live in United States. I don't think many citizens in US care about what Biden is doing in Washington D.C. No, they don't. They pay attention to their local leader, the governor or the councilman and the mayor and all that.
Mm, mm.
Because
I remember Buhari said, "Why are you asking me questions? Go and ask your governors.
thank
I
you.
they all come here for the same amount of money, right? And they take money from the central government, and you have federal system. When you have got if any country in the world that got this sort of system, you don't look at the main, at the central government because central government is not there for that. Central government is to allocate funding to the local government, just like America, right? America, they only look at the main central government for certain policies. They don't look at the main government for what Nigerians are looking for. They look at the government. Well, I think there is a lot of these people are claimed to be literate. I don't know who is teaching them, but they tend to be more illiterate than those that they tend to be literate, unfortunately. But anyway, the African problem is the African problem, right? Whether it's Nigeria, that's why I'm not even responding to Jai. Your comment is beneath my feet right now. But the central problem, what affects Nigeria will affect West Africa because in reality, when Nigeria goes so bad, most of Nigeria tend to come to our countries in the past and the Gambia and Guinea Coast, coming to make hustle and taking some of our opportunities away. So that's the reason why I'm actually concerned because Nigerian population is very big and it's exploding. So we don't want this problem to come to the far west where it's going to affect us again because we had this problem in the past. I think Buhari and Tinubu so far are the best politicians and best Nigerian leaders. What we have in the country. Look at the currency issue right now. Yeah, when he withdraw, at the for example, he came in took fuel subsidy, everyone bashing it, and the Naira fall, right? The Naira fell. Everyone was saying, "Oh, he was a bad leader. You need to get rid of him." And now, when the Naira is gaining, strength, no one is coming back and say, "Oh, we was bashing him down, but now we actually regret it. He's doing great." Because they're not. It's not in. It goes back to what I was saying earlier in, the UFC, because
Mm.
you have a group of people in the country that do not want that country to succeed. Therefore, if you have this kind of people in your institution, and having the narrative online, yeah, and spreading fake news about the country, that alone is going to scare the investors away from the country, and also you're going to have them in institution. They will not be working for the country to succeed. They're therefore enemies within. So maybe we need to separate some people. Nigeria needs to kick some people out of the place, yeah, and those that don't want to be part of the system, they should get kicked out. Yeah, those that want it to work should work together and make the country work for those who want it to work. And that's my take. And also, like all these African countries, like we in the Anglophone Africa, we think we're actually free. We are not. In Sierra Leone, for example, our first lady of Sierra Leone finally came out. She's like an auntie to me. I love that lady. She's a very powerful, strong lady. She said, in people keep bashing the president of Sierra Leone all over the years, like he's not doing this, not doing that. But what they don't understand is most of the mining sector in Sierra Leone is owned by the British. 99.99% of the minerals that are coming out of Sierra Leone is going straight to the British. It's only if they take $1 million worth of diamond, we're only getting $10,000 from that. All the rest of it is going to the British government. They say, how can it function like this? And also, when we stand up to the British government, they will fund the opposition and fund anarchy in the country. You've seen the unrest that happened in Sierra Leone over the last few years, right? They will fund anarchy in the country to disrupt the government. And then when the government don't have enough money, they will go to the IMF, for a shark loan. And that shark loan is going to hold the country back. So how can we move on? And how can you educate the population to actually see why it's holding us back? So we sit in there and actually think we're more free than the francophone. Really, truly, we are not. It's a very worrying trend, right? You have seen.
And listen,
It is a very worrying trend, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
We need to
Well,
stop this because we need to stop thinking we're free. Also, Kaizo, I'm bringing this to you also for that. Don't think, even though the white man is not holding us in chains anymore, but don't think we're entirely free from their problems because they're still in control of some of our industry. And if you
but
don't, yeah,
okay. Another thing I want to say is that most times when I listen to black people speak, our people, that is, we always use the word. Everything is about all the blame is about government, government. See, when people see, okay, for instance, someone posted a video of skyline in China. All of a sudden, everyone, they almost on, let's say 99% of the comments, they all started blaming government. I was like, these people don't know that the owners of these buildings, majority of the building here are owned by individual citizens. All the skyline in what do you call it in New York are not owned by U.S. government. These are private property, private assets. I don't understand this mindset of us thinking it is the government is going to build skyline. I don't know what's going on with our like how we think.
yes, you have. See, you're right. It's a lazy man mentality. A big government is not good because a big government, what they will do, they want to tax you. They want to take more money from you. In fact, the best way to develop a country is for the government to give freedom to private sectors, like what Nigeria is currently doing. In fact, what also Buhari was doing in the last 10 years. Let these private companies come in and take over and employ the people like Dangote, like Airpeace, like, you know, um, for example, the brothers in the Southwest, what they're doing in Lagos, right? Because Lagos is probably the biggest employer in Nigeria, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so a lot of these private companies are So if you spread that, that's why I asked Soli the other day, what is like an state? You know, if private sector is coming in, he said, just wish if they have the same thing in Lagos, that would be just amazing. Stuff like that. We need to like. This is one of the reasons why Tinubu got elected. They said we want look at what he done in Lagos. We want him to do the same thing in Nigeria. Because
Yeah, see,
I know my people traditionally they're very capitalist. They don't like socialist policy. Yeah,
I,
and yes,
I agree with you. The reason why black West Africa countries are so poor is that many of the citizens, there is this dependence of government to run everything. Some of us will claim we are capitalism. Then the next thing we will mention government. I don't see where anybody who have a capitalist mindset doesn't even need government because they don't want regulation. They just want to be able to do their business with less and few regulation.
you're right.
So you
The
see,
only place you have see sorry to cut you off. The only place you
right?
mentioned government is roads, electricity,
Thank
somehow,
you.
and even healthcare. You can't really depend on government. Private company can provide healthcare, right? So it's roads, education, electricity, stuff like that, infrastructure, and education. That's the only place you can mention government. For the rest, leave government alone. I agree with you. That's why me and you we got that much in common over the years. But yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, no, but it took me a while to arrive at this current mentality. I always believe because it took me a while because you know what made me realize all this that we don't actually need government because I blame I'm telling you about me now. I blame Obasanjo, I blame Yaradua, I blame Goodluck, I blame Buhari. I'm currently blaming this thing. Tinubu. What does that say? And if you look all these presidents, Nigerians have been complaining that the country is bad. Okay, if you look during what they call it, Olusegun Obasanjo, that was when Idris released the music Nigeria Jaga Jaga. So what does that show you that even Nigeria were still complaining then that things were bad? So what does that say? See, we actually need honest leaders that will give us that will tell us the bitter truth, tell it to our face. You are a citizen. I'm a government. I'm not here to build skyscraper for you. I'm here to collect tax and list what you can do as a government. Then the rest should let the citizen know their role, what to do. Okay, for instance, when Nigerians are complaining about food, they expect the government to start involving in agriculture to farm and feed the people. It's not going to happen. Agriculture is a cash crop business. If you are an
Yes, yes.
individual, invest. Thank you. These are individual things to do. But you see, everyone wants the government to do it for them. How are we going to so that's why when you look see if you know that we just have 200 million of liability. When you remove Nigeria export, eh, government export from Nigeria export yearly, there's nothing there. What does that tell you? That we are just a bunch of people who are doing nothing productive to sell to other people. But look at Indonesia. When you, all, the saddest thing is that when you see Asia people, these are small people, smaller people with small figures. But look what they are doing.
Yeah.
Indonesia last year export was 360 something $billion.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Almighty Nigeria, almighty Africa giant, my food was 60 something.
That's
South Africa,
crazy.
yes, South Africa was about 100 something billion. So we are
I mean, just
just
look at that. Just look at that. What is the population of Nigeria? What is the wealth of Nigeria? I mean, look at what I mean. This president, Buhari and Tinubu. I think they are on track because when you look at Dan Conte, uh, okay, when he was on dynasty, right?
they are,
When Africa Wahala came on there, trying to be an idiot, right? Instead of him saying, "We're out," Good news. Dangote oil refinery is no longer Nigerian oil is no longer going to be in the hand of the British. It's going to be in the hand of or the Nigerian government. It's going to be in the hand of Dangote, a Nigerian through a private sector initiative that's going to benefit. That's already brought the oil price down in the country, the business. Instead of him blessing that, what did he do? He was there bashing Dangote, right?
Okay,
And you came on and said to him, "Listen, man, but these are the problem that we have in Africa. People cannot see the truth when it hit them in the face."
the thing is that many of the so-called educated people, because they grow up listening to their parents blaming government for everything, they also took the same bad habit. And sometimes when you do your investigation, these people complaining, they have two or three family member saddled with the country responsibility. They are the one causing the problem. But you see them also coming online and complain. If some of your family member are in department of government agency are not doing their job and you are here complaining, who are we to blame?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Who are you to do that then? In fact, what have you done? How much taxes are you paying to the government to actually
They
complain?
don't. They don't.
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you what the current government is doing if you pay attention.
Okay.
See, the current government is trying to make the Nigeria economy attractive for investors to actually invest in. That's why if you look at what they are doing right now, they are pulling out all the subsidy because the subsidies is not making Nigeria even rich, it's making Nigeria poorer. Let's be honest. Let's just bite our tongue and deal with our issue and improve wages that will make people live comfortably. Even if things, at least we should pay the actual, we should pay the product. For instance, I think gasoline is about 6 or 700 in Nigeria, but in Ghana it's about 1,300 naira. So you see, it is almost times two the price. That means we are paying cheaper, like 50% price of what the Ghanaians are paying. But even that 600 or something, we are still complaining that it is too expensive. See, what I said is that government should just remove subsidy for most of these things, increase minimum wage for people, then force whatever the private sectors to also do the same. Let the economy be. We practice whatever capitalism. Let capitalism take its effect instead of trying to, use socialism to do all these sort of things. It's not going to work because when see, let's be honest, when the market is attractive, people will come in and actually invest. And when they invest, you employ people, you create jobs. Am I wrong
That
or
that is
right?
that is very that is spot right on. Yes, you are so right because the market is what makes a country. No matter this is the reason why Pan Africanism failed in Africa over the years because they came in with this socialist and communist Pan African mentality and it will not work. The great Sankara was a good guy. He had good intention, but he wasn't a captain. That's why he failed. That's why after he left, it did, Burkina Faso fell. Great country, great people, but it did not, um, you know, um, end well, right? So if you
Mm-hmm.
look at Ivory Coast, if you look at Ivory Coast next door, yeah, they were capitalists throughout. They wasn't Pan Africans. They just mind their business and just their own business and open the country for everybody else. And even as we speak, these are the countries where most West Africans run to go and make money and invest. That's where most of our people go. In the West African Guinea Coast, Ivory Coast, or Senegal, because these people just mind their business and put their head down. And Senegal was a great place for Pan Africanism. People used to go there and study and stuff like that. But they eventually they become less socialist because they realize,
Ah,
yeah,
please, before I lose my train of thought, you see the
yeah, that's
problem I have with Africa Wala the other day. He's complaining that why did Nigeria government purchase a stake in the Dangote refinery. What this guy don't understand is that the government doesn't want to just give Dangote full power, because when Dangote control everything, that would be too much power for one person. So the government was just trying not to
Yeah.
give Dangote absolute power of that sector, the energy sector. Because if you allow that, it is not good. That means Dangote will not be deciding who to become leader of Nigeria. So it's just a way for the government to actually tame Dangote. That's why they purchased that 20% stake. It's not that Dangote went to government to beg them to invest. No, no, they didn't. The government just tried to protect its power. That's why
Yes.
they quickly, yes,
It's
purchased
true.
20.
I agree with that. That's a very good way to analyze it because private sector is really good, but you need to be a balance, right? Because if there's no
Yeah,
balance, it will tip, and then it will tip to one side where the private sector will be in total control, and we know what happened when the private sector is in total control of an economy without the government having. I mean, the government all they can do is regulate them, but then if the funding is actually coming from the private sector, you know, basically they could actually be, the key maker of whoever rule Nigeria, and then, then with Nigeria we tank, and because it's going to be a rotten capitalism, and that
yeah.
also is not good, right?
See,
And
see,
but yes, go on. Yeah, sorry, go
you
on.
see, you see my analysis now. I am not as educated as the so-called Africa Wala, but you see, these people, they don't, because they don't allow their brain to think and their mind open their mind up. They allow sentiment, emotion, tribalism to overtake their mind. If you actually analyze the whole thing, it was just government trying to, you know, not to give Dangote absolute power. Because let's be honest, if you have political power, you don't have economic power, you are useless. Whoever control the economy will control you. It is a fact. Then see, if you look at what's going on in the West right now, you know why the West cannot say anything bad about the Israeli government. Me and you know why. They When you name the sector, they don't control. Name the sector, I will tell you.
UFC. Let me tell you one thing, my brother. In the West, these politicians that you see are not in control of anything. Yeah,
You are right.
it's the corporations that are in control. They're the one that
Yeah,
dictate policies. They're the one that dictate everything. They're the one that decide who comes and goes. Right?
thank you.
So
Thank you.
yeah. So Africa Wahala. I see. This is why I always say to those that claim to be more educated in Nigeria. In fact, sometimes I wonder who actually is educated. Because Nigeria, Nigeria used to be way better educated when they used to come to our 50% IQ or 50% educated lot in Sierra Leone. Because the educated class
Very
in Nigeria used to be really spot on. Because they used to come to Sierra Leone to educate and and go back. The ideology used to be so great, but all
very
of a
easy. It's a
sudden,
different. It's a different when you are trained in Europe on things the European way works
no,
with.
no, no. I'm talking about Freetown in Sierra Leone. We used to have loads of Ghanaians
No,
and
no, because
Nigerians.
that is the reason. A lot of when you as to listen to the Nigerian conversation, so a lot
Okay,
of
good.
Nigerians,
I'll step back, Snake Man.
a lot of Nigerians who are Necropeans who think, okay, is that what we do? Is that what we do? One man, did you just kick off Al?
Go ahead,
No,
Snake
I
Man.
did not. I just came in. I didn't touch anything.
Yeah. Okay, no, because a lot of that is why we often have actual arguments. Is that a lot of Nigerians with their European idea, mostly based on the country where they come from, try to implement it in Nigeria, what is a whole different thing. That is mostly the argument. Like you said, I didn't even know that Dangote tried to take over the energy sector.
Yeah, see, if the Nigeria government didn't come in and purchase 20% of that refinery, Do you know the power that that guy will sway in Nigeria?
A lot.
That's too much. That's too much power for one person. Because okay, I heard that when the refinery is 100% capacity working, they will be making up to about $30 billion yearly. That's not that's yes, as revenue. So that's not that guy can buy everybody in all politicians in Nigeria. So yes, there's a reason why the government came in. It's for them to retain their political power. It's not just people don't think these are so-called well-educated people who live in the West, but they are see everything in a tribal lens. They don't think
Yeah.
beyond that.
Yeah. Maybe we needed one 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 dictator that is actually good. Like
No, no.
Atat.
See, when you allow the private sector to control everything, then the politicians will become useless. Let's be honest. If you look at America, for example, the private sector control everything. They even assist the government to implement policy. They even from ground zero to whatever, they are involved in everything
Mm-hmm.
policy wise. The private sector. So the private sector, you can't just like in the West, they have too much power. But in Africa, no, they don't. Eh, like except maybe okay, let's say South Africa, yeah. But in places like Nigeria, the government is still partially in control, but the private sector is, they are moving forward. They are taking over little by little, but
Yeah,
maybe in
that's
the next
why.
2 or 3
That's,
decades, they will fully take over.
yeah, we had a discussion because we had one. I don't know who was it. Who was it? I don't know if it was Kifaru or someone of basically Pan African came in and said we need some kind of communist dictatorship or something. And
See,
you and me said, nah, nah, let the private sector, let the people do it. It takes a long time, but at least it is orderly. At least it is for the people.
no, no, Snake Man. If we want to follow the template of what has worked before, let's be honest, we are going to use the private sector.
Yes.
Yes, they are the one. They already have track record of what they have been able to do. So me these days, it is the private sector I'm focusing on because I believe they are the only way out of our problem because they are serious. If they say they want to do something, they normally get it done. You understand me? They are not there to campaign or anything. If they say, okay, we are building 6,000 megawatts of electricity, we're going to commission it in 2028. I see. I 100% go to bed. I'll believe them because I know these are serious people. You understand me? So we should allow more private sector in the economy. Let them, if they want to take over, fine, let them take over, but let them get the job done. Create more jobs, employ people. If they want to involve in building some road and put and tow those roads, let them do it. Let them do it. So this thing
Yeah,
need to be done.
yeah, and also you have business like good business people in Nigeria that could actually buy into these sectors instead of having to have foreign private companies coming in. You'll have brothers from the southeast, southwest, and north who got business or set up private companies who can actually get contracts with government to do this, and at the same time, that will create employment because at the moment, Dangote is the only guy that tends to be a large scale employer in Nigeria. You need about few of them in Nigeria and in West Africa to achieve that, and it
Yeah.
just shows, since he had his cement factory, he had his other stuff going, and you can imagine how many people they employed in this oil refinery when it's fully all functionable. It will create mass employment, and also what Africa Wahala failed to realize is those employment will create PAYE, where this employee will be paying taxes to Nigerian coffers, that they
Uh,
will use.
ah,
Yeah, they will use. Yes, yes, yes,
ow. You know
yes.
what me? Right now, I am looking for money to buy a plot of land in a coastal area in Ondo State, because Ondo State is closer to my state, Edo State. Because people don't understand what that coast,
Right, right.
if they actually complete that project, they don't understand what that coastal highway is going to do to economy activity in those nice states. Because it will open tourist investment. You can build resort, bar, all those beach club, any of those things around this location in those places. So if I have money, if am able to save, I'm going to buy a plot of land in Ondo State, in the coastal area in Ondo State, as a future investment.
This is so. Is the land in Nigeria belong to the government, or they belong to private?
Okay, let me be honest. Like in my state,
Yeah, yeah.
uh, land belongs to community. One, community. Two, the Oba, like in Edo State. Then the 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 government, the state government. So
For some reason, I don't know why. That is what I find funny. The concept of king having land is weird for non-Nigerians, like straight up.
okay, let me tell you why.
Snake man, I think that's the problem we have in Africa in general. It's not just Nigeria, and that needs to
Yeah,
Okay,
change.
okay,
Yeah.
you know why? Because if you look at way back, many of these community were kingdoms, like Edo State, like Edo were a kingdom of their own. So the king was the leader, was the owner, controlled the land and everything. So even when the whole system changed, the people themselves still believe in the power of the Oba than even the governor. For instance, I think the when they want to return the artifact, the the Oba said we want the artifact returned back to the palace. Then the governor said we are going to build a museum. Did you know that people were mad at the governor for challenging the Oba? You understand me? Because in Edo State, for example, people respect the Oba than the governor.
It's the same problem they have in the north, right? The emirs and the governors, right?
So
It's
that
wrong.
so that is the thing. So when the Oba, people would rather follow what the Oba said than what the governor said. So the traditional ruler, I don't know why the government of Nigeria have not been able to find a way, like find a position for this Oba. They are very powerful, let's be honest, but the people listen to them.
Maybe it was a contract like in South Africa. Maybe there was a secret contract and we don't know of it.
So that's what I'm saying. People, Nigerian government need to find a way to allow traditional ruler to have function in the society. At least there's a certain issue I believe they can actually solve in their state. Mostly issue of community clashes and or others. They can actually solve those problems if they allow the traditional, if they empower the traditional rulers to to undergo those projects.
Why do you think power should come from the traditional rulers to the government? Some of the power should be taken back. You think so?
No,
And
no, no.
just
See,
and say, man,
No, so the problem is the ruler has the power because of the people. That is something you must understand. That's why I say it's very weird for non-Nigerians to understand it. The kings have the power because the people believe in the kings more than in the government. Democracy only can work when the people believe in democracy. It's not an
okay.
automatic thing.
No, Snake Man. Let me explain to you more. You know why it is like that? For instance, the kings are the custodians of the traditional religion of those states, and let's not deceive ourselves. Just because there are churches, many people still practice traditional religion in Nigeria. Many,
Oh yes,
in millions.
including my people that trust believe me. I think they
Thank you.
practice all of that more than anything else. It's surprised.
Thank you. So these things are very vital because of these obas are custodians of those traditions. They respect them to death. Believe me, they can die and do anything thing for the oba without looking back. For instance, now if you go walk on the street of Edo State now and you saw the oba, you'll be people might actually kill you. But if you insult the governor, everybody say okay, no problem, they won't care. But you insult the oba, man, sorry, you are done.
Is it because the governors are temporary things and the others are permanent? And is
The
that the
oba,
reason
yes,
why?
the oba are permanent. Also, they are the custodians of the tradition of the tradition, and many
Yeah.
Nigerians still follow their traditional religion or traditional faith.
You must understand, the governor is just a position. So Oba is actually someone that interacts with the people, straight up like it is. It's very rarely you don't see an
Right,
Oba
right,
in
right.
his lifetime. Like where I come from, we could go into the palace and ask the Oba about mostly traditional things and very often arguments between chieftains about land and something. But you can go as a citizen to the Oba and ask him some question many had the time. Let's try that with the governor. Let's go into the government building and ask the governor some question. Good luck with that.
Hmm. Well, we pray for all the best for the country. We just pray that people should allow the country to grow because that's what I see. Many people don't want the country to grow. Because
Yeah,
of their
yeah, I noticed that. Yes, I
because of
noticed
their
that.
selfish interest.
Yes. And if they don't want it to happen, maybe they should make their way out and let people that want to move the country forward move this country, that country forward. Because as I said, if it doesn't work for you guys, it's not going to work for us in the far west. If it goes bad for you, we're going to be affected by it. That's the reason why I speak about Nigerian politics. And also, I have a chunk of my people in that country that at the moment, I want the best for. We are like that, and I want the best for all Africans. It's not just my people. The Hausa and the Fulani are they're not just you know they're not the only people in Nigeria. You have the Igbos, you have Yoruba, you have in fact so many minority tribes in that country that haven't probably you never heard of. So yeah, and whatever happened in one side of West Africa, it always affect the rest of the region. So it's a
But
very yes.
I'm sorry to say this. I'm like Lucy now. I don't. Sorry to say this, but I'm not going to say it.
Yes.
I only care about Nigeria and no longer care about what happened to other African
No, but
people.
that should be the first response, right?
Yes,
Because you're Nigerian first. I agree with that ideology because you need to look at your home before you look somewhere else, right? And if you
yeah.
cannot fix your home, how can you fix another man's home?
Mm. So that's just my view now. So I'm
No, I
just.
agree with you. I know. Listen. Since I met you, I have met you. I know you're a nationalist, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with being a nationalist. And you need people. You need more people like you in Nigeria. You know, than anything because you need more nationalists. You need people that will stand up to the country and say, right, Al, this is my country. I want to make it right and stuff like that. And people like you should be more in politics than those that want to destroy it. And I can see why you counter a lot of this narrative that I'm against also because the reality is, you know, um, if you cannot fix your home, how can you fix another man's home?
I agree. I agree. No, we just need to do better. Okay, so what project do you think? Okay, what do you think the current president should do more to easy the no to lower the inflation because I know the inflation is still very high. So they need to find a way to reduce, you know, to find a way to fight against inflation, because the inflation currently at 30% is just too much.
Yeah, I think these things will come to an effect when some of these industries really start settling down, and the import exports and stuff like that start leveling itself to such level. It's a difficult inflation. Listen, you have to say this is not a limited to Nigeria. Inflation is a world problem, right?
Yeah,
Since
yeah,
that,
yeah.
since that Russia-Ukraine war, inflation is all over the place, bro. So
No,
it's gonna be
no,
a difficult one.
I'm not gonna lie. I think in the next 5 years, in the next decade, I think Nigeria is set for economic boom because may God bless the past president. What he did, but most people didn't see it. Because see, let's be honest, what Nigeria lacked since 1999 was infrastructure deficit. It was too much. Guys, we didn't have any infrastructure at all.
Yes, you're right. You're right
So
on that.
what the past president did was he focused on infrastructure and he did excellent there. And I see me during its time, I didn't care about anything. I only pay attention to the infrastructure because me as a citizen, that was what I always cared for. Because when I travel through Nigeria, what I see is that a decay road, lack of infrastructure. So that I also wonder. I said Nigeria should have a cargo rail and move goods instead of allowing trucks in the road, millions of trucks traveling across the country daily. Use cargo rail to move large amount of goods at once. You understand me? And he did
Yeah,
that. These are the
yeah,
kind of things that actually okay. Right now, if there's a war now in Nigeria, it is easy for Nigeria to move equipment from the north to the south. Easy. Put them on a cargo rail, move them immediately. Instead of it would take days before, but now it will take 24 hours to do that.
yeah.
These these infrastructures were not there before. The
No, there
past
wasn't. You're right. And
the,
also, I saw Buhari launching warship that was
yeah,
built by Nigerians. And the
yes,
last one he done was the Sokoto, the one they call it Sokoto, and he launched
yes,
that one on the sea. These are built by Nigerians military for Nigerians. And he actually stopped buying loads of weapons. A lot of these weapons are currently manufactured in Nigeria and used by the Boko Haram and stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Because this is the technology. This is what makes a country become strong. You cannot fight a war by buying ammunition to fight because we've
I
learned that
agree.
in the past. You know, any
That's
country
why,
that buy weapons to fight is not powerful. Trust me, they just think they are, but they just not. Because one minute
yeah,
the opponent will come and destroy you anytime. You need to manufacture a weapon to call yourself a superpower. Until you
uh,
actually get to that point, you can't do it. And that second Niger bridge, that should be. If people are actually talking about want to develop the country, look at that second Niger bridge. That should be fully used right now. Where goods,
yeah. I think
that bridge
it's
should be fully function 24/7.
yeah, it is open. It's open now. People
Is
is
it
being
okay?
used. Yeah, it's open.
So all these people that complain about government, are you using that bridge right now to flow business in that region? Can
Of
you do
course,
that?
see,
Not you, but like these people are complaining. Are they doing it
no,
instead of coming
let
online?
me let me explain to you.
Yeah.
There are two sets of Nigerians: those on social media and those on the ground who are actually they don't care about social media. They get shit done. These are people who actually appreciate projects like that because some of them are traders. They move their goods on a daily basis through those roads. So they are highly and very happy. If you go on YouTube, you search some of those things, you see drivers, truck drivers praising the past administration, telling him thank you and praying for him. These are the people you should look for. These are the people that matters, not the critic
These are the
who
real Nigerians. They are the
thank
real
you.
Nigerians.
They are the real Nigerians. Yes, these are the real Nigerians. So they are the one you should look after, not the one that all they do is just complain, and criticize. And when you give them power, they don't know what to do with it. They are more useless because see, governance is easy on paper. Let's be real. It's very easy. You say governance is not rocket science. Oh yeah, let them give you power and let's see what you do with it. It's not easy. Let's not deceive ourselves. To govern millions of people, it is not easy at all for anybody. Mostly when these people you are governing they have diverse view. They are not one race. They are this is like for instance Nigeria. Okay, let's say it's easy to govern Saudi Arabia. You know why? All of them are just the same. Just one people. No, they speak one language, one religion. These are easy to govern and control. But when you have country like Nigeria, when you have population of different interests, it is very difficult for you as a leader to maneuver and govern people because what Mr. A like want you to do, maybe Mr. B may not want. You understand me?
Very true. Very true.
So people think,
Absolutely.
it is easy. You know, it is not. Let's not deceive ourselves because you know why I say that. I have a group where I belong to of old friends. We are on that group. I think we are about 30 in numbers. Sometimes we find it difficult to arrive at a conclusion on what to do. Sometimes you understand me. So sometimes I use that smaller group now to evaluate the whole country. So I go, wow, how can so if we will find it difficult to agree on things, imagine you are you
Mad,
a
isn't it?
president.
Mad. Yeah, great.
It's,
You know, and also, I mean, Nigeria used to be like years ago when I was young in West Africa. We used to have loads of parts that used to come from Nigeria. Like even the brake pads that a lot of the countries use in West Africa in our area, they were manufactured in Nigeria. You know, that's what Nigeria needs to do. They need to become a manufacturing hub for the whole coast again. Because you have the population, you know, you have the industry. But this is why I hope ECOWAS never fail. Because if ECOWAS fall apart, then that's gonna hold loads of countries back. Because we need to
ah
open the border to business flourish.
ah see
Yes, brother.
let me tell you to solve Nigeria problem what need to happen and if we want to actually do it successful, it need to involve the private sector. There has to be like we're gonna be private sector and government partner together to open skill acquisition across the country where people can learn how to be professional cleaners, artisan, uh, uh, electrician, uh, what I call the solar panel installation, where people can actually learn this thing. Even bar attendants and what they call people that work in a hotel that spread best spread and all that. So this thing
Hospitality,
is
hospitality.
hospitality. See, there should be a center for people to train people like that because let's be honest, many people don't have the skills for these things in our country. They don't.
Yes, and Nigeria don't have a big dairy industry because we use a lot of dairy in West Africa. You know, and most of it is been controlled by Nestle. You know, Nestle is the one that controls most of our dairy industry in West Africa, and they one of the, and if you look at Nestle, even in Europe, they're one of the biggest companies. You know, when it comes to the dairy, and the reason why that is because of West Africa again. You know, so
Yes.
we don't have any of these. You know, Unilever, Glencore. These are big corporations that been sucking up the shit out of Africa. But Nigeria could be stepping in and say, right, we're gonna have to take the market out of the region. So we're gonna be making this. So that's why I asked a guy earlier, a few days ago, about Kwara State in Nigeria. It's called Kwara State is very well located for that. And there was a company that they opened in Kwara State, the dairy company. Because look at Holland. Holland, most of their income is coming from that sector. Producing milk, cheese, butter. These are things that Africans live on. But we don't. And all these harders that going up and down, so-called harders going up and down Philippines, invest money in their sector and say, right, we don't want it to be running around with cows anymore. We're giving you this land, stay there, build your industry, supply your milk to this. It's easy, it can be done, but I think that's what this government is trying to do anyway. I think they already, because I saw, I think they
I agree.
created.
Did you know that China
Yes.
yes, China have almost about 6 at least 7 billionaire. You know what their source of wealth is from? Soya sauce. You know that Chinese soya sauce.
Soya sauce, yes.
Thank you. That's what all of them are doing.
Yeah.
About 7 of them are billionaires.
Yeah.
So
and you have cassava in Africa as
thank
well.
you. You know
Yes.
cassava. You can produce ethanol from cassava.
See? And you have seen right now my soap I'm using. The soap I'm using, it comes from Osun State. Yeah, the black soap.
You see, black.
That's
Yes.
what me and my wife use. Yeah, and my wife is mixture, bad mixture. What she uses that. Yeah.
Black soap is organic.
Exactly.
That's the best soap for Africa.
Yeah, and they make it in Nigeria and they export it all over the world. So things like that we need to start focusing on. Economics. That's why Pan-Africanism should be about economy. It shouldn't be about talking rubbish about military leaders and this. That's why I give up on it. Because the reality is everybody got their own
because
agenda.
my idea of Pan-Africanism was that these people want to come in. They want to build they want to partner with Africa. Let's create the manufacturer center in Africa. Then they themselves, the Pan-Africanism, they sell the product over there in the West where they are. But all I see is that they just talk. These people are not ready to do the work because doing the work is very difficult. Let's not deceive ourselves.
Yes, they want to be enslaved by another puppet. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Because they want to have a new set of masters that will come in and get rid of the other masters, to set up a new thing so they could stay on power permanently, have some level of dictatorship and stuff like that. I disagree, and that's the reason why I never changed my mind on that. I know in the future, all those, as old as times, I always prove people wrong. I always stick to my point.
Yeah. You know what you need to do? Did you know that China, the reason why China is actually doing successful is that China have their cities across the whole world. And you know what they do? They have their shops where they sell China products. It's like they create a system whereby they manufacture this thing in their country and they have their people setting up shop in other countries and selling those things there. And those things are affordable, they are cheap. You understand me? And every year they return billions of euro dollar back to their country.
To their country, yeah. With the foreign exchange, make the exchange look better.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
that's what I call pan Chinese. That's how pan Africanist should be. That's pan Chinese.
And these people think China is a real communist state. China, if you look at China is practicing capitalism, but in a different way.
In a different way.
And also we keep bashing these Arab people, but if you look at the investments in the UK, for example, tell the Arabs this country economy is tanked. If you go to London, half of London is belongs to the Arabs. They bought London clean out. Right? And these guys, when they say investment, they bring the real money, not some dusty little money. They're coming up with real money. And Nigeria can do that. Africa can do that.
That's what I also said. I said Nigeria should be buying up companies abroad Because when you buy this company, you are now in control of those intellectual property. Then you start from there. That's how to
Yeah.
do it. You can't just wait for. Because I agree. Most, if you look at most of the BB club now in England, are owned by Middle Easterner. Is it Man City, Paris,
Do you know the
yes,
owner of Man City, the owner of Man Sheikh Mansour, him and his
yeah.
family, they are the biggest property developers in the UK as we
You
speak.
see, you see.
So they therefore owning. By the time you think about it, in the next few years, they're going to own more properties in the UK than any, than probably even the government. So they
Yep.
therefore be in control of the UK. These guys are taking over big time, man. And we keep sitting here and thinking, pandering to the white man and bashing the Arab. But the reality is the white man is actually sucking up the Arab as we speak.
That's
And
that's
even
why that's why I don't like what the people who are in control of Nigerians' sovereign wealth. I don't like what they are doing. Most of their investment is just Nigeria. I don't like that. The reason why that thing was created for them to at least invest abroad and bring in foreign equity instead of this focusing on Nigeria. No, that should not be your mandate.
how many I mean, like what Rama was talking about, right, the other time, right? Look at
Mm,
Haiti, for example, UFC. How many
mm.
billionaires in Africa that have been to Haiti and said, right, I'm going to take over this country's economy because they can. There are a lot of Hausa people over there. There's a lot of Yorubas and a lot of people that's common in Haiti than Lebanese, because Lebanese are actually in there, make sucking up and taking up the wealth out of Haiti. These are the sort of foreign policy that we should be on back. I don't think we even have a foreign policy now. This is a problem. China got foreign policy. We have agents all over the world. We have agents in Haiti, Brazil,
Okay.
South
Uh,
America. We have people
uh,
that of our own background that can
oh,
actually can work with. Yeah, go on. Yes.
you see why I don't like when a state empower people who are not their citizens and think they are going to fight for the country interest. Let me tell you something. If the government of Haiti empower their own citizens, black citizens, and they are the one in control of the economy, did you think anyone can just walk into their country and kill their president? It's not going to happen. You understand me? Because see, you
The thing
cannot
is,
fight.
UFC, Haiti is a very small country, and they're up against a very big odds.
No, see,
Honestly, I that's the problem because
no, no, no. See,
and they
see,
don't have the brothers in Africa that should be allies are just
no,
sitting on
no.
their hands.
Okay,
That's
no,
what I
no.
think.
See. You
I
know
might
why I
be
don't
wrong, but prove me wrong.
no why I don't take these people serious. There's some of them that come online here and talk. You know what I normally do sometimes? I will ask them when was the last time they visited home. It has been 2, 3 decades. These people visit their own country. These are not serious people. Let me tell you what. Anything you don't have stake on, you don't fight. Let me tell you why I am.
Do you think Brazil also, for example, the black
No,
people
no.
in Brazil?
Hold on. Let me quickly land. The reason why I'm nationalist is because if anything happened to Nigeria, we lose massively. Yes, economically, yes, because I don't have any of my things outside. Everything is here. Investment, property, everything here. So if anything happened to the country, I will lose. I'll be done. So that's why people like us will always want to fight for the country to make sure the country is safe because we have interest, actual interest. So people that you see, they will say, let the country burn down. If you verify, they don't have anything to lose. You understand me? How? Do you think Dangote will come out and say he wants Nigeria to burn down now?
No, but what I'm trying to say is okay, like Jamaica, Haiti, um, Brazil, um, let me say, Trinidad, all these islands, all these countries all over the world. If African countries or Nigeria, for example, we need to have a good new foreign policy, right? Where
Mm.
we can actually have, because I think they had what they call CARICOM, it's like their own African Union system where they want to open up trade between Africa and exchange. And Cuba, for example, that sits right beneath America. We need to be strategic. This is what we haven't done. That's not just limited to Nigeria or West Africa. The entire African continent is not very strategic and opening their eyes like what the Chinese are doing, what the Americans are doing, and actually build a new relationship with those countries, not only trading, but a new trading route to those countries, but also, militarily, we can actually work with these countries also. And, that will expand, and also that will boost our foreign thing, our foreign reserve, and things like this need to be done because China, one of the best things China done after they build their economy is reach out to those countries that they think they're allies, is to actually expand their trade, and at the same time as they're building the economy, we need to be doing these things at the same time before it's too late because the reality is otherwise we'll end up in the same situation. Didn't you think so?
I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah, that was the point I'm trying to make because then we need to have a new foreign policy in the continent. It's what Pan Africanism and Pan African capitalism mean. It's about the money, expanding trade, development, having the military technology. For example, Nigeria can teach country like Haiti how to defend themselves and how to manufacture their own weapons. I think they're doing that anyway in some Caribbean countries, but and also those expats in the Caribbean countries can come to Africa, and work with the African government, or some of the Black American brothers can come to Africa and work with the African government. But I don't know how that will work out because we see some of the
Uh,
FBA coming to the
oh,
countries and
oh,
working for the US government.
oh.
Yes, go on.
One thing I need to also say is that, based on my observation, Black people need to start having this mindset if they become wealthy or they are well to do. They should know that their competitor are other race, not their fellow Black people. Because I observe that most Black people, it's like when they become successful, they want to show off to their broke brothers who are broke, who are on the bottom. They want to show that they are wealthy, they now have power. No, you should be competing with the white, the Chinese, the Indian. That should be your standard as someone. This should be no
Absolutely.
cross board. That should be our standard. These people, they are the one we should compete with, not your fellow black. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'll come here and say I'm the premium black. You are all they see is black. They don't know if you are premium or you are not premium. They see you with one clear eyes.
Yeah.
They cannot even differentiate you. They differentiate us. So the idea that you think you are going to discriminate against maybe Somalia, Nigeria, or that you are just wasting your time. These people see
Yeah.
you see black only. They don't care. So our
That is
goal,
very true. That is
yeah,
very true, and that's a mistake some Black people were doing in the US, in the UK, like some of the Caribbean. When the Africans came here, they sided with the white man against the African brothers, thinking, it's gonna in the long run it's gonna help them. But the reality is, it backfire on them because today the Africans are gaining more ground. In fact, the white man that they was the non-Africans were siding with against Africans, are losing love from the white man. Africans are gaining more love from the white man. So, it doesn't help. And the reality is, what us as a one Black family all over the world, that's America and Africa, regardless, we're one family. We can like to disagree on it as much as we like. Blood is thicker than water. And, if the things that will get us together is like things like trade, you know, um, national security, based on our union basis, because, like the African Union, like or the ECOWAS or the East African Bloc and stuff like that, it's what will get us together more than who can cook better jollof rice or who can who actually invented Afrobeat stuff like that,
yeah.
right? So, we need to
Uh,
work
uh,
together. Yeah, yeah,
Thank you. And another thing we should also learn as black people, When you see someone who is doing better than you, who have skills, instead of you to be jealous or have hatred against that person, try to approach the person, tell him to teach you how he becomes successful, what he did. See, sometimes bring down your ego, learn. It is not bad for you to learn something. See, one thing, see, I'm not, let me say this. One thing I respect Nigerians for is that if they are poor, they will see, you know what they do? They might be loyal to you to learn something from you first. Then when they blow up ahead, they cannot show you pepper. But at least when they need help, they actually know when to say, okay, let me bring down my ego. I need to learn this thing. Because success is success. If I know something I am successful, you shouldn't be, be forming you are a big boy. Or if you want to learn, go ahead and ask me to give you a plug. This thing is simple. Follow, see, in Nigeria, we use
Yes,
one
I
slang,
agree.
we say, follow Uno road waka. Follow Uno road, me say, whoever that break that barrier, who hit the target, follow the template. Then you will also do the same thing. Instead of we beefing and hating on each other, it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It just exposes us more to our enemies, and they can be more strategic to use that against us, and we become a weaker group. I mean, don't forget. I mean, even yes, yes, yes. Go on.
Did you know that whenever I see any article, anything that a black person succeed, I don't care where he's from, as far as he's black, I'm always happy. I just feel proud because I see someone like me succeeding.
That's because you
That's
like
my main.
success. People that like
Yes,
success don't limit themselves to just themselves or someone that they know. They just like to see someone, thrive. That's it. And that's
yes.
exactly how I think.
Oh,
And
let me
yes,
tell you
yes,
something. That is why I am not part of the people that want PDD down. Because let's be serious. We don't have many successful people.
no,
Person, I don't know what PDD did, but I'm not going to support anyone to destroy that guy's life. It's not easy for you to have successful people like that. Let's allow the court to do their work.
exactly.
If
UFC.
it is
It's not.
innocent,
UFC. You're right because there's not a lot of black people in the world that made millionaires, black
thank you.
millionaires like PDD. He made loads of people become rich, right? You
I'm
know.
just seeing a lot of black people piling on the guy, trying to just bring him. It's like they have been waiting for him to be like for him to get into trouble so that they can bring him down. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, just because they got personal vendetta or something. I don't even know if it's personal vendetta because they probably don't even know the guy. It's just
Nah,
to be honest with you, a lot of people out there they're just anti. They people that
bros,
have that anti mentality will be anti
bros.
anyway. Yeah.
I right from day one, I was a fan of 50 Cent. Did you know? It took me pain to block him because I don't know this vendetta I have against fellow this thing. If you go to his page, it's all about Didi. Come on, okay, fine. If there's anything, you should assist the police to bring him down.
No.
If you took your girlfriend, fine, let it be, or
And
your
that's the
best
trouble you
baby
mentioned
mama.
right there. It's all about women and stuff like that. It's ego. A lot of
Crazy.
guys out there got their fake egos, and they obviously black men. The downfall of black men also is always they always after their French women or stuff like that, and that's
No,
gonna
no,
create
no.
animosity. That's not
I'm not.
limited to us, but it's a very deep culture.
Yeah, I'm not part of the people who joined that Bawag. No, I'm still observing the case. I have not comment or done anything, but I blocked 50 Cent because I find it strange. Come on, a brother is going through difficulty. You are joining the enemy to to fan the flame. It doesn't make sense to me because he himself might get into trouble someday, and what is going to happen? It doesn't make sense. Come on, allow the judicial system to take its course. If it's an innocent man, then let him, instead of trying to bring the guy down.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
whatever they are accusing the guy of, many wealthy people, let's be honest, they engage in such behavior. They do.
Yes. But do you notice anytime a brother make it to certain level, they're always trying to find way to bring him down? And
Yep,
do you know, have you seen, and not been great bringing color again, Kaiser don't start jumping on him, right? You know, but do you notice a lot of the white, brothers that are involved in a lot of these scandals, they tend to get away with it, but the black man always the one that end up
they
in jail.
do because those guys they are very unite. They might not come out publicly to support the person, but behind the scene they are giving him support
Yeah, yeah,
because
they
they
are.
know,
Yeah,
yeah, because they know they are all they got. They fight for their interests.
yeah,
Okay, if you
yeah,
observe
definitely.
that is it Esteem, the guy that had the details of a lot of pedophilia and all that. Did you see that list was
Was
not
that R.
released?
Kelly? R. Kelly?
No. The other guy, that like he has picture of a lot of politicians and all that.
Mm.
The guy that has an island now.
Uh, oh,
That guy Epstein. Yes,
Epstein, yeah, Epstein, yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah.
good.
That's the biggest scandal ever.
Did
One
you
of the
see all
biggest.
the did you see all the wealthy people protect themselves? If it was black,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
promise you that details would have been released.
yeah.
But they
I
know,
mean, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, you're right. They will protect their own, and they don't want that scandal to spread out. Because the reality is, when one get touched, he's gonna come in court and he's gonna call it more and more and more. And a lot of them are involved in this,
yep.
and then it's gonna be like a whole chain. You can't get rid of. And unfortunately, us, in the world, we don't have that much
See,
representation, in the system
ah,
to protect our brothers and sisters. Yeah.
the most painful part is that I'm not even care about the women involving in the gossip. It is the men who are involved in this gossip that piss me off. Come on, Didi fought hard, became successful, became a billionaire. It was not easy. And also, he has a payroll of a lot of people. He employed a lot of people who are working for him. These people now, their finances being put into jeopardy, and their family will not go
I
through a lot
never,
of
to be honest, I never liked 50. I never liked 50 anyway. I used, you have seen, I don't know if you heard about D Block. You heard about D Block?
who?
D Block? D Block. DBLOCK. D Block. D Block
Yes,
is Jada Case,
yes,
Starsky,
yes. Go
Seagulls.
ahead.
Yes, because Bucky, I used to work for a radio station in Bristol here. I spoke live to Bucky, Bully. I spoke to a few artists from D Block, and when Public Enemy came to England, they came to Bristol. We were chilling with them till about 4 in the morning. At my local pub. And when Starsky, I don't know if you heard about Starsky, when he came to
Hold
Bristol.
on. Is it the one that recently did an interview with Go Black to Africa?
No, I don't think so. I don't think
Yes,
Starsky.
yes. They said
Is it
Public Enemy. Is it wait? I saw
D
recently. I
Block?
think it's yesterday.
D Block
Yes.
is like few of them. Jada Kiss, Starsky,
No, no.
She
Is it
Sheaglux,
Shook D
Suge Knight,
something? No. Is it Public Enemy?
Top D. No, yeah, Public Enemy.
Shock
Yes,
D.
yes.
Yes,
He's
Shock
a
D. Yes.
different public. Yeah, Top D. They're different, but D Block is Jada Kiss, Starsky, Bucky, Bully, and Sheaglux and all these guys. But I met few of them, and also yeah, I have met Public Enemy in Bristol. They came to Bristol years ago, around 2010, 11, and I met Starsky because I used to work for the radio station in Bristol. But basically, these are the guys I followed. I followed D Block, and D Block were the first guys that started exposing 50 Cent, of New York. They're the one that actually got rid of 50 Cent. They brought his career down because they was trolling him and exposing him by their music. So that's why I never liked 50. 50 is a sellout. 50 is actually working with the system. So
I
for
guess
him
so.
to, yeah,
I say I agree with you because they are using
yes.
it to destroy PDD.
Yeah. They always have. They always use 50. But when D Block and Jadakiss, when they calm down, 50 starts making noise again. Anytime D Block and Jadakiss and come up again, 50 go quiet in his hole because these are the only guy that contain 50 Cent. You know,
Okay,
50 Cent is like a fake bully. Yeah, he's just a troll. That's it.
but
But I'm not a fan of
how
him. No. Yeah.
how you see, I promise you, if it were in Nigeria, you know what will happen? Other fellow wealthy people like him will
Yes,
pick up the,
Rama. D-Lox is he used to be D-Lox, then they became D-Block.
yeah, they will
And
pick up
D-Lock is formed during the prison time. But yeah, you're
they,
right. Anyway.
they will pick up their phone and call 50 Cent and say they and try to advise him and explain to him what you are doing now is bad because this might also happen to you in the future. They will try to explain and make him same reason. So they tell him to step back and allow the court to do their job because it's
Yeah,
just too you
it's sad.
cannot.
It's sad what happened to Diddy, man. I feel sorry for the brother. They're trying to make him to look like a Batman. They're trying to because they've been doing these things long time, trolling in rap music. Not the internet. They've been trolling. Rap artists always troll one another, but this time it seems like they want to destroy it for good, right?
Yeah, people see. Let's be honest. For you to become successful, eh, you have to have some certain ruthlessness in you. You can't just become successful being overly nice. It's not going to
No, you can't.
happen.
No.
It's not going to happen.
No, that's true. That's true. People that have money, they tell you that in their story, their story like it's right. These guys haven't been. That's why they said money is evil, right? It's root of
Yeah.
evil, you know. But at the moment, I don't see any dust giving that dust to that. Guys about me in the corner crying right now.
Anyway, we pray. I pray for the guy to, yeah, if he actually commit those crimes, fine. He should go to jail. But if it's if he's innocent, then we also
Yeah, if it's innocent, then then definitely you. I think the guy is just he's just been trolled by by artists, and now they're trying to find a. To be honest with you, I haven't followed Diddy for a long time. I'm not never been a big fan of Diddy because it's not his music is not my type of music, right? But
mm,
as I said, I grew up listening to Jadakiss like D Block, like Starsky, Shiglo, and these guys, these were my artists growing up.
okay.
In,
I
in,
want
in,
to say something now.
yeah.
To me, any wealthy black America, or I don't care, when they get to a certain stage of their life, they need to relocate out of America. Don't care, maybe okay, they don't need to come to Nigeria. There's a place like South Africa, they can easily live comfortably there, or Italy or England. Change environment because when you stay in one environment for too long, problem might find problems might take over and and find you. If even the white people they move state. Okay, for instance, Joe Rogan was living in California all these years. But I think last year, maybe 2 years ago, he moved to yes, last year he moved to Texas, in Alivi, Texas. Same thing with Elon Musk. Elon Musk left LA and moved to Texas also.
Where is that Elon Musk made his money from? It's because his dad was a miner in South Africa, right?
Yeah, of course, South Africa. He made that money from South Africa because they know how to diversify their business and their
Mm,
wealth.
mm.
Their wealth are spread across the world.
And did he start studying in Cape Town University for America? I don't know. Kaito, can you help on that?
Can you repeat that question?
Did Elon Musk started studying in Cape Town University, or he did study in the US?
He was born in
Oh, yeah, his first degree he did it in South Africa.
In Cape Town, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so the African taxpayer educated him to go and benefit the world. That's what kind of. It made me wonder how much money is invested in the country. It does the country where it's from.
okay, another thing I want to say. any man who is as successful like Dangote, Femi Otedola, I think they should have the free will to marry up to like 1 to 5 wives if they want.
Yeah.
Society should enable them to do that.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't get me in trouble. You know, I got one next.
No, no. See, on that, to me, see, people think to create wealth and sustain the wealth is not easy. People who have been able to do that should have some leverage in their personal life. You
Mm,
understand me?
yeah, yeah. But people on the comments, I know people. But D Block is actually D Block is Jadakiss, Stars P, and Sheeglitch. I know they had an album, but because you had Deluxe before, that's Deluxe was just after Biggie Time. But after they had what they call D Block. D Block is a is a tighter, circle of them that was out there doing different mixtapes, and they become more popular, when they had a smaller group. But yeah, D Block is definitely part of the group. That was Jadakiss, Starsby, Sheeglutch. I think Bucky was in and out, and Styles now and again. But these three guys were the animals. D Block. They made their group really tight and neat, and they was trolling 50 like anything. They make sure 50 go back in the shell. And when they went quiet, 50 becomes relevant again. But if they come out today, I guarantee you 50 will be relevant again. This is a trend I know because they cannot. In fact, Starsby is from South Africa, but he was born in the US, and he's happened to be him and Jadakiss are my favorite rappers in America, my favorite artists. Because of because of how I like him, because they're brave men. I mean, that's the kind of man I admire. Guys that will just say the truth, regardless. But yeah, Deluxe was the old school. Yeah, and they had Rough Riders where different mixtapes, Rough Riders, that when they had Eve and all that. They even had Frisbee in Rough Riders as well when they had the old mixtape. But Deluxe, yeah, Deluxe is the original form of D-Block. Yeah. UFC, do you know them?
Nope, nope, nope.
I don't
No,
think your
no.
mom and dad like the shit.
Let me tell you the American rappers I knew. Jay Z, Nas, LL Cool J, DMS, Jaru, and Aro Kelly. That's singer Aro
Okay,
Kelly.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
those
okay.
those were the pop. The 50 Cent. Yes, Eminem. These are the
Yeah.
ones
I see.
I know.
Yeah. When I was younger, I was busy listening to Sierra Leone Calypso.
Yeah,
So we,
those are the actual artists, hip hop artists I know. Then the rest are our local artists and some America R&B and country music
mm.
musician. Yeah.
Kaizo, I would like to correct you in something that you said in the past that West African currency does well. I did, in fact, on that day, I did try to bring it to Gambia. I think the Gambian dollars is a quite strong currency, Kaizo, and compared to uh, the African CFA, because I think you were saying without the French, that gave us that currency. No, not was Kaiser, it was Julia. I think. That the reason why West African had strong CFA is because of because of the French, obviously, and stuff like that. Why didn't Africa create their own English Africa create their one? Well, Dallas in Gambia is a very strong currency, and it's been going on for years, and it's not been controlled by foreign. So we therefore in West Africa can have, and the one in Cape Verde. But anyway, that's just our topic. I just made that short, and I can see why the currency is strong because you've got a lot of tourists coming in and spending the dollars and the pounds. So therefore, it's going to make the currency stronger. And Kenya is, I think there are a lot of other West African countries that are doing well than Kenya, according to this. Kaizo. He's still awake.
I think Kazu is sleeping or something, maybe, or he's having lunch.
No, Kaizo don't want to be wrong. But I think Nigeria I think West African countries actually are doing really well when it comes to a lot of things compared to those in the East. If you look at the stats, and I was actually quite shocked to realize Nigeria actually got really high GDP than a lot of countries in Africa also per capita.
Hmm.
Interesting.
What do you think about the project Idris Elba wants to build in your country? Is it serious or is just people?
Idris Alba, he wants to bring money in Sierra Leone. He will do. And then Sierra Leone, the only thing that held us back, UFC, is war. And then we had our so-called masters that came in to help us. And they started having a stronghold again in the country since after they came in. But when we start getting rid of them, because I think I explained to you earlier, in fact, do you know the electricity company that runs Sierra Leone is actually a British company, and we're still getting blackouts in the country. And when people are saying, "Oh, if the white man left Africa, blah blah blah," sometimes we got to be careful with this word because some of them they're still there, they're controlling some of our sectors, but they're badly running. So it is not always good to think these people are actually better than running things better than us because they do not. Sometimes we run our things there. So Idris Alba, when you think about Idris Alba, he loves Sierra Leone. He don't leave that country. He's always there. And there's not one black actor in the world today that is actually more influential than him. There's not one black Brits, if you want to call it that way, that is more influential than him. He's waiting for the right time to move in. I think he will take over that place by the time you know it, and he'll be running it. And I think that's the long term, uh, uh, the long term trend I'm seeing with that guy. But don't forget, he's a very smart guy. You know what he's doing. He will do. I think he will have Shabro Island built for Akon because I don't know what happened to that Akon system, man. That is just, huh?
I say I wish the project successful, but how long? Like, did they have a template? How long is it's going to take for them to build the whole island? Is
It's
it
not
going to
gonna
take?
take long
Is it
because
going to take 5 or a decade or something?
no, I think it's gonna probably the decade it's gonna take. But once it's built, it's gonna be a lot of money pouring in because that's what used to help our exchange rates in Sierra Leone also. Because our currency used to be £1 for $1, one Sierra Leone for one British pound. Because we used to use the British pounds in Sierra Leone, but then we ditched it for the Sierra Leone currency. But then obviously you know how Africa is badly run, and then obviously everything started falling apart. I'm just a little bit contradicting myself, here, but the reality is, when you think about it, Sierra Leone has always been a blessed country with abundant resources.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
oh.
yeah.
See, there's a certain things we cannot wait for the European or this thing to help us.
No, we
Like a
can't. No,
country like West Africa, I think there should be a trade system, maybe from Lagos through
Africa.
Liberia to no from Lagos. Wait, let me check. Hold on, because I want to use map. So
From
I want
from
to be
from Guinea, just say the Niger River, yeah. So there should be a
yes,
train that run alongside the Niger River. But don't forget, do you know the Niger? Do you know where the Niger River come from?
yeah. Oh, thank you. That's from Nigeria across Benin, Ghana,
No, no,
Ivory
yeah,
Coast. Then
yeah,
you have direct train like that. That would high speed train. This will actually generate money and it will make traveling around West Africa easy. People
yes,
will actually hop on train and just okay, let me go on a trip to what they call it, Liberia or
Yes.
Sierra
For
Leone
holiday.
for
Yeah.
holiday. Yes, we need to be thinking and actually build things that the people need, that will help
Yeah.
the economy and allow, because if you look at it,
Yeah.
there is too much capital flight out of Africa. Even the small money we are making, we are not allowing the money to stay in Africa for at least 1 month or 2 months. When they come in, they go out. They come in, they go out. So it's just like that. But if we actually spend and enjoy Africa, the money will spend longer time in Africa before leaving if you want to leave. You understand me?
Yes, that's true. Just by the River Niger, as I said, like for example, I don't know if you know this, but the River Niger actually starts in Fouta Djallon, in the kingdom of Fouta Djallon. Do you know that? Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, that's where the water table of West Africa is. It's flow from that water table all the way to Nigeria. It just show how connected these people are. And this
Mm-hmm.
is the old link that people used to use. So
Mm.
before the colonials, people from that region been already traveling backward and forward to Nigeria through that river. And yes, we should have a flight that flying from Nigeria to the far west and backward and forward. And also businesses, as I said earlier, um, businesses. We used to actually people used to travel from that region, bringing parts. Car parts like there's those old Peugeot vehicle that they had in Nigeria.
Well, okay. I'll just see.
Yeah,
I just search it on Google.
yeah.
Lagos to Accra is it's just about 470 kilometers. I don't understand why we haven't built high speed train Lagos and Accra. That would be hot cake. That would like through you pass through Lome, no through Benin Lome. You see those this thing. Imagine there's a direct there's a train track like this. You know how much they are going to be making on a daily basis, whereby people can travel through high speed train from Accra, Lome, Porto Novo to Lagos. You have the
Yeah,
stop like that. You have the
yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4 stop from Lagos,
yeah.
Porto Novo, Lome, Accra.
Do you know? Do you know? But it's funny because there used to be a lot of trade between Nigeria and the Far West. A lot of like the London lace. You know the London lace that people wear?
Where?
The London lace, the clothes, the material, London
Oh,
lace, London.
lace.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's where they used to come from Togo. My
You
mom
see?
used to wear them. That's what my mom used to buy, and she used to be like, "Oh, that one from Togo Lome is the best one." So when they come to Sierra Leone, that's what in the market everyone buys. So and also we used to have loads of Nigerians who set up businesses in Freetown, selling different products. They used to make loads of money. That's why I said to you, we're very familiar to your people as business people. Obviously, we know there's a lot of other ones that was coming there that wasn't good influence at all or representing the country well. But they used to bring their stuff there, buying it in their local currency,
And
bring it to Sierra Leone.
ah,
Yeah, yeah,
sorry to cut you short.
yeah,
And
that's right.
I now see why we actually need a regional currency, because for this to be successful, we need one single currency, whereby if it is whatever
Yes, we need one.
echo, I can say, you see, and we need single currency to make this, because without that, this investment won't come in. I believe immediately we are able to create a regional currency. This
Yeah,
investment for this train that I said so will just come in immediately, because
yes,
there are people already have the money, but currently because of okay, look at it. Benin spend using another currency, Togo another, Ghana another. So it's chaotic. It will make travel even difficult. But if it's regional currency, it is easy for people to just move and spend in any location where they are. So I
yes.
think, and I see why we actually need that regional currency. We need it.
We need it ASAP. We
Yeah,
need
we
it, and
need it.
also the infrastructure need to be done ASAP. And
No, see,
Nigeria is helping through African Development Bank, and helping fund a lot of bridges in the west coast. and stuff like that. Obviously, America and Nigeria spend a lot of money for that,
Yeah,
institution.
I think
But,
Africa Development Bank said they raised $200 billion. I think they said earlier this year. Yep.
okay, yes,
Yeah, that's
they
what it
see.
said.
So Nigeria, as much as people trying to bash you guys, say you guys are useless, you're doing all right, because even though there are a lot of poverty in the country and stuff like that, those northerners that you see up there, it's not because they want to be poor. It's because they have insecurity problem. If the north was secure, it will be very rich region. Don't forget the north
No,
is
no. See,
not
see,
the
see.
north has yes, the north have always produced the richest black man in the world. The Hausa people that you see in the north happen to be the richest Africans. In loads of time in the history, they produce richer Africans, and they are still producing them. Might not be in large scale because they're capitalists, but they tend to, for some reason, because they have that connection with the Sahel and the east. If you go from the east of Nigeria all the way to Sudan, you'll find them to be the richest African group because of their nature, how they are, and the connection. Like even Dangote grandparent, Dan Tata, he was
Yeah,
the
of
richest
course, of course.
African. He was the richest African also. So it's not a new thing. But it's because of the insecurity that we have over there.
Okay.
That
Ah,
causes lack of education and problems.
I want to explain to you.
Yeah.
For instance, if there is someone, maybe they don't. Okay, for instance, they don't own debt. Two, they can afford 2 or 3 square meal a day. Are we still going to classify those people as poor? Because when it comes to Africa, I don't know how they classify people being
Poverty.
poor.
It's true, isn't it? That's a very good question. Kaiser, can you help us out? Because you're more higher IQ than
What was
us.
the question? Stop lying. What was the question?
Guys, I said, okay, how do people actually classify Africa being poor? I said, okay, if maybe I don't own debt and I can afford 2 to 3 square meal a day, does that still mean I'm poor? Or I don't understand. But I don't have a expensive car. I know I can take taxi and I have a roof on my head.
Mhm.
Can I see there is am I still being classified as being poor, or how do we classify being poor? Because I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I think you guys have an emotional attachment to that word poor. At the end of the day, if you don't have money, you don't have cash flow. But whether you're called poor or you just lack of cash flow, what they mean is you don't have high cash flow. But obviously, that doesn't mean you're in poverty. Being poor and poverty are separate things.
Okay.
Um, yeah, poverty is when you're living like shit. So if you have your own, I don't know, your own farm,
Oh,
you can eat good, then you're not really in poverty. That
oh,
that's
oh,
not that's not how that works. Poverty is when you want to live in a city but you can't afford and you live in the slums. That's poor. If you're not
oh,
living in the slums, then you're not actually poor.
thank you.
Yeah,
That's a good one there.
yeah, yeah. Hit
So, yeah,
right
so
in it.
most Africans are not poor. They just don't have high cash flow, which is different.
Yeah. Because when I look at the quality of life that we live in Europe, Kaiser, you can see these people some of these people are really poor. If you look at the average, middle class white or work, sorry, average even the middle class or someone who would like most majority of the working class in Europe, they actually live in poverty because the food that they eat is killing them. And if they go to the supermarket, what they can afford to eat is very limited, and the quality is really bad. And over here, if you don't have that cash flow, you're in trouble. I think the kind of poverty that we have in Africa in general is lack of infrastructure. I'm afraid you have cities where maybe
I agree.
people back
No, on
people
that
back
no
in
no on
government
that one
come from.
no on that one I agree. When you say lack of
Yeah,
infrastructure, I agree with you on
yeah,
that. I'm
yeah,
not going to say
yeah,
no.
yeah. So
Yeah.
like healthcare, and roads. That's why. Do you know those potatoes that you eat in Africa, the blue ones? Do you
Yeah.
know how Kaiser? I went to the shop, the local shop in my city here. Do you know one little potato, the blue one, is £6?
Oh, wow.
Now the average African I said to the Indian brother, I said, do you know how much this will cost you in Africa? And he's like, no, I don't know. I said, have you been to Africa? He said, no. He said, that would not cost you even 10p for like a bag of this potato. And over here in the UK, people are selling it, one little potato that's not even going to weigh 500 grams for £6. That's like $10, right? And the reason why these things get expensive because the Europeans have spotted this potato. They realize that the better quality potato is good for your health. It's better than eating the Irish potato that we think is better that we'll eat in Africa, and that they have bumped the price up. And this is what Africans living on in the villages in the poor region in Africa. So really, truly, when you think about it, we're not the kind of poverty. I think they need to reevaluate the word poverty, and they need to rephrase it because. And I know, yes.
Before I proceed, I want to ask. In your country, do you guys eat cocoyam?
We have all.
Because I want to
yes, we eat
cocoyam.
Yeah.
Is cocoyam only consumed in Ghana and Nigeria, or you guys consume it?
No, all over. Do you know our what you grow in Nigeria is the same thing that we grow in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a very fertile country. It's known for the land, for the fertile land. If you drop a seed of mango in Freetown, in Sierra Leone, anywhere you drop it, or avocado seed, bam, it will grow. And one of the biggest problem we have in Sierra Leone is those two trees, those two seeds, mango and avocado seed. Because when you leave them somewhere, they will grow in your house, in your garden. It's like weed; you have to get rid of them. But in the UK, Kaiser knows that. The middle class in the UK, those that have a bit of money, when they have their little talk and boasting about it's about avocados. I had avocado for breakfast. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's massive thing in the kind of, yeah? Are you listening?
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah? Am I chatting shit or not? Yeah?
No, you're good.
Yeah, so this is how these are the people that tend to have the money and the civilization. They talk about avocado on the table and boasting about it. It's all of a sudden a big thing in Europe, in England. But things like that we don't even need. We have it abandoned in Africa. So our kind of poverty we have need to be rephrased. And I'm telling you also, I used to work for a charity organization, and I actually became very close to one of the CEOs who told me that for example, if you give £10 to a charity in the UK, right, most of that money that you give to the charity is not going to Africa. In fact, most of the time, if you give £10 of that money, the majority of that £10, maybe £9.7 or £9.97 will be going to the administration, recruiting for more fundraising. The 3p is the only one that's going to the people, and those people that money will be going to is not going to Africa. It's going to the council estates in Europe, in England, for those that live in the council houses that cannot afford fridge or freezer for when they get rehoused, and also school uniform for the poor average white working class that cannot afford to buy a uniform for their children. So majority of that money that you give it to the charity after they have the African faces been advertised on their TV is not going to the African child anyway. It's going to the poor white child in Europe. So we are so confused and being misinformed about things that's happening to us without us realizing, which is sad. Because you think in those charities that you see on the telly are sending the money to Africa, they're not. They're fooling you, and they're using these old images that you're seeing from Biafra that they actually had from Biafra days, right? Because apparently a lot of these images came from during the Biafra war, that poor child, and reusing it and reusing it. You know that anyway. See one advert of the African child, now you're gonna see that advert 20 years time again.
No. Many of the ones I normally see are the Ethiopia children.
No, listen, depending on the charity. If it's an East African charity, yeah. But I'm telling you, most of these charities, Save the Children, maybe Red Cross, Red Cross and Water Aid are the two charities that tend to, and Medicine Sans Frontier. These are the three charities that will have that 3 pence going to Africa instead of going locally. But um, Oxfam, yeah, also this is because Oxfam was set up in Oxford by the middle class. But majority of Oxfam money is going to the middle class, to the working class kids in the UK. If it is going to Africa, it'll be 3 pence out of the £10. And if that 3 pence doesn't go to the council estate in Europe, let's make space for that dusty boy called Jude.
Jude, yeah.
Welcome.
Oh, my guy, UFC and Al, man, what's going on? Kaiser, what's up, man?
Good.
Yeah, you're welcome, brother. Welcome.
How you guys gonna call me Dusty, man? Come on, man.
Listen, you only call me out here Dusty. It's simple as that. Anyone that comes to Kaiser is Dusty. Don't worry.
We have known ourselves for almost like 4 years, man, or 5.
I know. Long time, isn't it, my brother?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man.
You guys have known
How
each
is
other
it,
longer than his girlfriend.
No, me and you didn't know each other long, you know. Dude.
Yeah, like I mean, on YouTube, man.
You might as well start dating, man. You guys know each other longer than Jude.
Oh, yeah. Let me do the Kaiser for a minute. Yeah, allow them Batman talk, man.
Kaiser, even you know, we've been together for a while, man, for a long time, you know. When they talk on YouTube, yeah. So
I remember I used to have to pretend on that lady's platform that I'm a good guy, saying all the nice things of Africans, man. That was hard. Not gonna lie to you, there.
Yeah, but you guys are talking about donations, man. I want to start donating to the white people, man, in America or in Europe. I mean, why? Why are we always on the receiving end, Kaiser? Come on. I mean, like I was saying that these guys, they are using African images, collecting a lot of things and for their own benefit. Because if you go deep into this organization, they are more richer than what we think. But most kids in Africa are not receiving this stuff. They use them as photographs, just for a lot of things. But we don't get it. I mean, Africans don't receive it. So these people are getting more richer, getting all the collections. Few months ago, I think last year, an organization in Utah was, I think the federal, the FBA or something, they went behind this organization and find out that they embezzled a lot of money that people were giving to them, because I think it was an organization owned by a Hispanic from Latin America. So they came to find out, man. They went to their parking lot. They have like 7 cars on their parking lot. I mean, they call themselves NGO, but all this money from donations, they were taking it and using it for their vacation and stuff, traveling overseas and doing all of that. So it's rather sickening that people are getting rich and using African images, and we have not still, realized that this is what they are doing. And they come to Africa, they put in little offices, and we think they're doing good for us, but no, they are getting more richer. And I wish some African government can start, banning this organization, man. We don't need them. They are using us for their own gains. We don't need them.
Thank you. That's very true.
Judah, you say that because you're in America.
Man, so what's going on, man? I'm just
your donation, man. White man, send me money. White man, send me all
you guys live on.
Judah, you live in the white man's house, literally. You're his cleaning lady, and you're talking about how we don't need the money. Send me more.
Kaiser, Judah is right. It doesn't make him wrong though, is it? Just because he lives in his house, right?
He's all right. We in Africa, we are struggling.
Stop bullying my brother, man. I'm gonna defend him against you today now.
You know, you guys remind me of the Somalis online. Do you know why?
No.
They were like, "Oh, we don't want to go to join East African community. You know, these people, this and this." But what do you think Somalis and actual Somalia want? Of course, they want to join so that their life can be better. You see what I mean? So you guys are like the.
No, but we don't want to join. We just want to stop scamming us. That's what we're trying to do, guys. Is that a problem?
I want them. Okay, you know what? I want the money to be sent to me, not this Dusties. Those Dusties shouldn't even. You can't afford to feed it. There's bigger. You have bigger issues in life. I don't know if national selection should take its course.
Yeah, I know you want the money. At least, listen. See you and your uncle Obama. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with you, but the Muslims really got.
Kaiser.
Yeah,
Kaiser, the best way to get rich in Kenya is open your own non-governmental organization, man, and get all these Somalian kids and put them on that organization stuff.
100%, bro. That I know the people who work in these things, yeah, and then they never solve the problem. So getting more money. Shout out to Ra. You see, Ra is doing it right. He's like, guys, I got you next week. You see, that's what I want. I want niggas to get me, right? I want to go out there and spend. Judah, you should say, don't send money to Africa, but send money to Kaiser.
Do you know what I like about you, Jay? Even though I don't like your ideology, but you're good at the capitalism, bro. You're a true capitalist, and I like that's the only thing that we have in common.
What ideology don't you like? Look, we're both coons, man. Me and you, Al. We both love white people.
I'm far from it. Don't.
I love the white man to the fullest. That's why ever since he's been in London, he never went back to Sierra Leone.
Exactly.
Oh no, I've been there. I don't see that. I've been there.
Yeah, you've been there, but why don't you want to live in Sierra Leone, man?
At the moment, they're in control of our minerals. They're sucking up the life out of us. We need to get rid of it.
But who is going to bring the change, man? Are you going to stay in London and let them keep sucking your minerals?
Well, that's why something needs to be done, man. They need to stay away. Come on. But at the moment, they're not doing that. They're putting a lot of factories.
Come on. But you want African Americans to go live there. How comes you guys want people to go live there, but you guys are not returning home?
No, honestly, dude, I don't get you. Don't start on me.
When you say you don't like my ideology, you just don't like the fact that I tell people the truth, right, Judy?
No, but sometimes I don't like. Yeah, sometimes that old school. Sometimes that old school. Yeah, but you know what, yeah, something. But no, but you know what I mean. Something to change. We either need to bring. Listen, I want good African Americans in. I know they can be good ones. I know they can be bad ones, no doubt. If you think all African Americans are dusty, then you've got problems because some of them are really good people. Some of them can be really good. Some of them are high. Yeah, not all of them. I know you got beef with them too, but I'm not going to beef with them.
I'm on my own lane, man.
I know. I'm just doing some fry right now, guys. So I'm gonna have to drop out. Do the UFC and Kaiser. Kaiser, tell your Uncle Obama to come out. After controlling Biden. Yeah.
No. Before you go,
yeah.
Let's be. Yeah.
Let me tell you one more.
It's controlling Biden. It is Netanyahu.
UFC.
No, I think Obama.
I love white people. Who's sponsoring this show? Look at that. It's white people that sponsor this show. So even on an African platform, it's not even the Africans; it's the white people. So
Kaiser, I got one next.
No,
Kaiser. How can I just like that when I got one next to me, bro? Come on, man.
Kaiser, they got the bag.
This is like the African Union is sponsored by white people, man. White people.
They got the bag.
It's co-opted.
Kaiser, you're very dusty, bro.
Hey, Iran is planning to attack Israel as we speak. You know, things might go sour, man.
But see that
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Things gonna listen. This world that
it's
we live
gonna
in
be
right now is
chaotic.
so unpredictable, fam. Anything could happen right now. Anything could happen in the world right now. The way things are going, fam, it is coming to the fucking close, man. And we don't want none of that bullshit. I got young kids, but yeah, things gonna go the wrong direction. I think that's why America they need to put Trump in there sooner and get rid of Biden and it's dusty Obama boy. They need to put Trump in there.
Trump is coming full swing, man.
Yeah, let's put him there now.
Trump
Because
is
at the
coming
moment,
full
who's
swing.
running the world? Who's running the world right now? It's
Dollar
LGBT
bill, yo.
plus,
I used to chill
LGBT
like
plus
I used to
Israel.
be Pan African, and then realize this niggas is too dusty, like a dustpan.
Yeah, you're funny, man. You should be
There
doing
was
some
there
lyrics
was
out there.
there was one dusty
Judah, that Cameroon Wi-Fi is
Internet.
not good.
Yeah, it's bugging, man. It's like
It's a Bantu internet, isn't it? Is that Bantu internet, man?
no, that's a pygmy internet. These guys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
See, Kaiser said you're pygmy now. You're not Bantu anymore.
By the way, I've never seen a pygmy, like African pygmy, in a university before. How come? Like, do they go like in like
Kaiser.
university? I've never seen one. I've seen a Somali. I've seen a Gambian. I've seen all types of Africans. I even seen a half Khoisan before, right? I've never seen a
Half
pygmy.
Khoisan.
Like
What
ever.
the
Yeah, like one of those Kosas, whatever they're called. I've never seen a pygmy in a university. How come? Have you seen one, Jude?
I mean, look, man. Look, like I said, the pig you're talking about, we got some that are tall. So they probably go to university, but I've never seen. But that's true, though, man. You're right. I've never seen like a pygmy that is like really. I don't know, man.
Yeah, like a real
I've never
pygmy. I've never
seen.
seen one. Yeah, in the university.
Yeah, it seems like the government, just kind of neglect. I mean, they don't want to study, man. They're like bushmen, you know.
See, that's why Kaiser said it's a good thing us the Sahelian came and civilized them, right, Kaiser?
Yeah.
No, but that's a good.
Do that. Also, just Sahelian. That these guys think we're illiterate and stuff. They're lucky that we came to be in West Africa. Otherwise, West Africa.
No, but
yeah. To be honest,
the thing about the pygmies, the thing about the pygmies is they protect the evergreen, Congo basin forest.
Yeah,
that forest has been protected, so that's intelligent right there.
How is that protected when the white man been there pillaging and destroying it and taking everything out? And most of the slaves that left Africa were taken away from there, right? Because of their old dusty chiefs that they had. Come on, Judah, man. You did talk through that.
Al, you guys are the one.
Luckily, the Bantu, listen, the Bantu and the Sahelian are the supreme blacks in Africa, yeah? The rest of them are just dust. Let's do it.
But you know what? Yeah,
shout out to the Sahelian and the Bantu. Yes, go on.
In Kenya, right? Literally only one tribe had any kind of technology, right? The rest of them literally were just chasing hyenas and zebras, right? That's the truth. So shout out to you guys for bringing Africa to have some history. Otherwise, people will be thinking of Africa, all they can think about is rainforest. That's where Judah's people are. Sure, they look at the rainforest. Judah, did they learn medicine? Did they write down all the chemicals for which plants to use for which illnesses? No, these niggas just run around the trees, no shoes, and that's it. That's the issue that I have with you guys.
Kaizo, you know that majority of the pygmies are also in Uganda, right?
Yes. I
never knew that.
Uganda. Yeah, Uganda, but
I never knew that.
They don't have education either there.
Yeah, Uganda have like a lot of pygmies.
Ah, I see.
Cameroon does not have a lot because it seems like most of them have been
Shaka
pushed
Zulu,
away
Shaka
all the
Zulu
way
got
down.
no Shaka Zulu got rid of him. That's why Shaka said, "I don't want
Yeah.
you, man."
Yep. So Central African Republic still have like, I mean, but the pygmies it's just like a stereotype, man. It's like saying Black American or African is just a stereotype, They are human beings, man. You have the pygmies, you have the albinos. These are people that were having problems in Africa. You go to East African countries, some of these guys were getting sacrificed, albinos, you know. So
Is that the reason why we don't have any white skin in Africa? Because they were getting killed and sacrificed.
right? I mean, yeah, some of them were even used as meat, man. As roasted meat. Yeah, albinos. We used to have a lot of them.
That's sad.
Yeah, some of them were getting killed, especially if you give birth to an albino. They say, no, that's not a human being, so they sacrifice them.
See how primitive some African things, isn't it? That's disgusting, because at the end of the day, they can see that's not something else other than a human. So why they... See, this trouble, when Africa want to get rid of you, they find reason to justify it. We're the only people that will find reason to justify killing someone just because you don't like him. Or they will see you've been possessed by the spirit, and they just wipe you out. That's fucking crazy.
Even in Nigeria, Nigerian first.
In Nigeria, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
In Nigeria,
not all parts of Nigeria. It's come like the village part, like the village.
No,
village
in Nigeria, they were killing the twins. They were using the twins for sacrifice. You give birth to twins. The white man was the one that came to Nigeria and stopped it in Cross River State.
Even in Sierra Leone, we had that same problem. I'm not gonna lie, the village people do that.
Yeah, Jude's right. That's a part of Nigeria history. I'm not gonna deny
it. Wow. So the white man has to come to Africa to tell us what we are doing was wrong.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
We know how to keep common sense for somewhere else now.
So if the white man didn't come, we would have been doing all these things again.
See, the white man ended slavery.
No, Jude, that's one of the reasons why Danfodio became more popular, because he said if you become Muslim, you're not gonna get victimized over that.
Oh yeah.
Kezo, yesterday I was arguing with someone. Someone died. I said this death would have been avoided. He said no, it was just his time. I said no.
It was an African. It was an African system.
I said it was not his time.
In it. Everybody was in it.
It was not his time.
USC, are you talking about the actor that died in a boat or whatever, in a canoe?
Thank you very much. Yes.
He's a Cameroonian too, right? He was born in Cameroon.
You see? That's avoidable death. That death was
they want to blame the lady for, the lady that owned the film. She's not part of it.
Listen, you know what that guy would have done? Me, I'm not a good swimmer. If I want to enter a speedboat, I will first of all ask you for a life jacket. If you say you don't have, then
wait, let me ask this guy, man. Al, what are you cooking, man? What are you cooking in the kitchen, man?
How do you know, Judy? I'm cooking fry, you know. I'm cooking Creole food.
I'm used to that chopping board, man. I got a chopping board at home when you are chopping onions, carrots, green beans, tomatoes.
Right now I'm frying sweet potatoes. The purple one.
Okay.
I'm frying that and then I'm also doing beef with chopped onions, chopped tomatoes, and chopped scotch bonnet. But you turn it to like gravy. Nice. Yeah. Okay. It's Creole food. In Sierra Leone, our food is very Creole. It's like half African, half Caribbean.
Okay, what is that? What is the name of the food? What is the food called? Fry.
In Sierra Leone, we call it fry.
Okay.
In Creole. Yeah, Sierra Leone, we're very Creole people. Even though I'm a Fulani, we're what they call Fula Creole. You know, I'm not Fulani like those in Nigeria, by the way. You know, we're Fula Creole people. We're very Caribbean influenced people. You
Yeah.
know.
Those one they
Yeah.
drink. Those one they drink kunu.
Yeah.
I got a question. Why is Gambia?
Al is that Fulani. Al is that Fulani guy that brings raw milk straight from the cow.
Aye.
I mean, I would love that, you know, but we have that. We have that in Sierra Leone also, but that's when we have like a traditional Fula gathering. You know, that's when you actually remind yourself of being a real Fulani. Other than that, we just Creole. We eat Creole food. But yeah, I know the one you're talking about. We have the they call it kosan, not koisan, but kosan. Kosan is like the yogurt that we make from the cow, and also we have the corn, the maize powder, but it's more like a dessert. You know, we have that. Well, we don't, and also we have the butter that we have from the cow. We put in the rice, you know, to eat with other sauce. Because when the butter is in the rice, it kind of give the rice some kind of flavor, right? So we cook it differently to other Africans. You know, even though we're listening, in us Fulani, we eat slightly different to the Fulani in Guinea. The Fulani in Guinea will eat slightly different to the Fulani in Senegal. You know, and the Fulani in the Sahel will eat different to the Fulani in the coast. So it's all different.
Hold on. Let me quickly answer Igwe. One thing you need to understand there, like in Nigeria, many culture, when someone passes away, they don't like to do autopsy. You
Ramon,
understand?
you got me, Ramon. Yes.
They don't do autopsy, so that's the issue. They just prepare for the burial. If it's a Muslim, they bury the person that same day. So most times they don't do autopsy.
This guy called Rasmus say if his mother is albino, I will have as if we are lying that they sacrifice albinos in Tanzania. I think it was just banned like few years ago where albinos were used. Even most of their genitals were being cut out. For sacrifice and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's why when people say, "Oh, why do you like the white man, man?" Come on, we look, man. The white man, if not of the white man, we will still be primitive. I'm telling you for a fact. Our culture will.
Okay.
Jude, don't say that again to me. I'm begging you, man. We was developed and built empire before the white man.
No, Judy. Sometimes some things are.
But anyway, UFC today, Kaizo. You know, you guys are great. I got a lot here and leave you. I'm gonna go and eat my fry now. Rama said in the Caribbean. Rama said in the Caribbean they call it yassa in Haiti. Yeah, that's something like that. Well, I gotta love you guys. You guys are great. God bless you, and have a good day.
You too, man.
Okay, Judy. For instance, in Edo State, way back when the Oba passed away, you see those two people that hold those machete for the Oba. Way back.
Who's the Oba? Like the king?
Yeah, the king. Yes, the king. Way back, when the Oba passed away, those two people will be sacrificed. Like they will be buried alive with the Oba.
Those two people?
Yes, that carried those machetes. Yes, those traditional
So
machetes.
it was a white man that came and stopped it?
No, it was not. But they just over the years they just thought it was too barbaric, so they stopped it by themselves.
So those guys that stand close to the king, when the king dies, they carry all of them and put them in a grave with the king?
Yes, they go with the king. Yeah.
Do they put them in a coffin or they just put them in the hole like that?
No, when they are burying the king, they like when they put the king and they also bury those two alongside with the king.
Really?
Yes. So because the belief is that they will also help the king to like in the afterlife to to carry the king's symbol across. symbol of authority. Yeah, but the law has to change because why? Let me tell you why it changed. Because they now face difficulty of people. There were no like people to sign up to carry the thing for the Oba. You know,
Uh-uh. But
yeah.
during that period where did people have to sign up? I thought people were just choosing.
Hey, see, yes, but some of those family now, they die out now. Then some other like, yeah, of course, that line. But those other family they wanted to pick, they were kind of so they now just okay. They now stop the sacrifice. No, now when the Oba died, the this thing will have to now resign because the new Oba will now have to pick another person to replace the former one. Yeah.
Oh, so the guys resigned.
You know, when you understand, those that carry that listing, when the Oba pass away, they will not have to resign. Then they because
Oh, because
normally,
the new one is coming with his own stuff.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, yeah,
Mm. Wow, things African culture is crazy, man.
yeah.
Mm.
Crazy. But
So
sometimes,
so 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 do you think that uh the culture was better back in the days than what it is now, or it been that it has upgrade? Has it? Because I mean now
see,
telling me that these guys are not being sacrificed with the king anymore, it kind of diminish your culture, man. You don't think
okay,
so?
Judy, I agree. See, let me tell you, way back, if you look at the do history, way back ahead, you can easily leave your farm product or anything in your front of your house. Nobody will steal it. Criminality was low, murder was low because everyone follow orders and regulations. But now, since we embrace whatever we embrace, the whole black people now are now in a total state of chaos whereby we don't fear or respect anything. We do what we want, and sometimes we overdo. We
Man,
overdo.
tell me about that guy avoiding that stuff in the boat, man. Oh,
Okay,
that's crazy.
see, you know, as an actor, if you are going for a shoot, you have the right to demand for certain things. You understand? As a celebrity, you say no. I need without life jacket. I'm not going to take this because one, he doesn't know how to swim. You understand me? That
Hmm.
thing, me, see, brother, I don't know how to. I don't sabi swim. I don't know how to swim. I'm not going to a speedboat like that. No, I'm not going to join you without life jacket. So that's why I said it. That accident would have been avoidable because I heard they collide with another boat.
Hmm.
Yes, and there's another
He,
guy that know how to swim. That one survived.
oh wow, he did a video before and said the guy was going too fast in the boat.
You see, thank you. I'm glad you saw it. I saw the video also.
Yep,
So I thought it, I
and he
said,
told he told the guy to slow down that he got 3 keys.
you see, people were arguing with me that it was the time. I said it was not his time. That would have been avoidable if he wore life jacket.
Hmm. Yeah, he was born in Bamenda, man,
You see, eh?
in Cameroon. His parents are Nigeria. He was born in Bamenda.
I didn't know that
Went to
too.
school. Went to school in Cameroon. Yeah, go and read about. Yeah, went to school in Cameroon in Bamenda,
See,
and then
what
moved back to
about
Enugu to
anyone?
Nigeria, and then yeah, well,
Anyone can actually blame that Nigeria. We don't even know they are from another country because, because we,
wow. It
I
may be,
don't.
man. A lot of people are in Nigeria that have mixed parents with Cameroonians.
I know that. We share
Even
but
Mercy Johnson.
we
Mercy
share but
Johnson, real mother is Cameroonian.
oh. Then his dad is from Kogi State, right?
Yeah, yep.
The thing is that you know why sometimes we don't actually do verification. In Nigeria, you are from your father's side. You understand me?
Mm.
Yes, you are from your father's
A,
side.
a lot of Nigerians have married, their guys have married Cameroonian. Man, I went online one time, I think on TikTok, and it was this Cameroon Nigerian stuff about music stuff,
Mm.
and some Nigerians were, cursing out Cameroon, and some Nigerians were saying, "No, man, my father is this, my mother is Cameroon, my father is Nigeria." I was like, man, almost like how many comments? Someone commented, almost like 80 people came and said the same thing underneath that comment. Same with me, same with me. My father is Cameroonian, my mother is Nigerian. I'm like, holy shit, you know.
They tell it, see, if you observe, Nigerians, wherever they go to, they can settle down and just marry there. They don't care. They can easily marry other people. But it's not like other
Are you
Africa. They want to marry only their people, and mostly the horn of Africa. Those ones, they are too racist.
are you following that Cameroonian guy, Kosi, with his music Credit Alert? That is beating the whole Nigeria right now.
Oh. See, since this year, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not listening to any African music or music at
Oh
all because
wow.
I'm busy. Yes, I don't pay attention. I have not paid attention to the entertainment, whatever.
Is
Um,
business now for you.
yes, Kosi. Let me Kosi.
Kosi, Kocee.
Oh, C.
Credit
Okay.
Alert feed Pato ranking.
Oh,
One
okay,
of
okay.
the
Yeah.
one of the biggest song in Nigeria.
Oh, I don't see. Yeah. Credit a lot. Okay.
Credit
That's it.
Alert. He went to
Uh,
Nigeria and produced that song with Mastercraft.
yeah, Mastercraft is good.
Yep.
See,
But that Kosi guy is the top artist in Cameroon.
good. Judy, this is what I was saying just now. Black people, sometimes we need to forget about worrying about who own or who invents the thing. If you
Exactly.
if it's going to make you blow and make money, go ahead and do it. I don't
But
care.
Cameroonians were coming for him, say, "Oh, he went to Nigeria, sing like Nigeria, do this, do this." I'm like, what the heck, sing like Igbo? I'm like, bro, even Nigerians are singing all this South African music. Now, African music is not only about Nigerian tune or South African tune.
See, Judy, other Africa needs to be we need to learn how to be open-minded. One thing about see, I mean, our people have their own shortcoming, but one thing about us, if something is sweet, it's sweet. We not care where it for come. That's just our
Mm-hmm.
mindset. Where it for come, we not care. If you observe, when Ghana claimed they created Afrobeat, we not argue with them.
That
See,
Afrobeat Ghana did not create it, and then they say,
just
"Oh,
knock
their
up,
own was with S, this and
just
that."
knock up my brother. Just
Now
forget it.
Ghana won't be popular. Who be the listen Ghana music before? Ah,
So sometimes you don't need to argue, just do it and make money and better yourself. I don't understand this. It doesn't make us grow. You understand me?
no, but
Okay,
the thing is, Cameroon were jealous. I'm Cameroonian, but Cameroonian were jealous because Nigeria is more friendship with Ghana than Cameroon. So these English guys want to break that barrier. They want to make Nigeria and Cameroon so close than between Ghana and Nigeria.
I'm
So that's
telling
why
you
they create all this friction.
because Nigeria will use any produce. If you observe, for some time, this producer was popular in Nigeria. What they call it, DJ Maforisa. Maforisa was very, very popular. He's a South Africa DJ and a producer. He produced many
Mhm.
of hit songs. He produced for Whiskey, Davido,
If I tell
Ronkan.
you, if I tell you how many Cameroonians are now in Nigeria collaborating in movie industry, you will be
Better, my
surprised.
brother.
Mm.
Better. Even if you look, British actors, they will leave British and go to America, Hollywood. They know sometimes if you want to blow, do what you know that it will blow you. The
No,
Nigerian guy,
Nigeria is the center for film industry and
thank
music
you,
and film.
entertainment.
And entertainment. Africa, the way Africa is designed is like New York. It's like no, not New York. United States say okay, California is Hollywood. This is for this. This is for that's how the Africa is. Here is entertainment. And it's like Africa. United States is like Africa, man. Where you say okay, California or New York, South Africa or Nigeria. You know, but we know
Mhm.
where it is, man. It's Nigeria, bro. When it
See,
comes to entertainment.
Judy, another thing I observe, other Africa country, the upcoming artists, they are afraid to step over the older generation. For example, see, anything in life, if you want to win, you need to take it by force. You need to walk
Yeah.
over. Yes, you don't need to be nice. For instance, whenever sometimes I play into Ghana radio station or any entertainment, I get frustrated because you know what I normally heard? They always
Mm-mm.
mention older generation, Sarkodie, Shatawale, and these are old artists. Why not promote? Yes,
Oh yeah.
promote the younger ones. Yes, see,
But
you know, go Nigeria.
if the younger ones are not popping like the older generation,
No.
you
See,
know.
the other, see, no, Judy. On younger ones are popping. They are not just promoting their music. For instance, nobody is in the entertainment industry in Nigeria. You cannot hear people mentioning the banj and what they
But
call
that's
it
what I'm saying now.
every
You
day.
cannot compare. Nigeria is the center where it's like United States where you're watching NBA players. By next season, they already got brand new other players, or in
Yeah.
United or in England. But it's not like that in other countries, In other countries, that quick turnover, we don't have that quick turnover in music as compared to Nigeria with the population. Because there are a lot of things that inspire people to do music, right? One of that
Okay,
reason
Judy.
might be
Judy.
poverty. Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
Judy. Hold on. There's a artist now. I think I heard that Nigeria record label signed the guy. It's a Ghanaian upcoming artist. Is he Lasmid? Yes, Lasmid. Lasmid is a very good artist. But you see, the industry in what they call it in Ghana, they don't care about this kind of young artists. They rather stick their teeth on 40 or 45 years old Sarkodie or 50 years old listing.
Hey,
There's some,
you
there's,
remind me of something, man. See what is happening in Ghana. I mean, are these guys primitive? Jaro went to Ghana with his wife. Did you see how Ghanaians were licking his feet? I'm like, what is wrong with Africans, man? Kaizo, you need to come and let's talk about this topic. I almost forgot, man.
you know, say, there's a bit do local. See, sometimes, okay. Oh, see, the thing is that if artists call Nigeria, you just see the vibe. The vibe it will be mutual vibe. But when you go to Ghana, they go more about do they say okay, they want to do past Nigeria. They don't know say Nigeria on they just become natural. We know they force ourselves. It's a natural thing because we naturally get ginger.
Bro,
Ginger there our
I'm
body.
like, this is a disgrace to Africa. I mean, one of these guys posted on Twitter, Cameroonian guy, posted on Facebook. People were
It's-
disgrace, licking Jaru's feet. Oh, come on, Ghanaians. What the heck?
That's out of
This-
that. Jaru whenever drop music for the past 2 decades or a
Ah,
decade, more than 2 decades.
who sabi Jaru? I mean,
Leave them, make them
Ghanaians were licking, they were licking his back, it's greeting him and licking their hands. I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Judy, I saw the video. I quickly passed it because it was cringing to me. Because I don't want someone else to reduce my listening.
Yes, but what is going on with Africans, man? Come on, like what the heck? why can't we see these celebrities the way you call them and just okay, this okay. Oh,
See,
this guy, he was like, oh, this American guy has to come back. Jau, you have to come here every day. We love you. I'm like, what the heck, grown
Judy,
man? Come on, man.
Judy, if you observe, if you pay attention, if you observe, the reason why Black Americans are not going to Nigeria is because we have the kind of energy that will match their energy. We are not going to dobale and bow down to them because they just come in.
Yeah, they don't, but they don't come to Nigeria, man. They don't go to South Africa. I don't know what Ghana is using for these celebrities. You know, you had Mignu went over there, Jaru,
because they know they will always go where
going on.
They will go to where they will get all the hype, like the people will worship them and treat them like
exactly.
So
you remember when Mimi went over there, he was doing stage music inside their presidency.
You see, thank you. That's not going to happen in Nigeria. Never lie. Because you know why? The president is too serious. For it to even meet you, it will be very difficult. Okay.
In Nigeria?
Yes, throughout the 8 years of Buhari didn't meet any Nigeria celebrity at all. They didn't visit him, no invitation, nothing.
I'm like, even the Ghanaian president is Mumu allowing your presidential palace to be run by an artist. That's crazy, man. Because he's from America.
Not just by artists, by uneducated artists. Uneducated.
Uneducated. They won't do that. They won't do that to a Ghanaian artist. Our mumu not too much Nigerian first.
No, Judy. Say Ghanaian mumu. Make sure their name. Don't add up. Not be me and you do them. No, make our name here. Say their mumu. Make sure the country where you do
The Ghanaian president could not even allow his presidential palace to be run down by a Ghanaian artist. But when an American artist came, he opened all, man. Even the guy was chilling with his daughter.
Crazy. They can't do bad. Let's how Cardi B come. Cardi B go Ghana, Wala can't see come out. When come Nigeria, she enjoy herself. Everybody behave, art mature. Even our celebrity not go the trooping, go the one they find Cardi B. All of them behave themselves because they themselves are wealthy. They can afford whatever Cardi B can afford, so they respect themselves. But
it's not like Ghana.
You see, they don't know say sometimes you need to respect yourself for you to earn respect.
No, these guys are really. Look, man, the way I've never looked at a Ghanaian and think like he's a high IQ, man. Because just being in their city, they just speak local language. To me, they are just too local, man. A Cameroonian in front of a Ghanaian is like, man, who is this guy, man? Even here in America, these guys, they don't enjoy life at all. They just hide like village, you know.
Guys, see, let's be honest. They socially awkward or whatever. Socially,
this guy come to Cameroon and see how people are almost like body is hot, man.
Do they? Yeah. You see what? May I show you what the confidence they do? You see that your brother when they Nigeria went get a restaurant for Abuja.
Oh yeah, Bright Grill, King of Grill.
Thank you. You they see the way you know, like you they see the confidence.
Cubana is the one that is the Cubana. He's the one that grill for top dogs in Nigeria, man.
Thank you. He go say the body that works the money or whatever. I get what they always talk.
But works the money.
Thank you. You they see they shame to talk and they promote, they show itself. That see now I call confidence. Now confidence now you they see there. So you not care what you go think.
People they leave Lagos, go Abuja, People they leave Lagos, go Abuja, go take the guy. Even the guy look he with his big belly, but he doesn't give an F, man.
The guy don't blow now. That guy don't be small picking. I get one picture when I saw I observe his hand. Now I say, when I Rolex, this guy knock for hand, so he knock Rolex. Yes,
Oh yeah.
I noticed now, no expensive things. Yes, sir. Now I say no.
You follow the guy to Abi.
Of course, sir. Why not?
I heard he's the biggest. He took his driver to go and deliver barbecue to Davido. When they get there, the driver almost collapsed, seeing Davido for his first time face to face.
See, Judy, let me tell you something. Let me say the truth here. That guy, he did not just become wealthy and famous suddenly. He has that guy not there for Nigeria I think close to 20 years now. He
Yep. You're right, man. That's true.
Yes, it took him hard work. And he built a good relationship with the people and the community. So that's why he's successful.
Exactly. And another thing about him is he is not scared to show his Cameroonian flag, and people still patronize him.
Thank you.
He's a Cameroonian, play Cameroonian music. People still patronize him. Nigerians still patronize him. I'm like, wow.
Because we are not racist. When it comes to my brother, in Nigeria, I will tell people, if you get something to offer, you actually prepare your plan, you will blow in Nigeria. If you can see, you doesn't need to serve the whole country. Small population like this, you are good. You don't settle for your life. You don't blow.
But UFC, let me tell you something, right? Cameroonian in Africa, Cameroon has the best grill in Africa. If you come to Cameroon and they do you roasted fish, man, you wouldn't go back to Nigeria, man. I'm telling you for a fact. That's why that guy is roasted beef. The guy does everything now: chicken, crocodile, ostrich.
Why the guy never? Because by now, maybe if he don't open, he suppose don't get he don't suppose to expand go Lagos, open restaurants for Lagos.
Yeah, man, that guy.
If he don't
do, man, the guy.
If he don't do, because they work with because I can't say with Obi Kubana and a close friend, and that's okay. This guy, he don't notice. He don't notice.
I saw one of his video on Instagram where I think Obi Kubana, they were somewhere. All these big guys, man. I think he went to Enugu or something. Man, this guy they make money.
I say person when don't meet vice president.
Huh?
Yeah.
For the past one or this Shetima.
Shetima, nah.
Huh?
This thing. That boy get access. See, that boy get more access than me when be Nigerian citizen.
Because I was following the guy. The guy just opened a luxurious car company, like renting, for selling luxury cars in Nigeria.
You see, huh?
Man,
my brother, see, forget social media. I will tell people, if you want to succeed in Nigeria, focus on reality, focus on what is going on ground. That's where the money is.
Yeah, but social media too blows you up. You cannot forget social media because that's what sells you.
No, what I mean is that when you look at the what they call negative news concerning the country, if you actually have the idea, if you can manage the few first 5 years, you survive that first 5 years, my brother. Forget the next 6 years ago.
Man, this guy is making money, man. Man, 35 billion naira roasted fish. What, man? This guy has made the video one-on-one. That's Davino personal cook, man.
Yeah, because let me tell you something. I believe it because I saw one of the video. He has a special sauce, and something like that will make people from no matter the location they will want something like that. So that's just the leverage when he gets. He gets special sauce, and that sauce they bring people come back.
Yeah, that sauce is made of, I know that sauce, man. It's made of Cameroon pepper. man.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you guys, Nigerians, will never produce that sauce because they don't have the spices. In
Thank
Cameroon, we
you.
have so many spices,
See,
man.
not just add. See, it's not just like add the spices. Like in know wetin they mix together with that spice.
You have the combination.
The combination. Thank you. So even though say you go do
Yeah.
am by yourself, not still work. So the
No,
combination,
no, no,
you
no, no.
understand it. Yes, you understand the
There,
combination. So
there's one Nigerian celebrity. They call him food critic. Man, that guy has been eating food all over Nigeria. When he went to this bride grill,
mm,
the guy was like, "Omo, he has all the grill that he has been testing in Nigeria. When he ate bride grill, man, he said there is none in Nigeria except him, man."
oh, hold on. Did you see how? See, let me tell you why. Sometimes you will see Nigeria quickly blow up with some certain things. Is that they are not afraid to criticize things and say things the way they are. See,
Yeah,
this thing also help in music or movie. When you control people to come and listen to you something, they should be able to give you honest advice. If the music is trash, tell the artist it is trash. Because this is about money and creation. You cannot say because I be friend, I don't want to offend them. No, you are not helping the person. That guy, a lot of people, you just make sure a lot of people hate and like the guy, and that is the best
yeah,
combination you need.
yeah.
You need that
In
hate and
Nigeria say
love.
you come to Nigeria, don't make money where and some Nigerians say Timo, but he doesn't give an F, man. The guy don't blow. Mm.
Yes, no, that guy don't blow. Anytime I saw, I just smile and say, man, this guy is making a killing.
There was one Nigerian guy that was saying, the guy said, man, he said, I'm surprised you're a Cameroonian. How you come to Nigeria, you are making money more than us, man.
Yes,
Mm. Ah.
that
But there are
guy.
also Nigerians in other African countries doing well. Ah,
Yes, of course, of course. Nah, normal. No, nah, normal. That's why. See, that's why we don't need to hate. You understand me? For instance, there's one video when I saw see for South Africa, one Nigeria guy get fashion house. You see those the black South Africa richest man and a wife, and also the wife of the current president. Now that man they make clothes for them. You understand
ah,
me? Yes, so for South Africa. So I was like, ooh,
Nigerian
this
guy.
one. Yes, they make clothes for what be his name again? Is this Sirim
Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa.
Ramaphosa? Yes, wife. Yes, now the guy they make clothes for them. Like this will not be say them say proof they like pictures.
Ramaphosa wife is one of the richest person
Yes,
in is I didn't say the richest, one of the richest. She's among like the richest people in South Africa.
yes. Now the brother is the richest black South Africa now.
Exactly. The brother is the president of CAF.
Yes, thank you. So I know what you talk. So
Yep.
So that's why the hate we don't need to see person like that guy. So just admire am. Or if you want learn also blow, follow a template. Look at the things when he did good at what the process because see the guy he didn't arrive at this stage in overnight. No, it took him
No,
years.
no, the guy, if you go and see his pictures when he was small. He
Yeah,
was
thank you,
doing all kind of stuff, man. He was like these normal people on the street doing
thank you
roasting
very
like
much.
these Fulani people,
Thank you very
you
much
know.
because
But
there's a reason.
that's one thing about businesses that we Africans do not know. We don't know how to upgrade, you know.
Hmm,
We do the
thank,
same thing over and over without upgrading. The guy upgrade, you know.
thank Thank you. You dey see what you don't observe wetin I dey talk. So the guy actually upgrade. You know, say I go through his picture. I saw wow, not be to this guy. Don't tell am oh, this guy not just wake up and blow this thing like yes. That guy, that if you observe, that guy must have done up to 20 to 15 years for Abuja. Like he don't
Ah,
change because that time, he not fat to see, he still lean and he, let's say they work for person that time. The way it
yeah,
be, they
any work for
yeah,
person, and maybe he was doing. And the one thing I like about the guy, maybe at one point in time, maybe he was doing free roasting. He can
yeah,
roast and invite people. You
yes,
know, started getting in contact now with these celebrities, these big guys in Abuja. You know, there's this one guy that he went and offered him a big car for his birthday. You know,
you see. You know what? Yeah,
you know.
I say I appreciate him. He's still able to keep his Cameroonian culture without anybody trying to say no, no, no,
Oh,
be
come on,
Nigerian.
man.
No.
Even Igbos in Cameroon still keep their Igbo culture.
Thank you. Like he always rep Cameroon. This is not always repping Cameroon. If you go through his page, you know, okay. Always rep.
I've started seeing Nigerians that are his cooks are also dancing that Makosa kind of music. You
Of,
know, you know that style.
of course, na that he boss now. They go follow their boss now.
Exactly. They
Yes,
are
they love
dancing that
their boss.
sukus. Back in the days when sukus used to be African music, that
Yeah, yeah.
Awi Lolongumba.
See, there are other African citizens in Nigeria who are making money quietly without making noise. I also
Oh
came
yeah.
across I also came across a Gambia lady. He has like a very big shop in Abuja there. He's doing well. He even narrate a story how he came to Nigeria. Like a now training she come for, but she just can't
Huh?
decide to say no. Another yes, so she come for training. After that training, she say fuck it. I need to
There's
stay
also
back.
there's
There are
also
too much.
another Gambian. There's also another Gambian man, man. They call him Tough. He
Yes,
built a whole
thank
big
you.
apartment complex in River State, Port Harcourt.
For record, yes, staff.
Yep.
Thank you. So people like that, with now YouTube make me know about those people. I for not know say those people they exist for Nigeria. Believe me, I for not know. Yes, so
I mean,
there are
Africans should start moving around, man. That's why I was telling people that if there is open border, one currency, you can move. I mean, if you don't make it in your country, you move to another country and make it. You know,
Judy.
because this guy, maybe if he was roasting in Cameroon, but because we got more grillers and more roasted people, maybe he couldn't make it. But went to
Judy.
Nigeria, you know, now he's a celebrity. You might also
Yep.
have Nigerians that are not making, doing the same items in Nigeria, but they are not making it. They moved to Cameroon and now they are making it. You know?
Thank you. Thank you. See, that's why I don't advise people to just stay if things are not good in their country. Don't because of patriotism and just stay. No, you don't see. You don't need to go to Europe. You can just cross the border, enter Benin, Cameroon, Ghana, Togo. You find your opportunity there, even Ivory Coast. Okay, during that Africa Cup of Nations, I saw a lot of Nigerians who actually live in.
Ah, living in Ivory. That's why I was telling people, man, if they are not a major problem in a country or an activity, you wouldn't know that there are people that live in this country.
At all.
Who would have thought that Ivory Coast that is a French country? But did you see the number of Nigerians that live there, bro?
A lot. Many Yoruba. They live there. Many. I was surprised.
Hmm.
So that was a new discovery for me. I was like, wow, really? I didn't know
Even there are
this.
Nigerians in Senegal that I follow them on YouTube. Nigerians living in Senegal.
Yeah, see, there's one famous Nigeria artist, like those other the artists that paint picture and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
He built his massive world class studio in Senegal. This is not
Huh?
yes, the guy that painted Obama's portrait now.
Wow.
Kende Wali. Yes, now he get big, like world class studio in Senegal.
Yeah, you know, Senegalese are good in that art stuff. They do a lot of, you know, yeah.
They are very good. They are very good. I'm not see Senegalese when it comes to art. They are very good. They have some of the best artists in Africa.
Yep.
So yeah, so he has this big studio. So some of these artists they won't exhibit. They will do exhibition in his because if you look at the building, you know that okay, this guy spent millions of dollars to build this structure.
See, like
Yeah,
one of my guy that was doing real estate in Cameroon is not working. He's doing real estate now in Nigeria. The guy
you
is
see,
making money, man.
that's so.
Hmm? The guy is
See,
making money doing real
really,
estate in Nigeria.
you know what is surprised me? What I actually believe people can actually blow up in Nigeria was Ola of Lagos. When Ola of Lagos started, that time get about 50,000 followers. I know Ola of Lagos. But when you see Ola of Lagos right now, you say, wow. Like someone like me, like someone when no one when a new start, like actually like are they impressed of how it becomes successful young man like that. See,
Yeah, that's
the guy
nice.
said, yeah, the guy not get any like any formal education. Even if also the way they speak sometimes in English, sometimes
Yeah, is
he
he
go
a
mistake.
Fulani or a Yoruba guy?
Na
Because he
Yoruba.
sound different. Huh? He sound like Fulani.
No, no, not be but it's like I don't forget the state when you say for come, but not be from north, but now within south. I don't forget the
Maybe
state.
from Kwara.
All those yes, now for come.
Yeah, because those Kwara are like Fulani mixed with Yoruba people.
Yes, so now for concern, you got all blown. You know that guy, not see the two heavy machine when he get.
They
And
wanted
yeah,
they wanted to send him to jail because he was skyrocketing prices in Nigeria.
yeah, because he knows how to market. Like his marketing ability. E- Even though say
I
sometimes it's very
come on.
funny.
Cameroonians copy Nigeria. One guy too also wake up in Douala one time in Cameroon was like, you know, Wala this of Douala was doing the same thing.
Well, it's not bad. If someone
Of
is
course, you know, but I mean, to come to think of it, everything nowadays is copy and paste. You know,
thank you,
you,
thank you,
you know,
thank
everything
you.
has been done copy and paste. Even all these technologies, all these apps, you copy it and paste it in. Like that guy that wanted to, that Nigerian guy that he said he did not want to do that app in Canada because everywhere is congested.
Yeah,
He
yeah, yeah,
copied
yeah,
it
yeah.
and pasted it in Nigeria because that there's market over there. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. And guess what? It's one of the richest young Nigerian now in Nigeria.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yes, that guy
But if he
control.
was in Canada, he will have lost it.
Yep, yep. And see, when it comes to Nigeria tech industry, once you started to measure people, when you measure first person, the second person when you measure a name, na him. You must measure a name.
Wow.
Yes,
So how is
yes.
the tech market in Nigeria? Is it big or is still
No,
you
I
know
think okay, no, they are
unfounded?
okay. Still, see, for instance, the
Mm-hmm.
first quarter of this year now, I think what I saw, they raised almost about $150 million. I think the number one in Africa. Second, I think the second country to raise another money like that. I think it is South Africa also. Yes, no, Kenya, followed by Kenya, then South Africa, Egypt. You understand me? See,
What is
when
the
it comes to
major breakthrough in techs in Nigeria? Like what have they like what major app like say Facebook, social media, or Cash App, or over here, or
no, no, no.
Monitor? Like what is like the major app, like the biggest, you know,
Okay, the biggest. I'm not gonna lie.
like
The
biggest?
biggest.
Yeah.
The biggest are three. One, no, four. OPay. OPay one. Then Flutterwave two. Then Andela. Andela is what they do is that they train people for future job. Like they will train you and give you skills so that company from multinational, they can employ you and work for them. That's what Andela
Mm.
does. Then yes, the other one is InterSwitch. InterSwitch is like they create software for like credit card, whereby if you want to make payment, you can make payment through your credit card and all that. So that's InterSwitch.
So,
Inter
do you guys have a Nigerian Uber in like
Yes, yes, move.
is the
Yes,
app run
yes.
by Nigerian or is the Uber in America that is still over
No,
there?
no. It's Nigeria. Have you heard of Move? Move.
Move
Yes, it's owned by Nigeria. Yeah,
like
Move.
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 Oh, okay. Oh,
No,
wow.
no, no. No, I double move. Yeah, OVE. Yeah,
You
yeah,
see,
yeah,
that's why I tell you everything that is
yeah.
copy and paste, man. Because you see what China is doing.
Yes, it's,
You know, China. I mean, I
yes,
wish
move.
Africa can take away from what China has done. Ban these social media
Move is
spaces
owned
in the
by.
world.
Yes, it's owned
Mm.
by Nigeria. It was created by Nigeria. Yeah,
So when
Jide
it comes
Odu. Two
to marketplace in Nigeria like Amazon, do you guys have any?
Yeah. We have Jumia. We have is it Gigi? Yeah, Gigi. Yes, it's a marketplace. Yeah, that's JIJI.ng. So
Oh,
or if you
JIJI.
dot ng. If you don't use it's a marketplace. If you don't use that, you use
Jumia.
or Jumia. Yeah, Jumia.
So Jumia and Gigi are the one that are topping the chart when it comes to marketplace in Nigeria.
Yes. The thing is that one good thing about GG is that building material, anything you can find, you can buy them. It's anything you can. If you are looking,
Mm.
yeah, you can easily just sit in your house and order building material, furniture,
And
laptop.
they deliver it.
Yes, of course. Buy even cars. If you want to buy and sell cars, you can also post it on a GG. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice, man. Because we should start developing things like this instead to like say, okay, Amazon should come to Nigeria, and people
No,
start
no,
going
no,
to
no,
Amazon
no.
side. You know.
See, let me tell you one thing. One thing I respect about people is that Nigerians love to own things, own ownership. They understand that when you own something, that's power. Ownership comes with power. But because everybody, that's why majority of Nigerians don't like being a tenant. You understand me? Because when you own
Mm-hmm.
the house, you solve the problem. Now you can do whatever you want in your house. But when you are a tenant, your landlord can tell you what to do and what not to do. So the when you are growing up, you these things like it's taught in our homes, in our houses, about ownership.
So what's going? Oh, go
For,
ahead.
for instance,
Mm-hmm.
in my tradition, first son own everything. Only what your dad have for you, like other kids, is for him to just educate and give you the education you need for you to succeed. When I was growing up, for instance, because I'm the last in the boys, so I knew that I will have to hustle for my own self. That whatever my dad owned belongs to my senior brother. So I already have that on my back of my mind. So that's why I didn't toy or play with my life. You understand me? So I know I have nothing else to fall back to. So that age
What's
will be
going?
go ahead.
What's going on with What's going on with Landmark, man? about the coastal road.
Okay. See, the good thing, I've seen the guy's interview. I
Mm-hmm.
following the right process because he knows that if you actually want the government to maybe find another route that the road is going to pass and avoid your business, it's for you to engage the government direct, not use through media. Because when you
Yeah, because he has gone on. Because even Umahi, Dave Umahi, the Minister of Works, is saying that. I mean, you cannot. The road is there. The road is there. You know, you're not
see
gonna change their mind for them to divert the coastal road and take it inside cities or inner state.
the good thing is,
That's why it's called the coastal road, because all the seashores is controlled by the federal government.
God bless you, Judy. The good thing is that the owner of the landmark and Devumai, they are from the same tribe. So no one is going now to now accuse the government of tribalism here.
The landmark guy is from Ebony.
No, it's the same tribe. I mean tribe.
Oh,
You
they are
understand?
Igbo people. Ah, okay.
Thank you. So
So
there's not going
no
to.
one is now accusing that, he's a Yoruba man that want to destroy an Igbo the construction site.
Thank you. So
Well, that's gonna
see,
be
see, to me, based on what that guy have done and the jobs that he has created, eh, he should
yeah,
engage the government privately
it should
and
engage the government. I mean, you're not gonna stop
yes,
development. I mean, just because you have 24,000 workers, but this is the thing that, I mean, this construction is gonna cost more development. It's gonna bring in more stuff than what you are employing people. You know.
Judy, eh, my state share border with Ondo State. Me dey find money now make I take buy land for the coastal area for Ondo State. Make I buy am, yes o, make I buy am cheap because once that thing don once that project complete, my brother, all the
All that
price of
seashore we become a tourist
eh,
destination, because the minister was saying that they're gonna be building hotels close to the road.
let me tell you
10
what they are
lanes, man.
let me tell you what they are building. They are building 10 lanes and in the middle of the
A
10 lanes.
railway.
Thank you very much.
Omo,
Thank you
I
very
will just be cash. I will just be cashing train from my place now, from Bakassi, enter Calabar,
thank
take
you,
a boat to Calabar, drive from highway directly to Lagos, back and forward,
bro.
enter me back to Cape Road. That would be
E
like 5 minutes now. Good
you
road,
know
man.
that all the coastal area in Nigeria have not been tapped. This is the first time the government have seen that
Exactly.
they are waking up to their responsibility. This will
Bro, I'm
open up
happy for that. I'm happy for that road, man. Because I mean, close to Calabar will be, man. People can just leave, go do their stuff in Lagos, and get back
thank
on their
you.
highway.
Thank you.
The
If you're
government
not
is gonna make, the federal government is gonna make money, because they're gonna have toll. They're gonna have toll on the road.
yes,
Come on, man. It's an
yes,
attract. Even the road will be a sightseeing.
yeah. I think within the next they already start the Lagos part of it already. They
They
already
always
building
start,
it
but the
already.
minister was saying that that project can take up to 8 years. Doing
Yes, of course.
it's gonna take the whole Tinubu's tenure.
Yeah, because you know why? There
Mm.
is no, see, there is not. They are going to build the road on budget. Like as the budget for every year, they will now
Mhm.
make provision for the money for the project. There's no raw cash. There's no
Bro,
raw money sitting somewhere to just build it. No, they are going to.
exactly.
So they are going to. That's why it's going to take time. They are going to follow budget. As the budget for the maybe next year, they also allocate so certain amount they are going to spend for
Bro,
that 1 year.
I
So
was I was looking on that road, man. It feels like the road will be built on suspension. You know what suspension is?
yes, 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 yes.
Like it seems like they're gonna be building it with like
Like
bridge.
yes, like
Yep.
no. Let me explain to you some certain area, yes, but all
So
it's not going to be
yeah,
all.
because a lot of rivers and waters.
Yes, 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 yes.
Man, 10 lane, 5 lane on both, man. With a railway line in between.
Bro,
Can't beat
bro,
that, man.
that's going to open a lot of opportunity. You will going to see beach resort, 5-star
Ah,
hotel coming in, and you see
Omo,
that's going to open a lot.
Nigeria might be turning into a European country in Africa, man. They might one day be like South Africa soon if things go well.
Bro, let me tell you something. I think 15 or 15, 20 years ago, you see that Lekki when the year back for Lagos, was a
Lekki was
small.
bush, eh?
Thank you. The same thing happened. They build road, coastal road around that place. That's what opened up that area.
Yeah, that place now have become Lekki have now developed into a lot. I see when I go on satellite Google, I see a lot of buildings, man.
You see, because they build. One thing about Nigeria, once government build road follow anywhere, I promise you, the prices of land and property for that place will just skyrocket. Like so Nigeria be. So it shows that if Nigeria government actually build many road across the country, it will open up it will increase the prices of property, it will increase economic activity in those
Yeah,
locations.
UFC. So you want to buy land in Ondo? That's good investment, man.
Yes, so at the same time, of course, because immediately I see and say, my mind just goes straight, say, man, land for there now go. It is
But
the
be
right
careful.
time now.
Do not take it right closer to the coast. You might lose it.
No, 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 no,
Trying to find. Yep.
no. See, you know when I
Even
mean go
if
see
it's
me,
like even if it's
but
like distance away, but as long as it's close, you can
yes,
still make good money. You
I
know.
agree. I agree.
Yeah, because it's gonna start expanding.
If you can walk, maybe okay, they'll say, eh, 10 minutes to the coastal road. I will 10 minutes or 5 minutes walk from yes, those kind of places good. You
Yep.
buy at
Yeah.
yes, maybe 15 minutes to walk to the beach. Those ones is
Omo.
good.
The way I'm foreseeing Nigeria, Calabar might one day become like Lagos too. If that
Yeah.
coastal road come operational, because it's one of that city that lies closer to, apart from Lagos, Nigeria does not actually have another city that goes closer to the ocean like
So
Lagos.
that is the target. That is what because every government that because we all know the potential of that state, that Calabar. Because
Yep.
the landscape, see, you know what make it unique? The landscape,
The
the
landscape,
weather.
mountain, valley, rivers, and all of it's closer to my place, man. That mountain flows all the way to Cameroon, go
You
all
know
the way
that,
to Obodo.
yep, it's a place you can build 18 golf course feed on, 5-star
Yep,
hotel.
with a lot of trees, man.
Oh man. Ugh,
If that coastal road go operation, I might buy a land in Calabar.
man. That another good idea. Oh. That's coastal
Hey,
area for Calabar.
yeah, because Calabar is a stopping spot, man. Land in Calabar are cheap now. If
Hmm.
the coastal road is coming, that's the best city now. Because
Bless Jude, bless I go change my mind. Bless instead of home donor there I'll go shall
but na
because
Calabar, man. If na you, I'll put you for Calabar. Calabar is a
that
place,
I
man,
think
because land.
yeah. That thing
Because take for
that's
instance, if they open coastal road, it's like 30 minutes on the highway. You in Lagos back with trees, man.
the good thing
And
about
man,
that state. They are unproblematic people. They hardly cause any
exactly.
problem. Very peaceful, wonderful people. Very no. My friend school there always like say good things about that state. Like it's always saying good thing about that state.
Yeah, Calabar is beautiful, man. If you buy, man, I'll advise you buy land in Calabar instead. Because if the coastal road is ending in Calabar, buy land in Calabar. Because there is also another hope that there will also be another road that will link Calabar to Maduguri, Borno
Mhm.
State. That
Because
exists.
you know why Calabar is important. You know, Calabar is peaceful. Many Nigerians are looking for a place where they can go maybe on a weekend and unwind the stress.
Exactly. There you go.
Yes.
There you go. There you go. With all that tourist places in Calabar, man, that's the new hub, man. You know,
See,
yeah.
see, I
Yep.
always tell people, remove the sentiment when it comes to business in Africa. Please look for uh, observe the terrain, look for where you can make profit. It's because to me, it's always if you don't put profit first and you want to be doing emotional blackmail and all this thing, you will lose money. Check where you are going to get your return. Mostly invest in long-term investment, not because what is killing us in let's say in Africa, even Nigeria, for example, is that people people want quick return and it's not working. This quick let me quickly no. For instance, you know why I say long term? Look at that
Mhm.
guy we were discussing, your brother. The reason why he become successful is that when he came into the country, he settled down, he did all the work. And along the way, after many years, not be now he come dey blow, he come dey reap the fruit.
Mhm.
Eh? Good, that's long term
Man.
investment. He didn't come in and just say, I want to no. It took time because everything takes time. But now, you see the speed now. That guy, I believe, say that guy, money when they make every day now. 10 years ago, he not they make am. He not even dream say he go make
Oh,
am.
come on. That guy,
You see, that's how it
that
be.
guy, that guy is a. I might say he's a millionaire in Nigeria, man.
That guy know Nigeria more than me now because as far as he don't with the contract when he get, I'm telling you that guy is see. Let me tell you the truth. If you are not solid, with the contact of people that guy have, you will not be able to meet such people.
I say
So
his
that
driver
guy can
collapsed when he went. His
okay. That
driver
guy
did not know
can
that.
loaded.
His driver did not know that. They are going to deliver for Davido.
Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you now. Did you know that based on the contact when he gets and people when that guy know that guy is a millionaire in dollar, not be naira. With the connection,
You
yes,
might be
yes.
right, man.
No, this is not you by me, right? With the contact of people when he gets and people when they rub shoulder and shoulder with,
Me,
eh,
yeah.
now wait till it be now. Because one thing about Nigeria, you need to then you need to control a certain amount of weight for you to be able to have contact with certain people. If you don't have like if you not get that kind of amount, it is possible. I tell you,
That's true, man. For you to have Cubana's phone number in your phone and you sit down and call him,
go through
Davido,
his pictures and the people
personal
when that
phone
guy
number.
the people when that guy
Mhm.
dey I say vice president. It is for you to meet all those Shetima, all those people, all those top ministers. It is na joke. Me, I fit meet them. Me go
Mhm.
fit meet them. I not be Nigeria. I tire for you. I not be
Mhm.
Nigeria. Okay, let's use Cubana. If okay, fine. I will fit go Cubana bar, but you think say I go just easily just go meet am for your office? No, except maybe one night I cut chain. Maybe I do like 20 million or 30 million once on a table. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
When I boss, I want to talk to let them take answer me. Let
Oh,
me say
so
I go
he
there.
he he got he got a bar,
Yes, now get nightclub now.
for
Uh,
Abuja.
yes, so see
Wow.
Abuja, Owerri, and think on Lagos. Yes, you don't know
Ah,
Cubana.
no,
Yes,
I didn't know. I thought. Wow.
it's into entertainment now. You don't know.
Wow.
It's into
Huh?
nightlife. Yes, yes. Get club. Not be club for small children. Like expensive club where people is.
Eh?
Yeah. See, last
No
December.
be any man dey go there.
Last December, I come across receipt for Lagos. Somebody spent $50,000 on a table. That's
In
from
Cubana's club.
no, one club like that. I think secret place, secret place,
Huh?
secret place, secret pal. Yes, I was like, wow,
How much? 50 something thousand.
$50,000.
Huh? In a club?
Yeah, that was almost 60 million. Yes, because I used that time rate stayed one. Yes, in club.
People get
Eh,
money or
see,
$50,000.
let I tell you one thing. When Nigeria make money, one thing, the next thing na to enjoy themselves. They know how to party and enjoy. And the king of that thing na Yoruba. Once Yoruba don't make money finish, they know how to party. Nobody
But
party.
what's going on? What's going on with you guys celebrities, man? All these movie actors dying. They don't have money or what's going on?
Okay, let me tell you something. See, education matters. Okay, some of these celebrities, when they were making money, they actually invest in properties and other investment. Some of them did not. So as you see, as you don dey age, sickness must come. Now when you get money, you quick tackle am. But if you no come get, you see, for instance, did you know that one of the richest entertainer for Nigeria na you know Alibaba?
Yeah, Alibaba.
Yes.
Comedy.
Thank you. E property portfolio for Lagos eh, crazy, crazy, crazy. Dat guy,
Huh?
yeah, yes na, dat guy Obi Franklin say dat guy get money. Nice. When you are counting top 10 wealthiest entertainer in Nigeria, he's in that top 10. But if you see online there, you just say no. Well, not be so, recently someone posted that Daddy Choke. So Daddy Choke is this rich? Yes, because when Daddy Choke blow that time, he invest in money and he still dey enjoy it till now. You understand me? So it's
Wetin Alibaba get?
property portfolio.
Huh?
Yes, a lot of them in Lagos and Abuja. Yes,
It seems that Lagos and Nigeria in Abuja, it's like Lagos is a hub in Nigeria, man.
yeah. Because see, people are paying. Some people there are people who are paying almost $20,000, $10,000 a year for their apartment. Some 50 up to like $50,000 a year in their apartment.
Hmm.
Yeah, rent on rent. So
Huh?
yes, imagine you have 10 property, maybe luxury property, and you are earning, let's say, 50k on that 10. Do the math now, a year. So you not be anybody mate.
Hmm.
Yep. See, one thing about Lagos, if you have talent, you have something you can offer, people go spoil you with money, you blow like crazy. That's who Lagos be. Because most of the Nigeria millionaires and wealthy people, most of their business are in Lagos. So there's a lot of money there.
Wow.
Yeah, money daily. No. That's even my brother Rema had to go to Lagos to blow.
Oh yeah?
So
Where was he
yes,
before?
yes, now not from my state now. Not be Lagos. Go to
But why is
Don
it like
Jazzy.
why is it like that? Why do you have so you have to move to Lagos to blow?
Yes, okay. For instance, they have the resource. Some of the smartest producers are there. You cannot find them in my state here. You understand me?
Mm.
You see, so that's the thing. So if you want, it's like okay, for instance, now, if you want to blow out a movie actor, where you will go?
And
Hollywood.
Hollywood now.
If you want to blow
Mm.
as a country musician, where you go? Tennessee. So
Ten-
these are yes, Tennessee.
this guy said Tennessee. Oh yeah.
Yes, now that is the land of country music, now. Yeah, like.
Yeah. Yep. If you want blow as a rapper, either you go New York or maybe California or
Thank
Atlanta,
you,
Georgia.
Thank you. You
Mm.
see, so
Or
so
maybe
that
Chicago,
yes, so that's it. So that's it be. So that's the like, and also they have firepower. There what's called like money. They see someone can actually they can spend, they can make serious investment on you. Okay, for instance, I listen to Don Jazzy. They say whenever they sign any artist, they will use the first year, or sometimes it might take longer to groom the artist. They teach him a lot of
Oh yeah.
things. Yes, how to do interview, polish. They will polish him, look, style, all those things. That's why when they unveil their artist, they blow immediately because
Oh
they
wow.
yes, they first of all do the background work. They polish him, how to speak, teach him a lot of things, how to act, how to perform. All these things they do it
So they
behind the
do
scene.
so they do all those things before they unveil him.
Yes, of course they do. Yes, that's
Wow,
what they
that's
do.
nice. Some people
Yes,
they just unveil people immediately. You start getting crazy. You don't. Yeah,
no,
yeah. No public speaking. All of that.
okay. If you observe, Ruga came out and the boom in less than
Guy,
1 year.
Ruga,
Boom.
yeah.
Yeah. The other guy, Asake, the same thing. You know why?
Okay.
This guy has been
Mm-mm.
on the background. They are doing the work. They polish them. They train them. They package them before they present them to everybody. Okay.
Ah, so these
Yes.
guys are doing. So people say, "Oh, this guy is gonna sign with Don Jazzy." So they have already put the deal with him already.
Yes. Of course. They already prepared. They prepared all of them. Yeah. Yeah. They prepare
I thought.
because
Wait,
yeah.
is Asake a Nigerian or Ghanaian? Because some Ghanaians were saying Asake is a Ghanaian. Ghanaian.
No, Ghanaians are just want to claim. Everybody want claim a successful person. You want to claim a
Right.
yeah. So it's a Nigerian, it's a Yoruba.
Asake.
Yes. So that's so it takes people just see Nigeria. See, Judy, let me tell you, there are thousands of Nigeria artists who never blow. You
Oh yeah.
understand me? Yes, many. Now the ones who blow with the see people don't understand. Now the ones when you blow, now you see many day when not blow, when not succeed. When be say see beyond 10 years ago they call now they say they call them upcoming.
So
Yes.
what is stopping them from blowing? Is it that Nigerians do not support their own, or why?
Okay, let me tell you something. You see, music require complete package, looks, talent, a little bit of other things have to be there. Charisma, character, all those things. They need to you need to get all these things so that when you appear, two things. It is either they love you 100% or they 50% love you, 50% hate you. And those two things always work. Love and hate. Mostly that love and hate one is the best because the people that hate you always on your page talking and giving you all the promotion you want.
Yeah, because there was one time this music stuff was happening. Come on, all Nigerians were on come on say, but you guys don't support Cameroonian artists. Oh, we Nigerians support our own. And then someone make this statement. Some Cameroonians said it's not all artists that blow in Nigeria, just like the same in
Fact,
Cameroon.
fact.
Hmm.
Yes.
So, but it was still an argument. Like, if they say Nigerians support their own, how comes you still have other artists that have not blown?
Okay. For instance, let me tell you why Thames immediately blew. Thames came out. The reason why, Thames was an alternative artist. He was she has been on the background for the past 5 years. What blew her is her unique voice, really. You understand me? Because no, if you look at the music industry in Nigeria, no one else sound like Thames. She's one of one. You understand me? And most of his followers are not even Nigerians. They are America diaspora and European and other these things. They are mostly people listening to her. You understand me? So even artists like Ruga also. Ruga, many other Africa country like Kenya, Uganda, and the rest. They Ruga have millions of fans there. Then Rema, for example. Oh, Rema have millions of fans in India, in South America, in, in Europe, everywhere. So, Judy, for instance, Rema not to get fans like that for Nigeria than the ones we get for abroad. So, Rema get more fans abroad than Nigeria. So that's see, there has to be a uniqueness. So you come, imagine now you come from Congo, they sing like whiskey. African is to you. You hear me, so?
I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. People see, Judy, talk in America where you are. Now rap at the blue. Eh? Hello?
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
Not be all rappers they blow now.
I know we all rappers now, man. It's not all.
That's how Nigeria is also. Not all artists. So it's not by we chance or something. Just how things work. And you know nowadays, the people that
Yeah.
listen to music mostly are the Gen Z. The Gen Z are the ones.
Oh
If they
yeah.
are not, yes.
So who are the Gen Zs, man? What? Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. You said
I say, who are the Gen Zs? What are their age range?
those that were born in year 2000. Yes,
Right.
yeah, they are the ones. Gen Z.
Yep.
2000
We are
downward.
way past our point, man.
Yes, so of course. Of course. Of course, nah. You don't know.
Yep. We are way past our point.
Yeah. Like some of we grew up with Two Face and the band.
Ah,
So that's not
Face the bunch. Huh? When
Timaya.
Two Face, I remember Timaya. I
Uh,
remember when Two Face in the club, man. Timaya, all those guys, man. Yep.
yeah. So that is the thing.
Hey, man, the way this world is, man. When it was like 2000s, I was like, man, 2000, 2000. Now it's like, man, and people are start thinking about 3000, the year 3000, man.
By that time we're not deal alive again.
Ah, no, 3000 not gonna be alive now. It's like this 2000 will be sounding in 3000 will be sounding like 19. What is it? What is it? The
18
1920s.
something. It will be sounding like 18
Yeah,
something.
80s, man.
18th
Oh, man.
century.
That's crazy, man. That's it,
Yeah.
man. Everybody come to this world to, live and die and go. That's how it is.
Yep. But if you look at it, it is the major thing is the legacy and impact you create. It's what matter. It's what can good or bad. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, good or bad. Legacy. And if your name becomes immortalized, that means you are done well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's let's say you dey shop.
Yeah.
I want to get something. It's 8 a.m. in my state.
Oh, that means you quit work. Oh. I think that
Uh,
your state share border with Las Vegas.
yeah, Nevada, yeah. Las
No.
Vegas is a city. Nevada is a state.
But oh, you know,
We
say I
share.
do.
We
Hold on,
share.
let me ask. See, Judy, I did Reno, Nevada, and Las Vegas. The distance was about 7 hours. I was like, for the same
Yep.
state.
Yo,
Hmm?
Reno, yeah. Reno is like another city, yep, in Nevada. Yep. The same state now.
Oh boy,
Vegas.
that means Nevada big.
Well,
Where?
Nevada is big. It's
Ooh,
big
I was like, the same state,
because
7 hours. Hey,
yo, Vegas is all the way in the south of the state of Nevada. While Reno is like all the way like northeast.
ooh,
7 hours, man. Well,
wow.
in
Now,
the state that I
now,
live in Utah, what is it? Utah. For you to
mm,
even drive from one city to another is like 8 hours, man.
ooh,
Yep.
ooh, 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 ooh.
One
It's big.
state in America is one state. The whole Texas, the whole California has the same size. I mean, the population of like California is big, man. It's still like Alaska has the same size like Nigeria.
Hmm.
Just a state, man.
Shit.
Then you ask yourself why Africa has not developed. You know.
Okay, Judy,
Mm.
Africa has not developed because everyone is waiting for government to do it. But if you look every country, if you follow the truth, not really government. Now, in the private sector and government, they work together. If you look at your state now, many of the high-rise property for there, na individual get am, not be Biden build am. But Africa, we want change things. We want government to build all those things. It not dey possible. It not go happen. But
Yeah.
the thing is that our leaders refuse to just tell us this truth, the bitter truth. Say what you can do as government, as it is all over the world. Say what you cannot do. If you look at Chinese, all those
Mhm.
skyscraper, my brother. Not be Xi Jinping build them. Now China citizen are the builder. You understand me? Not
Yep.
be yes, the road, yes, we agree. Yes, the road now government builder. But all those structure building, hotel, all those company, these are private citizen property and businesses, assets. So we need to get that straight.
Yep. Yeah, Reno, man. Reno is big. Reno.
Yeah, yeah. It's we okay. We should, but when you look at that state, not
Mm-hmm.
because every time I hear it's like Las Vegas is the most popular in all the time in Nevada.
Yeah, Las Vegas is a popular. It's not pop. It's popular. I mean, it's popular out of United States because it's one of the biggest. The building, infrastructure. I mean, it's beautiful. But Reno is also another big city. It's close to San Francisco, like going California side.
Yeah, yeah. See,
Then,
let me see.
then the thing about United States is different from Nigeria, right? Take for
Mm,
instance the way the capital cities of
mm.
state in United States are like small villages, are like small towns that you will never hear of.
Oh,
So
okay.
you go to say Benin State. The
Mm,
capital is no, Edo State. The capital is Benin City.
yes.
But in United, but that Benin City is like the biggest city in Edo State, right?
Mm, yes,
In
I agree.
United
Yes.
States, it's not like that. They go and find a small town and put it. That's how you create
Okay.
economy in that state, man. You diversify the state.
You know that Benin City is already populated because there is the governor, this and this. Guy, get it.
So that means they will put the
I
government
gotta
house
get my
in
food, man.
the place.
Bro. What's up, man? What's going on? Everything good? You better hear us. I'm trying to get me some eggs, man. Avocados and whole wheat. $4, man. Easy money, man. Huh? Yeah, I came in today. No, you're coming later, no? Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, one more day. You guys are off on Saturday, man. You guys gonna party? Not today. You know what? UFC? Huh? You watch UFC? Yeah, I watch you. But ever since the Bingano, man, I got pissed off. I don't watch fight anymore. What's going on? Who's fighting though? Oh, they're fighting today. Oh, it's gonna be good, bro. Oh yeah. Yeah, cause I'm machine up. Yeah, they got a big screen over there, so I might watch it. Yeah, I might tell them. But it depends what time though. Oh, okay. Yeah, man. What's up, bro?
Did that finish?
Yeah, I'm in the store. No, I'm in the store. I'm getting my food, man.
Okay, what do you want to watch later?
UFC. There's a wrestling for UFC fight going on at 8 o'clock, 8 p.m.
Yeah. UFC 300.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, the biggest,
Yeah,
biggest event of the year.
yeah. Like I was telling you, man. The way the United States is, they diversify their economy, man. So Vegas is not even a capital city. Reno is not even the capital. It's a small town. Even in most states, it's like that.
Okay. Like, what about the business side? Is it Las Vegas or Reno, where they have businesses and this? Because I know Las Vegas is just for leisure enjoyment.
Everywhere in United States is entertainment. Vegas is entertainment. It's a sporting center too. They have taken a lot of sports stuff over there. But Reno is like, man. Every state got their own, man. Every city got their own stuff going on. Every city. Yeah, Vegas is beautiful. Reno is beautiful.
Judy,
Yeah.
you was saying America wealth are actually tied on properties. Majority of their wealth are tied on assets like property, where massive warehouse, factories, and all
Yeah.
those things.
That's what manufacture. That's what, man. In a city where I live, you go to one place of that city, you see warehouses. The warehouses you see is like a whole big city in Nigeria. I'm talking about you can have warehouses like the whole Benin City, just warehouses.
You see,
Warehouses, manufacturing.
because they understand the importance of the
I don't know.
the manufacturing industry.
I don't know when Africa will have warehouses like that, man.
Lagos is building their own now. Warehouses to store dairy products, animal products,
Oh, you
vegetables.
cannot be a warehouse. You cannot be a warehouse like that without having without having electricity, man. You have to have 24/7 power.
Judy, did you know? When you see, everybody want to work in Nigeria. There's a way there's a loophole in the constitution. For the past more than a decade, Lagos are finding a way to create independent power plant for themselves. Like all the government building are on 24 hours power, like hospital, university, government property are on 24 hours electricity.
Oh yeah.
Yes, police station, prison, all these
I gotta go
facilities.
home, man.
Eh?
I'm trying to get breakfast, man. Yeah,
Have breakfast at your house?
I get in here with two.
You go to sleep, man.
Yeah, I go to sleep like 10. Like,
You didn't go home or you did?
no, I went home, came back. Yeah, where's Bobby? that's that's you. You wanted to get it. That's you. You like burritos? You guys eat good in the morning, man.
Yes, very good.
Oh yeah, healthy.
Like, what are you doing? You're coming back to full time?
Excellent. Yeah, I might switch to the morning, man. Start getting breakfast. Oh, I see you, man. Oh, Mr. Triumph. What's up, man? UFC, how far?
I did. Mr.
I just
Triumph,
met
how
one of
far?
my this guy, this Mr. Triumph guy with
I did.
this Mr. Triumph guy with big talk. You know that person will like big talk.
That kind of big shot too.
Nah, big talk guy, man. The guy like big talk.
I've been listening to you
These
guys.
are the men dealing with classified information every day.
Yeah, Judy, have fun, how about you? Yeah, you
No,
and
Mr.
Mr.
Triumph,
Triumph.
your volume is low.
Mr. Triumph is not real, man.
Mr.
The
Triumph, your
guy,
volume is no, he's real.
oh,
Because if you observe, he hasn't shown his face or anything. So
I've shown my face, so people have seen me. People have seen
Chino.
me.
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't know. Appreciate it, man. Thanks. No problem.
I'll see you around.
well, I didn't know that. Mr. Triumph, increase your volume.
I don't talk too much now.
Okay.
Not too loud now. Hey.
Maybe now my ear.
Okay, Judy, don't shout for your ear now. Yeah?
Okay, don't. Hey, don't play like your voice don't.
You wanna UFC? Tell this guy who Jude is, man.
I know you very well now. You only ran away when Undago lost now. You forgotten. You made me fear. You made everybody fear. So we are all silently praying that
Prepare faith now.
he lost. And he lost. I was still looking after you. So he lost. So at least we have a bit now, Judy.
Ngannou lost and disappointed us, man. That's why
we are all up here. We cannot see anything. Even me myself. I was afraid.
You know why that thing didn't pay me at all? Because
but the guy don't make money. The guy don't make money where now.
I'm telling you, that fight.
Yeah.
No, brother. Let's hold on first. That fight, he got $20 million. I will take that fight for you to punch my head in. I will take that money for you to punch my head in. I will take L. I will take that L any day for me to, for $20 million. Come on, man. That's a win. I don't call that lose. So I didn't. That's a win in my book, because also I understand that was not his area of expertise. He's not a boxer. He's an MMA. Really,
we call it in Yoruba Ojukokoro.
Yes, see.
Instead of him to stay in UFC, he wants to come to boxing.
No, you see.
I remember when I said that Gano's gonna lose, he's got no skills, and you guys came for me. Kaiser, you don't know anything about fighting.
No, because No. See, don't blame us. His performance against Tyson Fury, that performance was even a lot of people, including me, we thought he won because he knocked him down. So that was a great performance. But when it comes to Joshua, Joshua
Those
was
were
a
Nigerian
two-time
update now. That is good and
Joshua
bad.
was a two-time heavyweight, and also he has a knockout power also, like Igano also. So that was why he was dangerous.
He beat them. One thing I love the way they interviewed him. Joshua said something that he said that I cannot retaliate to him because